Hello, everyone. Welcome to ZaranTech. Over 70% of business leaders say AI helps teams work faster and make better decisions. The future of work is already here. Today, we begin our course on SAP Joule and SAP Build Suite training. SAP Joule is an AI co-pilot inside SAP systems. It helps users get insights, create content, and complete tasks using simple prompts. SAP Build Suite is a low-code platform that helps you build apps, automate processes, and design business sites without heavy coding. Together, they help businesses move faster and work smarter. Studies show that AI-powered tools can improve productivity by up to 30% and reduce manual work time in many business processes. Companies using low-code platforms also deliver applications up to 50% faster than traditional methods. This means more innovation, less delay, and better results. This course matters because digital skills are now a must for every professional. If you want to stay relevant in the SAP world, understanding Joule and Build Suite is very important. In this training, we will explore features, real use cases, hands-on demos, and best practices. Let's dive in.
So, guys, see, Joule, we are learning Joule now. So before Joule, why we given BTP fundamentals is, as every one of you know that, BTP is the new age SAP's open platform, an online platform where in which every single module is getting, almost all cloud modules, whenever we talk about the cloud, whenever we talk about the AI and embedded AI and kind of things, we are talking about with BTP because BTP is where all these things getting into inline there. So, and one important thing is might be in this group, there might be a mixture of participants who knows BTP, who doesn't know BTP. But yes, we have to follow the curriculum. People who already know that they can have a revisit or a revise kind of things. Who don't know, they can please go to it. Okay. Yeah. So see, Joule offers great core capabilities in the artificial intelligence environment as you have been seeing into it. So it's more of, we will discuss more, but let me give you a small introduction. So it is like more of an informational, navigational, or transactional, analytical kind of capabilities it generally carry. So this is not a co-pilot. Let me tell you, you are not learning. Joule is a co-pilot. It looks like, when you are screaming across the sessions or across the modules here. So it looks like it's a co-pilot, but more than a co-pilot, SAP's vision for developing Joule is to help SAP consultants, both technical and functional people, in a broader manner. Okay. And Joule works quickly by sorting through and contextualizing your data from multiple systems. That is especially because it is native to SAP. So it will work for SAP and it will get the data from SAP and it will make for us SAP consultants or SAP's projects and all these things. Okay. So we will see that in detail when the Joule topics are coming into it. So this is what, it can answer complex questions in plain language. It will help you to find the applications, execute the task, provide data insights. And not only that, it will write, when you're talking to the code scripting also, it will help you in giving the code scripting also. When you are in the BAS studio, not especially for ABAPers, it is still not been matured enough to give the ABAPer coding, but it will help you in the scripting of ABAP codes. It will not write our ABAP code or ABAP problem statement for you at this moment. Might be in the next couple of years, I think in a year or 2 years, this might happen. But at this moment, it is helping as a skill for certain non-SAP based technologies like Node.js, Java, and .NET. It is helping right now. Especially in the BAS studio, you will see those scenarios also while I'm trying for that. So keeping in the mind, just now I'm just giving you a small statement. Joule is not a AI copilot. It is a AI copilot. Along with that, it is leveraging as a skill for us. Okay. On the BTP part, we will discuss on this now. So as everyone knows that, BTP, the full form is Business Technology Platform. So this is an SAP's unified cloud platform. Okay. So why SAP is calling as a unified cloud platform is because all the cloud services, whatever that you want to leverage, that it will get from this SAP BTP itself only. Okay. Whether you take any build suite, build apps, build workzone, or, build application studio, or any other things that is relevant to cloud, which you want to do in the AI's perspective as well. So all these things will go into that only. So this basically enables any organization that is going to use this as an extension of SAP applications safely. It will help that. And in addition to that, this will help you to integrate the SAP and non-SAP systems, and parallelly it will manage and analyze the data, and it will build the intelligent applications using AI automation. So in simple words, if I have to comment on this, so BTP is your foundation that will allows all the innovation without touching the SAP core. That is very important. It is not touching any SAP core and making something on that. So without doing that, it will do its innovation, whatever it has to do, it will do side by side on the cloud platform. Okay. Now, there are many things that are there, when I want to explain with the BTP, because this is of core introduction session only which I'm giving you, so that you'll understand. So I will not go very deep into the BTP right at this moment. So let me share a Word document for you first of all. I'll show you while I am discussing. I'll go here and there with my Word document where I will write something and I'll show you something there. Okay. So, and then I'll show the PPT. So I won't run only PPT so that, you guys will understand better on the writings perspective as well. Okay. Yeah. So on the BTP side, you might ask a question, or you might have a question in your mind that why SAP BTP exists? What is the need of it? First of all. So why BTP? Okay. So if you can go back to your without BTP scenarios, okay. Earlier, what are the common problems that we have? We have, or traditional problems I can quote, like, we have one of the important problem is, that means the core modifications, which we call custom code will be there always inside our S4HANA, right? You cannot reuse it, or you have to do a lot of things. If you want to use it, or you have to do some innovations on top of that, which is a traditional problem for you, right? And not only that, the traditional problems, one of the traditional problem we have seen who are already in SAP or who understand at least part of SAP, the tight coupling between SAP systems, which is a problem since from many ages. I think so since from the SAP's standard things that has been percolated. So from there, this problem is there. So the tight coupling is one of the issue, right? And not only that, in SAP, one of the core traditional problem we have seen is upgrade difficulties, right? The moment when you want to upgrade, the older versions will not support to the newer versions, or the data issues, or the migration issues, or the upgradation issues. A lot of things has happened on top of that, right? And very importantly, the data analytics part, it was much siloed, right? Okay, so you don't need to write any notes. This will be anyway saved for you. Whatever the notes I'm writing here, it will be also sent on the date's perspective. So don't worry, please concentrate on my screen. So these are the common problems, which was there before BTP scenario. Now BTP has started solving these scenarios. Okay, how it is means, when I'm saying custom code inside S4 HANA, so what they kept is, they have kept, that means BTP, they means this is BTP's part, like BTP kept S4 HANA clean. Okay, this is called clean core methodology. So because of that, it can able to do that. And tight coupling means, for all the tight coupling issues, it has enabled side-by-side extensions. That is why if you see, all the public cloud is now running by side only. That means the extensibility options, what I'm speaking about for the functional modules. And then for upgrade difficulties, you have all the standard integrations. And for all these siloed data analytics and all the security issues, it has incorporated the centralized security, identity, and governance. Okay, so these are all these things BTP solved by providing these things. So how BTPs are, like the leveragement came into the current old is, BTP generally follows majorly 4 pillars. We call it as 4 pillars of BTP. Okay, so what are those 4 important pillars? Generally, SAP claim is application development. This is one of the important pillar. I'll explain you what is this pillar in brief, not in deep, but at least you can understand what is this pillars as well. And one of the other is integration, is one of the important pillar. It will follows on that. And then the another important pillar is data and analytics. And then AI and automation. There are few more pillars also there, but I'm not putting them on the table right now. These are the important 4 pillars which generally we talk about. Okay, so this application development, basically, this we use to build the extensions. like using CAP, RAP, SAP UI5, Fiori, even our low code, no code kind of tools, which you're saying the build platform. This all comes under this application development. Okay. And not only that, in the application development, you will you will create or you will generate a side-by-side apps on SAP BTP. Okay. You can extend SAP without modifying the SAP. That is the main statement. That is what you can do in the application development in the BTP. Okay. Anyways, this is one of the important pillar. You will see the BTP environment. I'll just show you the live environment also. Okay. After this discussion. And then one of the other important part is integration. Integration means where you want to connect, right? So when you're connecting, what you connect, we connect from SAP to SAP and SAP to non-SAP, right? So these two connections are being properly being done for SAP's BTP mechanism, wherein which we use a kind of APIs, different APIs, different event mechanism, messaging mechanism, integration suite. So these are all there. So here, BTP acts as an integration hub. Lot of integrations are supported in BTP. So now it is acting as an integration hub for you. Okay. And then data analytics part, as you know, I don't know how many of you know, SAP BDC is one of the new one which came into the market right now. In this, you have all the data sphere. Your BW is newer existing now because everything is being captured into the data sphere now. So it's a complete unified data layer in the SAP BTP platform. So people who are on BW, they have to upgrade their skill sets to this SAC, DataSphere and BDC because it runs on that similar mechanisms, but with a more modern front. Okay. So it has a unified data layer with SAP DataSphere, SAP BDC, SAP Analytical Cloud, SAP HANA Cloud. These are all comes under this particular thing. So this is nothing but one trusted data foundation for all the analytics. You don't need to depend on multiple tools, multiple things, multiple integrations here, this, that, lot of confusions. Everything is kept out. Okay. One cloud will answer all your questions with different tool sets. That's it. And then last one, which is AI and automation, which is one of the important pillar here. So here is where our SAP Joule will sit. Okay. And not only SAP Joule, here we have your AI services, your AI launchpads, core AI, okay, your workflow and RPA, all these things comes here. The AI and automation. Okay, so these are all the major important pillars in which SAP BTP is supporting the industries for all the different kinds of business issues or like for the new age issues, whatever we generally call into it. Okay, so this is what the introduction of BTP and why BTP and what are the main things of BTP. Now we will be in little deep dive into the architecture and everything one by one, but before that I'll show you the practical, the live server now, and from there I'll give you the introductions of each individual topic also there. Okay, because we have to understand a couple of things in the architecture part as well. Okay, so like what is a global account, what is a sub account, what happens in BTP, so everything we will start learning in this session. Okay, so this is your server. Let me show you that. So let me log in with my ID, guys. The moment when you open it, just please make it as a like in the favorites, so that for the 30 days you have to practice, so daily it will not be hassle for you. This will be saved your ID and passport, no need to enter every single time. Okay, so you are in the main account, guys, so please concentrate, see my screen. You might have your ID and password, please check it. Okay, right now you are seeing the BTP cockpit here. Now in this you will see the global account. Okay, so global account is your main account. That means the moment when you subscribe into SAP BTP, the main account or the master account on which your subscription has been enabled is called global account. Okay, so every global account will have n number of sub accounts. Okay, usually, as you know, our SAP landscape, how it looks like. If you say this is my global account, this looks like this. This is my SAP global account. So under this, I'll have sub accounts because you have to build the landscape on this particular environment, right? So usually in SAP ECC, you have different instances like dev, quality, and production. So here the sub accounts are nothing but your instances. for your understanding. So this global account, if you can take like this, so you will see this. This is your one sub account. This will be your another sub account. This will be another sub account. So this will be your dev. This will be your quality. This will be your production. So how many systems you want to, how many instances you want to add to your landscape architecture. So further, you have to increase your landscape architecture sub accounts as well. Okay. So now here, if you can see this only one sub account, let's say this is a sandbox because we have to practice as a training system, right? So each sub account again will have certain services, certain applications, certain entitlements and everything. Okay, so already the admin has already created for us this SAP BTP AI Joule sub accounts. Everyone have to use the same thing. Okay, because we are 30 people are there. Please be cautious. Whatever the projects you create, whatever the things you create, please always have a name. Okay, your name under 01, 02, 03 have to use like that. So don't try to give some generic name so that it might get override or it might get blocked also. Okay, please keep it in the mind. So now, yes, I clicked on the sub account. You're seeing my sub account now. Okay. So you can see here, the environment that you're following is called Cloud Foundry environment. Generally, two environments will be there in BTP. One is Kaima, another is Cloud Foundry. So we follow Cloud Foundry environment. So because all the API endpoints, whatever we connect, it will connect through this API endpoint. In case if you want any API endpoint which you want to connect with other systems, this is where you have to come and you have to check your API endpoint. Okay. Now going to general, you will see this. I'll come to this entitlements instances and now you can see the first part, which is nothing but your system information, which is your subdomain, what is the tenant ID, or who created, when created, the provider, region, because it's a cloud, right? Because even though we are on SAP, we will get provided the services on the hyperscalers. Like if the provider is Amazon Web Service provider for us. It might be Azure, it might be some other providers also, and the regions whom we are connecting also you can see. The environment is always multi-environment here. So the beta features is not enabled because not required for us. And one of the important thing, guys, in case if your main master account is getting utilized for production case scenarios or production system directly, then you have to make it as yes, or else your admin will do it. Then the system will be a production system. If it is no, means this is nothing but a development or a quality or a sandbox system. Okay, so this is your main general page where you will see. I'll come back to you one by one now. Okay, now this is your global account, which is for your commercial and billing boundary. This is your sub account, which is your technical and security boundary. Okay, and this is the runtime, which you will runtime with this Cloud Foundry, where all the real work will be captured. Okay, in simple terms, your sub account is nothing but a logical workspace kind of thing where all your applications, whatever you create, you make, you run, you do, all these things will be done through the sub account only. Okay, so this is about the difference between your global account and sub account. Clear? So now you might see the next part, which is entitlements. So what are these entitlements? Every cloud will follow these entitlements. Entitlements is nothing but it's a group of services in which all your enabled plans will be showcased to you. Like it's nothing but a simply, I can say, a permission will be there or not. That kind of information will be showed to you to use as a service in this environment. That is called entitlement. Nothing but a simple license. So without entitlement, you cannot create a service instance. Okay, even if the service exists in the BTP, without entitlement, you cannot use it. You have to entitle to it because there will be lot number of entitlements, lot number of services will be there in the BTP. Okay, so if you can see our entitlement, see here, for example, AI Launchpad, it is under the free plan. Free plan means SAP will give certain things as a free plan. Though it is a subscription, though we pay, few things will be free to us. Okay, and the quota of it. Like if you can see, you can go for the Cloud Foundry, standard, build runtime, 1 quota. In the same way, HANA Cloud, HANA Free, HANA Data Lake, all these things will be there. So like this, all the services, whatever required for you, when you enable them, it will come and sit in this environment. Okay, now there is a question coming to your mind. How can we enable these entitlements, or how come we make this out? For that only I'm coming. If you go to back to this main page, it's called overview. If you click on this overview page, or else if you go to the main global account, you will see a thing called boosters. If you click on the boosters, see, these boosters are nothing but the tools. Whatever the tools that you want to start, you can actually start from here. See here, you have all your build code, build process automation, SAP task zone, build work zone, okay, your workflow management, all these are your boosters. The moment when you add booster, the relevant thing will be going to the entitlement and services will be added. Even though if some services are not there, you can activate them by adding separately also. Like it has a classification also. For see here, this is application development and automation, 22 boosters are there. If you come down, little, you can see the AI. For AI, you have all your 10 boosters are there. Like for your AI Launchpad, AI Core, recognition, documenting AI, Joule preview, setting up of Joule. These are all things will be there. Okay. And data and analytics, again, data sphere and all these things will be there. Again, cross services, again, integration. So like this, as per the classification, whatever are there, all these things will come into. Again, one more thing, these are also depends upon your licensing. If the licenses are not properly been enabled or subscriptions are not happened, you will not see. For example, I'm not subscribing for Joule, so I will not see all these AI based boosters in such cases. I might see only the ones relevant to me. Okay, because this is a common data thing that we are leveraging right now for this purpose of training. You might see all these boosters, but in reality, if you go to the live SAP subscriptions also, there whatever the subscriptions are there, based on that only the boosters will work. If not, they will not be getting done. Okay, even these also, if you want to start, you have to simply, for example, I want to start a account for ABAP. For example, if you can go to the start, so it will ask you to select a sub account. So here you will start it. See here, this is where I told you, right? Entitlements will be automatically added. See here, these are all the entitlements. It will be added for me. It is showing to me, these are all mandatories. This is my plan. This is my required quota. This is the actions for me. Whether I can, for the mandatory ones, you cannot delete it. System will automatically add it. For the non-mandatory ones or the optional ones, you can have these delete options where you can delete if you are not requiring for it. Okay. You have to provide your org ID, space ID. But as a developer or as a consultant, you cannot do it until you have the BTP admin access. Okay, only your admins can do it because they know the org need a space and everything, whatever you want to create, and they have to make it out. So if you can see here, I'm unable to do it because I don't have access for it. I have access only till at this level. So you will add users, you will do the environment instance and do it review and fully done it. That's it. The moment you trigger this one, the entitlements will go and sit into your sub account. Clear? Till now, everyone clear? Any questions? I'm giving a pause now. If you have any questions, please let me know.
Question.
Please.
I don't know this way. Scope for this training would primarily be only based on SAP BTP, or you are also going to showcase some of the instances for on-prem, on cloud as well?
No, there's no on-prem. This is only purely to cloud only. On-prem is not at all been into this particular things as well. Because if you use on-prem for Joule also, still then you have to use the cloud services. There is no point of getting to cloud upgradation there, because there's a lot of things that are not happening properly for the cloud plus on-prem, even though the integrations are being there. This is what is there. So on-prem is not in a syllabus, but it is not the idea of the futures perspective also. Yeah.
Because the connection settings and all would be different, right? And
Yes.
for on-prem as well as on private.
That will be on the BTP itself only, which is on cloud.
Okay.
All right, guys. So yeah, so this is what the entitlements will be.
API endpoint it is,
That
Yeah,
is
yeah.
in general. In general, you have seen that current and all those details are there, right?
Okay.
Yeah, in the
See,
Cloud Foundry
API,
environment.
let me answer that. So API endpoint, it's a specific URL, like generally what we have it, so whenever you have an application that you want to send request to API to get or send some data, this API will, help you on that. Like, it's
Okay.
like a thing where it will capture the exact location on server that will listen for the API request and it will respond to that API request. That is what the API, that is where, we call application programming interface, right? So that interface will work for that. Like for a simple example, like your house address, your package delivery, these are all nothing but your API calls in general things to understand. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Fine. Any other things? I'm going for the next thing. So this particular PPT is what, it was showing whatever I just told to you. I don't encourage running PPT, getting the crowd like most bored on that. That is why I usually go with practical part only and I'll explain that. And secondly, I use my word so that, if any additional things are there, I can explain well. So whatever you are seeing here, everything I just explained to you in the session. Okay. So next one. So I will refer the PPTs wherever the requirements are there. So you can see all these things I just covered now, okay, as a whole. Now I'm going back to the server here. Now, the next one is instances and subscriptions. So now here you can see here, these are all our subscriptions, guys. If you can see here, if someone also asked me, right, so the on-prem is not possible, Isolate is a cloud. So this is what, because of cloud only, I'm able to launch all these applications and services. Okay, our Joule is there, Launchpad is there, Task Center is there. This is Build Suite completely, like your BPA, Build Apps, Application Studio, and all these things comes here. These are all subscribed. Okay, and accordingly, the plan will be there. What is the build default plan, foundation plan, whatever is there, SAP will add for that. So for these applications, these are the instances. I'm just expanding this. These are all kind of instances which will help us in running these individual subscriptions, what you have been entitled to it. So these are all the instances which will help us, including all your, if you can come down, I can see this is XSUI service for authorization. This is for work zone. This is for automation. This is for HTML applications. This is for destinations, because wherever your applications will go and launch and they get reached to a destination, right? So it will check it for that. So those services, the log services, the servicing of these destination services, those server services. So all these instances will be automatically get added in this particular subscriptions. In case if you feel something is really not been added, you want to still add, you can, and then these are created in these environments. You can see here, ours is Cloud Foundry. Okay. So
Karthik, this is pre-configured based on the, sorry, this is Abhinav again, Karthik. So this will come as pre-configured as part of your subscription tier, right?
Yeah. That is not trial. Free is thing, but they gave as a subscription on a free service, not trial. Trial is different. Free is, don't confuse for trial and free. People are confusing for trial and free. I'm just giving, you have not asked that. This is as a part of my subscription. I got Launchpad free. So I'm using that here. Okay.
Okay, but my question was more towards my basis guy doesn't have to do any kind of work in terms of configuring any of these applications, right? So it will come out of box, ready to use the minute.
No, they will do. It's not that basis will not do out of box and all these things. They have to give all these initial. I told you, right? They have to run these services. They have to add whatever the details further. They have to add the licenses. There is a lot of things I want to show you. There is a security level, and even at the connectivity level, they have to do it. Even for the destination launchings, also the basis has to do a lot of activity. It's not that the moment you purchase it, they won't comment it directly here. Even boosters will do, but still here also the basis and security has to do a lot of things.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Now, so these are all your subscriptions. These are all your instances. And this is your environment. You can see this is your build space, which is running on the Cloud Foundry. Our build runtime plan, which is on this landscape, which was changed on, which means that is, mainly changed on. Changed on means the main subscription when it has been actually been captured. If you want to go more details on it also, you can just go to the right navigation here. So you can see all those details in which the right navigation here. Okay. So whenever you want to create a sub account, I'm just showing you, I'm not create sub account because it will create ruckus unnecessarily. So this is a service, first of all, on which you want to create a sub account or a subscription. Fine. For example, I want to go for Cloud Foundry runtime service. So you'll be plan for it. So it's a standard plan or build runtime will be there. So anything you can select on the subscription basis. Okay. And then you can put your instance name here. So standard is not taking. And you have to put this instance name and you have to add it, whatever the parameters you want, and then you have to finally review it. Okay. I told you, right? These are all secured environments. We won't get a chance to, create new sub accounts. Okay. Keeping that security in the mind only. I'm just telling you, whenever you want to have to create something, you can create like that. Okay. Even for example, print service, I'll try. So this is a receiver. Okay. You can create it on this one. You can put it on the build. For example, you can give cable. Okay. Just showing you here, I'm not creating. So this is a kind of instance service I'm adding here. So this is a by default JSON. It will show you. If you want to add your own JSON for that also, you can add it. And then simply you can say review it and you can create it. Okay. So this service or instance subscription can be automatically added. Okay. Like this, you have n number of services. I told you, right? The moment when you go for create option, you will see lot of services and the relevant plans in the BTP. Like this, we can see right from A to Z, all the services what are being entitled for us for our subscription. You can see that. Okay. So every individual thing is not mandatorily to get added. So some things will be kept free for you so that if you want to add, you can add as per your, what we call the need and requirement on that. Okay. So this is about your services and subscriptions, guys. And coming to here, the next one is Cloud Foundry, which is called Spaces. So this is nothing but all your things, whatever saying is a space. Space is nothing but a workspace or a work area where all your application gets started into it the moment when you create it. Okay. On KBO, they have created one space for me. For CAPM, for build, they have created some separate spaces for me earlier. Okay. So these spaces only I'll use it whenever I want to drop my applications into one of these spaces. Okay. This space also, you will see the moment when you start in the BTP cockpit also, you will see the space there. Okay. If you go to the main one, usually it will show the space as well. On what space? Here, spaces. On what are the spaces that you have also, you can see in the Cloud Foundry environment here. So or this one, one of the same. Okay. If you still want to create new spaces for your environments, or you want to create for your applications to drop on it or to get landed on it, you can still create it. But yes, this is again admin activity, which you will not do. Whatever we have is enough for us to drive this. Okay. So don't create new spaces, guys. Okay. Just go to it and see it what it is. And then, so that's about your Cloud Foundry. And this is the space quotas. How many space quotas are there? What is the quota assignment? This all will be there. This is all your, and who's the org members for it? Like, for us, all your IDs are there. If you can see here, this is all what the admin has added for us. Okay. Here is where he will generally do it. Whether he want to delete or edit, he will do it from here. Okay. So this is your space administration, we call it basically in the BTP environment. So next to it, you have HTML5 applications. This is nothing but the HTML5 area. Whatever the applications that you are creating on HTML5 to get landed and to get executed. So those can be showcased in this environment only. So this is a sub account where it will specially show you the HTML5 applications. Okay. And then the connectivity, basically destinations. This is one of the important things. We might see 2-3 destinations in our examples as well here. Let this come. Yeah. So what is destination in BTP, first of all? Let's understand that. And then we can go to the next topics. Okay. See, the next destination meaning is okay, but understanding the BTP destination is a little different. Here, BTP's destination will be a central place, or I can term it as a secure configuration enabled central area where you define how an application can connect to a remote system or an API. That is what a destination will do. Means a destination here, it will stores the endpoint URL plus that authentication plus the connectivity details, okay, of particular application server that you want to reach it. Okay, for example, in Joule only, sometimes, I have to reach a non-SAP server, or for example, I have to reach an application server. So for that, how system will understand? System will first go to the destination. Okay, whether a destination is there to land that application is not or not, it will check it. If it is not there, that's it. You cannot go to, your story is closed. You cannot do anything on top of that. So your story begins in BTP with a destination. If there is no destination, you cannot do anything on the BTP. So you have to create the destination. So if you can see it also, there are different destinations that are created here. For S4 HANA, for OData, okay, for next gens, for Fieldglass, okay, there are different other destinations are also there in this. Okay, for these destinations, if you want to create, anyways, I'll show you that while we are doing that. Okay, you will be having options like scratch file service instances. Okay, so you can do it from there. I'll show you anyways in our session when we are going. I'll show you that one time, so you will also understand that time. And then this is a destination certificate. So these destinations, sometimes to run, few destinations need certificates. For that, you have to create or you have to add it. So this one is not our activity. This will be done by admin purely. Okay, now there might be a question to our mind. Will there be anything that, without destinations can I do, and why these are really needed? This type of questions comes into mind. Without destination, let's say there is no destination. So without destinations, what happens is your URLs will be hard coded in the apps. Okay, that is one of the very important thing that might happen. There is no destination. Also, one of the bad thing that happens without destination is your credentials will be automatically exposed. And while you are changing systems requires code changes, that is also getting exposed if there is no destination. So because of that, BTP kept the destination. So using the destination, you can centralize your connection management. You can secure a credential storage. You can easily make your system replacement between dev, quality, and production. And very importantly, the first point what I termed, the clean core compliance or clean core governance, that will happen with this destination. Okay, so that is what the destination generally happens. So this destination generally contains all your secure certificates with authentication, type, URL, proxy, credentials, additional properties. A lot of things will be there in this. But yeah, based on the requirement of what we are going to deal with the application server, accordingly, the destination will be created. Okay, so one destination I can show you here. One of those such example is, if we go to this one, say Ariba. See here, this is a destination information, what you have to capture while creating this. Just have a look on the screen. At this moment, I want to tell one clear thing. Generally, technical people confuse on one point, at destination and API endpoint. Because people will think destination is nothing but API endpoint. Because last time also, now someone asked me, I told what is API endpoint, right? There is a difference, guys. Destination is nothing but your security wrapper kind of thing around your endpoint. Means this will secure an endpoint. But what is endpoint? Endpoint is nothing but an actual service URL for you. That service URL also, it has to work properly. You need a destination. Clear? So your destinations will nothing but securely wrap those endpoints and make these things to reach the information panel wherever it has to go it. Okay, so here you will use lot of types like HTTP kind only, REST APIs, OData services, SAP non-SAP systems, RFC destinations, ABAP RFC calls, legacy SAP integrations, all these things comes under this only. Even someone also asked me now whether on-prem can be showed. I showed on-prem is not possible. But yes, even for them also I'm telling you, for on-prem destination also, if you want to create, you need a SAP cloud connector. That also you have to do from destination. Okay, because when your target system is inside the corporate network, you can't do it. You have to go for a SAP cloud connector. So that is through on-prem destination. So that you have to create here and then you have to start create and connecting for that. Okay, so like this is a main important part where it will help you. So these certificates to work, you need a trust. That means you have to authenticate that this is a valid thing for the configuration level in the destination level, and that will be authenticated through your ID or admin only. Once that is done, your destinations will be properly been inlined. Okay, so this is about your destinations, and the next one is your cloud connectors. Now you are on here, the cloud connectors.
So these are physical servers having the IP address which is masked with the URL, or these are services basically. How to define these destinations?
Basically, on the services level, you can see it's not servers kind of thing. You are reaching server through destination, a kind of service.
But why can't I use connect directly, as you said, right? Because we are exposing an API, right? If I use that API, I can still connect, right? Why do I need to come and configure here?
No, what is the question? Using destination, you want to connect a server directly?
Yes. So I'm exposing anything. Let's say if I want to expose this, right? I can still expose this using API, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then why do I what step? Why am I configuring it as a destination here? I'm not very clear on this part. When you showed this Ariba example, are you trying to connect to Ariba instance which is hosted on a cloud environment somewhere?
That's what. No, I'm connecting a server. No, see, the first question, the answer to the first question is if you want to connect a server directly using destination, yes, you can connect, but that depends on where your server is located. For example, I'll tell you when you can connect directly using destination. If your server is publicly reachable, like Ariba, which I have just shown to you, if it has a public IP or a public DNS and open ports, you can create destinations in the BTP. So you will use some proxy type. You will call your server directly from your UI5 or Java or something. And then you can start using those things. That means using public REST APIs or cloud hosted backends and all these things. I'm not denying that you cannot directly connect a server. You can connect, but the public connectivity should be there, what I have just quoted to you. And if there is no public IP and there is no, you have any internal corporate server or you have any firewall kind of things, as you said, if your server is, for example, on premise or inside a private network, let's say. So there, in those cases, your direct connections is not possible through destinations. There you have to use this cloud connectors. Clear?
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So this is the things, guys. So this is for cloud connectors. And then we go for the security here. And this is security is quite normal. The users, the roles, role collections, what is the trust configuration. So all these things will be there basically, which is out of our box. And then this is our systems for the particular validities and everything, which admin will take care of it. Okay. I have ran through a complete.
Sorry to interrupt.
I am not Karthik. See, this is a separate Teams ID I'm using. This is not my Teams ID because my Teams ID is not working. I'm Kebo only. You can call me as Kebo. Yeah, please go ahead.
Sorry. So these connections which we are creating, right? So does they belong to any instance or subscription specifically, or they are common to all the instances, whatever we have created?
No, that's what. See, basically, whatever are by default when you are subscribing, those will come. If at all, if you are doing anything particularly you want to add, whatever you are seeing right now, those are all added, in our trainings only. What we have tried to connect with it. That's how. By default, few things will come, but not everything will come the destinations. Later point of time, you have to create those things.
Okay. No, so my question is more about the destinations. So what you just described, right? So destinations have any direct connection or relation with the instances, or they are independent of the instances in general?
Means I'm not getting your question. What is that?
So destinations you showed, right? Like with Ariba, we have created some destinations that are already there, right? So the destinations have any relation with the instances which is created, or they are independent with instances and subscription? Like because
See,
instances, yeah.
See, destinations do not create themselves a direct connection to instances because they are configurable objects. If you have seen that I'm configuring a destination, which means it's a configurable object, not a tunnel. You're feeling it's a tunnel. No. BTP, what happens? Destination, what it is doing, it will store only your either target URL or host, right? In addition to that, what it will store your authentication, proxy, and all these things. So think like that. The destination is nothing but a secure address book kind of thing with your connectivity rule. It's not like a pipe directly. It will make you travel and get the things done. It will make you to travel properly with the connectivity rule. That's it. Okay, application connection directly happens over here, but destination itself does not maintain a connection directly here. You should be clear on that.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
So this build apps, have you showcased?
I'll comment. This is what now build apps. It will come there only. Now we will see is everything here. Whatever you are seeing here now. So these ones now come one by one now. All these tools will start exploring now. We'll get all the practical points also into it. We'll explore the exercise also in that, in the instances. This is what, okay, build apps. Okay. Now going to the next important point here, the module 2, build apps. So if everyone is pleased with BTP fundamentals. Okay. Now, yeah. So low code, no code, first of all. Yeah. So what is no code, low code? Okay. So as everyone knows, no code, low code allows us basically to build the applications using the visual tools. So instead of we writing something bigger lines of code, and which doesn't make any sense, which might be funky for us to know, like the performance level to make something in here. So the low code, no code will help you to build the applications without writing code or with a minimal code. It's not that we are completely eliminating coding. Yes, you will write some code, but it is a very basic level, to a minimal code. Okay, only when needed. That is called no code, low code. And these kind of applications you might already seen in our current industry, because in the no code, low code, we basically focus on what? We basically focus on the speed, the simplicity, and the productivity. These are the three factors any no code, low code platform will follow. Okay, so if you can see here, this is a technology-based roadmap that was happened from 1982 to 2023 from the low code. How it been captured, how it been modified from 1980 to 2023. So you might be wondering why in the last century only this really the stepping stones has been laid for this. Yes, the no code low code has been laid, but it was literally not gone into a hi-fi because the technology it was evolving, innovating day by day. So now we are seeing the cloud environments, and it was really the time it was out to the market. Okay. So there might be a question to us, like internally, because even I do have. So why no code, low code? So what is that question of, we might get the question why we have to go for no code, low code. Okay. So see, traditional development generally, if you take, that will take months and months of time. Okay. It might be years of times also. It totally depends heavily on the developers and their capabilities. Okay. So no code, low code, what it will do, it will change this particular phenomena by enabling the developers or the problem statements for the customers, by putting the faster application development patterns, and like putting the citizen developers means all the business users who are participating at the executive level or the end user level, those are all called citizen developers. Okay, so their involvement will be more in the no code, low code. Okay, why means if you can observe in any client calls or anything, you might get a lot of questions, even also to make small changes, small developments. Or for example, let's say if you have just 3-4 years back, if you are running in BW query running on the webby report with an ad hoc thing, some change has happened, the end user will log a request that, hey, I need this field, you will add that field, he will not be having some access or something. A kind of example I just want to quote it. So this kind of things will be eliminated in this no code, low code. So the citizen developer or citizen users will get a prime access to make something on the system by them itself. So this will save a lot of time. for them, and to productivity level also it will be increased. And this also makes the rapid changes and iterations. So there will be lower development and maintenance cost is also very lower for people who are going for no code, low code kind of scenarios. Okay. So this is what the low code, no code. So generally we see, I already explained you what is low code, no code now. And then now we have to understand how this will work conceptually. This is what you have to understand. Okay. So visually, if you go, if I take my notepad again here. So it's a very simple flow I'll just draw for you. Basically, it's from top to down, let's say. You will have a UI, right? Your UI will have what? In the no code, low code, drag and drop. That is what the mechanism we generally follow. So the moment when you drag and drop, there is the logic panel will connect with. The logic panel will do what? It will enable your visual flows. Okay? Or it will try to understand the rules, whatever you're trying to write it. And in the back of the front, that means whatever the front face area, what you are drag and dropping at, for that it will write a code on the back end. Okay. So while it is writing on the back end, the data layer will connect with it. Means what is the data layer? All your APIs, your databases, your services. These will get connected. Okay. These will get connected and it will be validated, and finally those whatever are validated properly will go and get deployed in a web or URL, or let's say your app, whatever the application. That's it. This is the 4 simple steps that how this low code no code bit generally works. Okay, so what you visually design your screen, your buttons, your forms, your logical flows, your integration. This is what you have to do in the low code. Okay, so ending thing, coding will be minimal or might not be required. Target users will be always your business users here. The high flexibility, that means will be there for your low code, and there will be limited flexibility for no code kind of things. And enterprise scalability will be high for your low code platforms, and no code platforms, the enterprise scalability will be medium. You have to understand these points. Okay, when I'm saying no code, low code, again, there's a difference. Complete low code or complete no code. These two things will be also there. Okay, so in enterprise environments like SAP BTP, now we are going for BTP only. So BTP is what? It's an enterprise environment. Okay, so in enterprise environment like BTP, what happens? If you go for no code, okay, you have all your rapid business apps can be done. Okay, like what is the rapid business apps? Simple things, approvals, your trackers, your dashboards, which is important for executive management. If you go for low code in the BTP, what you can do, all the extensions, okay? Extensions on the SAP S4HANA or your success factors or your Ariba, again, the list is bigger. Okay, so these things will happen in the BTP's no code, low code. And not only that, this is an enterprise environment I told you, right? So the additional things always we got is the secure integration with destinations and APIs, which I already quoted for you, and mainly governance. The lifecycle management, roles, secure governance, compliance, this is all highly enabled in BTP by default. Okay, so with this, what happens? All your typical use cases like your approval workflows or employee self-service applications, all your field service inspections or rapid POCs, lot of things are there if you want to quote it. And number of examples are there. So these can be easily done in the low code, no code kind of strategies. Now it might get into our question, okay, fine, no code, low code, you are telling Kevo. So who will use it and who should use it? This no code, low code. This comes into mind, right? So everyone can use it. See, it's all your business analysts will basically use it. The functional consultants, all the finance, HR, OTC guys, like all the CRM guys, a lot of functional people are there. Those, as I said, the citizen developers who are the end users, IT teams, basically who are doing the rapid prototyping, right? So those also can do it. And in one single statement, whatever the enterprises that are wanting or needing the agility, those all can use this no code, low code kind of things. Okay, because This is not replacing developers. Again, there is a myth comes into here. Okay, now you are saying no code, low code. There is no need of developer. No, nothing like that. It is not replacing developer. It's a myth completely. This will empower the developer instead, and not only developer, everyone it will get empowered to innovate a faster manner. That is the main theme behind the no code, low code. It is not replacing developers, because I got these questions when I did this same training for Accenture and some other MNCs as well. Okay, so this is about no code, low code. So in BTP, what is a no code, low code for us? Nothing but our build apps. So this is our environment. Now, if you see here, this is the build apps. Let me log into it. If you are already logging into SAP BTP, because it is a cloud connector, it is a cloud connection directly on the web only. So it will not ask you again the ID and password. It will be automatically taking the same ID and password. You have to just simply continue it. Okay.
Okay. So the question is low code, no code. This is based on basically what language are we talking about? Because, are you taking into account only the front end or only the back end? What about, there are SAP to SAP systems where this might be applicable, SAP, non-SAP. So I just wanted to understand the boundary of this low code, no code, and how, it integrates with your S4.
Yeah, it integrates in S4, no doubt about that. Yeah, boundaries in the sense means, let me tell you one thing clearly here. Based on what this no code logo, specifically we are in BTP, so I'm talking on these perspectives only because it's been embedded into this tool. See, the main thing on what you asked me, the major thing, that means the core foundations for this no code, low code is your visual UI modeling. So that visual UI modeling is completely captured in this SAP Build Apps tool. Okay, because as I said earlier in the flow, the drag and drop screens, forms, tables, your pre-built components, these are all happen through build apps only. Instead of writing your HTML, JS codes, you will design visually those things here. Okay, and then you will visually, that means that visual logic and workflow will drive it. That means whether it's an event driven or a flow based logic, it will replaces your manual coding and with the business logic, what you're going to for doing that. Okay, and here it will connect your REST APIs or OData APIs, and that is where you do all your CRUD operations, your authentications and everything on top of that. Okay, which means, as you again to question how this no code is used in BTP, this will be leveraged at a pro code extension level, like your build code or a cap level. Or if you want to try with a workflow, you can create like RPA, earlier called this one. So the process automation can be easily done while you're going for this low code, no code services. Okay. For example, in BTP only, if you want to create an app where you want to design screen visually and configure some data source, you have to do it through SAP Build only. That is the boundary. So once you are doing that, always in the no code, low code, you will bind the UI to a API data, whether it's a REST or API, the REST or O data, and then finally you will deploy it into a application. Okay, so this is how you are thinking. For example, very simple to code. If you want to create a vendor approval application, which is an app. So for that, what you have to do, as you said, you have to do S4 exposure. You have to expose your S4 HANA OData to vendor API in the build app. So there you will create a destination, and that particular app will consume your API, and it will further create an app for whatever the way you want to create in the no code, low code, and it will be get consumed. Okay, that is what you will learn in the next sessions also, how these apps will be created, what you will do in this no code, low code, how build apps create application, what is the endpoint of it. All these things you will learn one by one in the next sessions. Okay, do you understand now what is, have I answered the question?
So basically what you are saying is both front end, OData, back end, everything. So this will be applicable within S boundaries. It will take care of every drag and drop. Correct?
See, that is what. See, I'm in build apps. This is a control tower. This is where your destinations. So this will be connecting your, this is what I told you. This is your back end, which is connecting and helping your front end to build. Simple. Getting that?
Okay. So I'll be connecting this with my S4 at the backend, and wherever I'm going to write this code, it'll get hosted, and
Yeah.
then, okay, it'll get
Yeah,
deployed
with
at the
whatever the
backend.
applications
That's
you are
what you were
building,
saying.
right? Those all you can connect it here. This is where you connect all the different backend configurations, tenants, your agents, everything you can connect, your API keys. There is a whole set has been enabled here. Okay, this enablement, that is what I told you initially in the BTP. So that destinations and everything should be properly done is what I told you. That will be captured by this tool automatically here, the moment when you do it there. Okay, in the later point of stage, it will not be easy for you. So initially you have to create, and these ones, whatever you pick it here, so that will be easy for system to get connect your S4, success factors, Ariba, whatever you want, you can connect, get the data, and rest all is easy for you here, whatever you do in the build apps.
Okay, so here if I can configure by satellite systems as well, Kaibo, and that there also I can then go ahead and try to create the using no code, right?
Where means in build apps only you have to do that no code local application.
In
Not
build
in
apps, yeah.
apps only, yeah. Once you are done with backend connection with any system, the front end is yours completely. Yours innovation and yours capability, how you create. It's a merit of you, how you create and make it out, the applications.
Got that. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Awesome. So yeah, so this is about the no code, low code things, guys. And then the next point we have to do.
So on no code, low code, can you show a demo? I mean, I know it is
Why not?
theory we are covering.
No, why not? We have demos also. I'll cover scenarios to you also. It's not only explanation. You'll have a wonderful sessions also for each tool. So you'll get a complete knowledge on this. So whatever here I'm showing you, right? I'll cover build apps, I'll cover BPA, I'll cover studio, I'll cover workzone. All these things will have end-to-end scenarios for you with the source and target, with the destination to be created, been added, and everything will be covered for you. So in relevance to it only, you will understand the Joule also in that. Okay.
I have one more question here regarding the BPA in action. Say, for example, if we are using RFC connections, so we'll be using the SE37, means creating the RFC function module. So will it follow the clean core principle in that case?
For RPA, for BPA, you're asking?
Yes, for BPA actions, there are multiple options, right? The wrap, cap, and your RFC connections are also there. Say, for example, if I'm creating my Z RFCs, means function modules, and I'm calling from the BPA, and for any validation or any posting, then will it follow the clean core principle in that case?
See, clean core is not about which protocol you use. I mean, whether it's the OData or RFC versus RFC, it is about where and how you implement the custom logic. So even if your BPA uses RFC, if you want to ensure your logic will live in the BTP as a side by side, but no business logic can be embedded in the core S4HANA in those scenarios, and no modifications also can be happened to your standard SAP objects. RFC is just a connectivity mechanism, not a violation by itself for it. Okay, so you can still use your clean core, but RFC is applicable if your standard RFC BAPI is properly used and no Z code logic in S4 and no table updates are there. And even your BPA orchestrates the process properly, and S4 should act as a system of record for it. In those conditions only, you can use this RFC as a clean core complaint.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Okay.
So, yeah, just to add this concept of wrappers also these days to make, let's say, classical tier 3, and publishes it as tier 1 or tier 2. Does that comply with this?
You are asking me or you're adding to your friend? I'm not understanding that.
I'm actually asking, like, see, I understand RFC is not clean core. Okay, but using, let's say, concept of wrapper, we can wrap RFC under, let's say, clean core build. Let's say something like a wrap program, okay, which is considered a clean core.
Okay.
and which can be exposed, like that's considered a clean core or a semi-clean core approach.
See, there will be an issue. See, you can use a wrapper too. There is no, but how you design that wrapper decides whether you are still clean core compliant or not. That is the point. You have to catch it. See, that is where also your project will go or right or wrong also,
Yeah.
the scenario. Because generally RFC wrapper means, like typically you are using an ABAP class or a function module and you call a standard PAPI and you'll expose it to OData or something. Okay. So wrapper must not add business logic. That is what you have to understand that. This is what also I'm telling that. Okay. Your wrapper is equal to adapter in the design principle. Yes, then it is okay. If it is, that means, your BTP will take the OData and then it will consume your S4HANA and all this will happen. Okay. And your wrapper must not do business validation like a decision making or a workflow logic or a cross-model orchestration. These things your wrapper should not do. If that is doing these particular things, your RFC cannot be clean core compliant to use in BTP.
Okay.
Okay. Because as per SAP, wrapper is allowed only to do your parameter mapping, as of I know, and majorly we use for format transformations and exposure of your REST and OData. That's it. Right? Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Now, yeah. So this is about the no-code, low-code introduction, guys. And then these are the tools. So on the tools perspective also, I just showed you, this is your SAP build. So in the build tool also, you will do all these projects are there. So this is what I told you, especially on the BTP, I request everyone, please be very careful while practicing. Don't touch anything unnecessarily and don't create something. Yes, there is a security lock already been encapsulated. If you still create something, so please ensure us, and if it creates something deviation, it will be affected by everyone because the admin clearly told to me, because there is a huge participants are there. If something is being changed, something is being deviated, the entire system get affected. Okay. And this is run by SAP, not by my admin also. Let me tell you that clearly, this is all SAP direct licenses. Even if something happens, he has to log a ticket for SAP and they will take definitely 2-3 days of time to clear that. They will not be immediately responding to us, even a hyper ticket if you log it. So please be careful. I'm not denying to practice. You can go and check everything in the BTP. You can have an R&D on this, but don't unnecessarily create anything. Okay. So yeah, into the subscriptions and as here, the next part is, let me show you this. Yeah, so now we understood this low-code, no-code development. The next part is project creations, UI components, and data binding. Okay, so this will be a complete part. I'll show you that. I cannot show you half ending here. So I'll show you a build code application directly here. Sorry, SAP Build App application. So in that, we'll understand clearly what is that means an end-to-end application, how you call it, how you make it. On this, we'll understand this in the session completely on this. But before that, I'll explain on the SAP Build App. There is something I want to explain you on this, specifically to this tool. Okay. So as I already quoted, this will helpful. This is the main tool for us to create the no-code, low-code thing in this thing, in the BTP thing. Okay. So here BTP environment, to create either a mobile application or to create a web application with all the low code, no code, Build Apps is the only environment for you. Okay. So here we generally use, that means here there will be any no backend code needed for many scenarios. Okay. We'll get the data and play the data is what we will be majorly concentrating on this. Okay. And the integrations also, we'll do it majorly with the OData service because that is the most preferred clean core concept we generally run on it. Okay. And we will not do any RFC apps because there is no on-prem cloud connectors concepts in this training content. So I'll be explaining you how this will work and how generally that will help you on that. And basically in Build Apps, the S4 exposes the standard APIs and no business logic will be needed or it will be added in S4. All your app logic, whatever the logic that you make here in the app or application in the Build App, that will stays in the BTP because Build apps, though it is running here as a separate environment or in a subscription here, this will still run in BTP, or BTP will run in it automatically, vice versa. Okay, so because in this crowd there might be people who might be architects or who might be managers who might face the pre-sales environment kind of scenarios, or they might get a ask from the client also on what is really different this SAP Build Apps from a traditional UI. You know, many traditional UIs, right? So when compared to traditional UI, what is that really standing this Build Apps a outstanding and different thing? Okay, so let me help it for you with a small depiction here. This is differences between your SAP Build Apps and all the traditional UIs. Okay, so there are many points I can highlight. So whatever are important, only those things I'll touch it for you. Okay, I'll write a small table for you here. Let's say this is a factor or activity you can consider. This will be your SAP Build Apps. This will be your traditional UI. Okay, so what factors generally we consider when we go for SAP, for any UI? The first important one, because this is a no-code, low-code, right? The first important factor there itself is coding, right? So in SAP Build Apps, because it is no-code, low-code, either minimal or completely no. Okay, but all your traditional UIs or custom UIs, okay, it will be high, because without that you can't do. Let's say, for example, UI5 only there, SAP UI5. There you have to do lot of scripting for single option, simple buttons and everything, right? So that is not required for you if you go for SAP Build Apps. Okay, and next important factor what every client looks is speed. Like speed means application, how fastly it will execute and show the data. Okay, because it is on cloud, because it is running on the cloud and getting things created on the cloud, generally it is very fast. Okay, traditional UIs, yeah, it depends upon, it will be medium. I cannot say it is fast because I have seen applications running for more than 15 minutes also in the traditional custom UIs. Okay, and the again principle what we have discussed, the clean code principle. So this SAP Build Apps is built on BTP, which is on clean core. So automatically this is yes. And for traditional UIs, this depends. It might or it might not. So we cannot comment on that. It depends upon the UI tool you're going to use it. Okay. And one of the other important, very important feature that comes to mind to compare is extensibility. Okay. So extensibility here is high. You have option of doing the extensibility here in a very high manner. The same thing is there in traditional also. Traditional always have the high manner only, a high to very high I can say, because a lot of complex scripting also you can do it. So the extensibility options are high there. Okay. And who can use it? That is what. Your SAP Build Apps can be used by IT, by developers, and by the citizen developers, or that means who was the end users. But this one only by developers. Okay, so these are all the major differences you can quote from traditional UI to Build Apps, because at some point of time, if a client asks you, hey, why I have to go for SAP Build Apps, why not I go for traditional UI, you can quote these differences. These are all not my own, whatever been like taken from the experience of different clients, whatever SAP has been done, I have just captured it for you here. Okay, so this one will help you definitely, and this is the typical flow you will follow, guys. In SAP Build Apps in flow in scenarios, I'll show you that. So here, usually in the build app, you will go with a destination. First of all, that means you create destination, or you will activate destination, or you will check for destination. And then your destination after, if it is on-prem system, then you have to go for your cloud connector. This is optional. If it is not an on-prem, then you can skip it and you can just connect with your S4 HANA APIs. Okay, or webs. Okay, that is a typical flow. Generally, you connect. Okay, and how this app is used in the BTP is through your API, whatever I'm telling this API, right? So before the destination, you will do it through SAP Build App only. So this will connect the destination. So whatever you do in the Build App, this will go and sit in the BTP. From BTP, you can directly launch the application from Build Apps, or we have a separate thing called SAP Work Zone here. So that is for that purpose only, the build work zone. From there also we can launch it. So we will learn those things in the coming sessions. Okay. So I'm done for any other questions on this. I'm happy to answer.
I have a question though.
Yeah,
Since
please.
you mentioned that you are compared with the traditional, so many times in a traditional, they do not follow MVC architecture regarding the accessing the backend system or so. So what happens on the build apps? Is it like, do we have to take care regarding the any say the database layer when we are in when we are doing any CRUD operation, or it's been taken care by itself?
Very good question. See, in classical applications or traditional applications, we explicitly design and code, right? The models or controls, whatever you said. So MVC still exists, but it is implicit here and platform managed. You don't design MVC layer separately. SAP Build Apps abstracts MVC for you automatically. You don't need to separately build it. Okay, how that works internally means you will see, because in SAP Build Apps, you have things called UI events, logic flows, UI auto updates for binding, for data models, all these things will be there. So the moment when you go for a page, it will go data binding. Okay, the moment when you go for a data resource or variable, it's a model. The moment when you click a logic flow, it's a controller. So inherently it will work like that, but not exactly separately go for a declarative kind of MVC patterns should not create. There is no need of that. Okay.
Or maybe, once we will have example or something, maybe it will clear.
Yeah. That's what I'm telling, right? So when I'm showing the build apps to you, right, you will understand that things also, because we'll mature one by one, day by day. So we'll get knowledge on that also.
And one more thing, like, let's say that, does it also follow the transport path, or, for the development quality production, or how it is?
Yeah, the same. The path of transports will be same, development quality production and BTP with the sub accounts.
Okay.
Any other questions, please?
Will there be any, CI/CD pipelines or something available here in the build apps? Do we need to configure anything?
CI/CD pipelines.
Like a deployment
CI/CD pipelines, Sanat Popuri. Yeah, CI/CD pipelines, they exist for build apps, but what I want to say, they are not like traditional code-based kind of CI/CD. This is completely platform, right? I told you it's a platform engagement. So it's a platform managed and completely governance focused kind of things, not developer centric. That kind of things you can see. Okay.
So then how deployment happens? Like, everything gets created at a package and package get pushed to the next environment.
That's it only.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, guys. Thanks for hope having.
I have a question.
Please, question.
How do we decide basically, are there any parameters when to use Cloud Foundry versus when to use Kaima environment?
Good question. Yeah, we can decide. There are parameters are there. How do you decide Cloud Foundry versus Kaima on BTP means? See, Cloud Foundry is completely our platform, like a PaaS. And Kaima will be completely on your Kubernetes runtime. So when you have, that means SAP is a simple, easy rule is, when you need simplicity and speed, you generally have to switch to Cloud Foundry. When you need more a control-based and cloud-native freedom kind of designs you want to do it, you have to go for Kaima, which means typical, like for example, I can say your rapid deployments, your standard SAP extensions, like CAP, your RAP, your Node.js, your enterprise extensions. These are all you can do it on the Cloud Foundry only. Okay. Whereas Kaima, when you have complete event-driven architectures, complete microservices at a full scale, when you have to do it, or when you have to work with non-SAP hyperscaler native kind of tools, these kind of situations are being tagged for Kaima, because Kaima can help you with a lot of complex microservices or your event mesh driven systems, especially IoT scenarios, which are for backends, for polyglot runtimes and all these things. Those are all you have to develop in Kaima. Cloud Foundry is not optimal for that. This is what SAP also, given this criteria.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks.
And
Any other
it
questions?
is always either or, right? Either you can use Cloud Foundry or you can use Kaima.
Yes.
Not both.
Not both. Either are. Not both at a time. But yeah, in the near future, you might use. As of now, what I can understand is you can both use at same time, which is not supported at the current environment. But yes, there are demands that are coming that both are needed for you. So like on BTP also, one global account, one BTP sub account will be there. So two runtimes you can enable. One sub account will have Cloud Foundry, one have Kaima. They coexist in shared service, integrate to the same systems, but it will be very complex and you'll have a lot of integration issues might happen because that is not clear to the SAP's thing it also, because when you want to move apps randomly without reason or use your Kaima because for certain complex reasons or something, these are all put you in unnecessary troubles also, where the practical things are showing it. Might be in the near future you might have these issues resolved and you can use a hybrid environments as well. So we will be discussing the agenda for now. We will be discussing on the SAP Build Apps. So I'll drive you that complete Build Apps and we'll start an application building also in the Build Apps as our session comes. Okay. So we have discussed. I have not yet shared the screen. So let me share it with you first of all. All right, guys. So now we are starting with Build Apps. So as I said earlier, SAP Build Suite completely. This is not just a low code, because we were discussing that is a no code, low code platform where we generally do all these applications and everything, right? So see, it's not only just another low code, no code kind of platform. Yet it Build Apps or SAP Build, we call this one. This will encompass the solution designing, particularly to the new age applications, to integrate seamlessly with both SAP and non-SAP environments. So what really that makes the SAP Build, apart from its ability to serve this both developers kind of, like the beginner developers and like a seasoned professionals as well, it's all kind of user friendly, because a low code no code platform, actually, as I have quoted to you, it should be user friendly. Okay, so this interface basically, it allows developers or functional consultants or anyone who can start in this with no coding background knowledge also, they can also create the apps with easiness. And if there is any experienced developers are there, so they can take the real advantage of the extensive customization also for the features they want to build for their complex business needs as well. Okay, so this is one of the important thing we have to see as part of the build environment. So whenever I'm saying build suite will have these four important things, which is build apps, build process automation, this studio, and then work zone. Okay, so even if you click on BPA, this will reroute you to the same build environment. See here, I clicked on the BPA, even it is actually taking me to the same build environment. Okay, but if you go to the studio also, because studio again two types of things will be there. Even this also reroute you to the same build environment, whatever we have just logged in. But yes, on the initial, for the BTP build environment level, you have another studio that which you have to log in directly, or else you can log in from here as well. But as I said, Build Apps is the primary one I said. See, whether I touch any one of these environments, it is rerouting me to here, nothing but. So your main environment will be always your Build Apps. That's what I told you. Okay. So the moment when you click on the Build Apps, so this will open. Okay. So one of the important feature of this SAP Build, or I can say it's a beauty of this tool as well, because it is having a lot of pre-configured templates are there. So with pre-configured templates, it helps to save your time so that users are allowed to start the projects with a good framework which is already in place. You don't need to build the framework. If you want to build the framework, you are allowed to build the framework. You can do it from the start, like a complete customization kind of thing. Or else if you want to start with something with a tweaking of thing or exactly using the same thing with your own data kind of things, the templates are there. Okay. And not only that, in the SAP build, there is a strong integration capabilities are there because of that integration capability, because as it is a part of BTP or it is BTP is inherently running in it, it is making the developer's life or let's say the customer's life easier to incorporate the platform into the existing business systems. So this, I call it as adaptability. Technically, we call it as adaptability. So that adaptability will ensure that users don't need to overhaul the IT infrastructure or the entire IT infrastructure. Okay, so they can directly get the benefit from the platform. So that is the beauty of this particular thing. Now, how this really simplify your application creation is at low code or no code level. As I said, as I clearly given you the flows and everything. So there is a streamlined approach will be there in this. The moment when you start any application here, there is a streamlined approach will be there. So this will make it that particular approach will make you to do a development that will mainly reduce the more hand coding things that you want to do in your required requirements. So rather than you writing a bigger lines of codes, and making the query performance optimization techniques in the later point of time and getting like worried about the execution limitations and all these things, you can develop the applications easily through the visual interfaces. Okay, and pre-configured elements in this. So that is what I told you yesterday. Someone also asked me that MVC architecture will support. I said it's internally it is there. So that kind of model that you're doing here, this will allow us with minimal technical expertise, and then it can drive the citizen developers or anyone to make more innovative things at the app development level or at the platform level or at their functional level also in a fraction of time. So that is the beauty of this thing. So in particular, SAP Build that stands out for providing users with a highly, I called it as an intuitive environment, because intuitive means in the moment when I'm saying the visual UIs and everything, there we expect the intuitive. You ask something, you get something, you do something, you get something kind of thing. So where you can build the applications without worrying about your coding, your syntaxes, your coding errors, or your, let's say, the deployment intricacies, whatever you want. So all in all, it will simplify your development process with your simple drag and drop kind of thing. Okay. So if you see this here, so even for your Joule also, guys, this is your build studio. This is your studio. Even if you go to here, if you say create, see here, create Joule agent and skill, process automation. This is for your BPA. Web application, this is for your BP. That means your business apps, what you build apps, whatever you're doing. For all the Joule, you will go for the Joule agent and skill. That means one single login wherein which you do all these individual things from that. Okay. So here, the moment when you say create, or else if you go to simply create, this is what you get. The moment when you go for an application, it will give you these options. Earlier, I don't know, people who have some knowledge, this build apps was earlier called as app giver. That app giver is nothing but build apps now. Okay, because I'm just correlating you people. If you face any interviews or something, people are new also, I'm telling them. So that app giver, they might ask you, hey, have you worked on app giver? You can say that you have knowledge in app giver, because app giver is nothing but build apps. So here you have kind of application streamlining will be there, classification and diversification will be there here. The moment when you enter into the application, here you can create a full stack, a front end, a back end, mobile based. Like this is full stack is nothing but your BAS based front end, back end you do from your this build apps. Whatever you're going to do, we are going to do here. We can do that. And mobile applications are completely customized mobile applications where you deploy for mobile environments. Okay, so these are the applications which you do as part of this one. Okay, this is first thing. The moment in the same way create, this is application. They have 4 individual tabs are there. So the first application means nothing but this is relevant for your build apps, only for build apps. And the second one which you are seeing here, the automated process, this is relevant for your build process automation. Okay, the moment when you go for build process automation, it will ask you whether you want to build a process or whether you want to build an automation. Okay, so that is the one thing. And the third one will be your Joule Studio, which is completely your Joule skill or Joule Studio, which you have to build from here itself only. And the fourth one is Business Suite, completely customized business sites, like, the work zone where you want to create a new site, where you want to add some data into it and, launch it with kind of all the Fiori apps or this build apps into it. So that site is called business site. So altogether, as I said earlier, this BPA, Build Apps, Build Studio, Workzone, all even Joule also all together integrated in this one single environment. Okay, but yes, you might ask me a question why they have given separate like this, because the application launching has been kept separate, but the application usability has been integrated in the tool itself only for the easiness of the customers and developers. Okay, so this is about these four individual things which we are going to learn in the next session. When we are maturing our sessions, you'll understand these ones. So that is about your build apps. Now we create some application here. Okay, but before that also, so let me run through the tool first of all, then I'll go to the creation of application. So you'll understand the templates and everything. So you will see here, this is the create part I just showed you. And here in the create itself only, you might be seeing whatever here, the process automation Joule agent, these are the shortcuts to you. Whatever just now I showed, these are the shortcuts for you. If you have any clone from the JIT, someone has asked me, right, whether I could use a JIT code or something. So I said, if you want to use some clones from JIT, you can do from clone from JIT also. Or if you add anything from DevSpace also, you can do this. Okay. And coming to the left side, these are your major ones here. So now we're seeing here actions here. So in the connectors, you will see these actions basically. Okay. So actions in Build App, these are the very important. The actions, the events, and automation SDK. So particularly the actions and events are very important. Actions is nothing but your pre-built logic steps. Okay. These will define in your Build Apps application what happens when an event occurs. Okay, for example, if you're clicking on a button, what that button has to load? It has to load an image, it has to open another screen. That kind of thing is called action. So there are many actions that are already system has given to you, standard actions, or whatever you want to create, those actions also comes into picture. That means here, the custom actions will be there, the preloaded or pre-configured actions will be there, both will be available for you. So anyone, you can go and use it, or if you want to create your own action, you can create your own action as well. Okay, so this is your action is nothing but. Okay, and basically these actions, because someone has asked me that MVC kind of thing, because these actions as part of MVC architecture, these will generally fit with MVC mapping. Okay, so like for MVC concept, we go when you correlate with Mu model controller. So in Build Apps, view is nothing but in the action, the moment when you write a page or do a UI component, that is one action which you call view. When you go for data resourcing and variables, that is called that actions, we call it as model. When you do a real actions like logic flows, when you create something in between these individual sources, those are all will be called controllers. As I said, inherently, these actions will help you to build that MVC architecture. Okay. So generally how these actions will be look like, if you see here. So if there is an event, let's say, I said button click will be there. So event is nothing but a button click. So from event button click, I can write n number of actions. Like action 1, I can say validate data. Okay. And another on top of the another action, I can write action 2, I can call an API. Okay. Let's say action 3, I'll write it. I'll put some variable for it. Okay. And then action 4, I can keep it as a navigation of page. So on one event, you can write multiple actions. So it might be a doubt for us, should we have to call one event for one action? No, you can write multiple actions for that as well. Okay. And even actions also, there are a division of actions are there in which we have to understand on this. Okay. So what are those actions in this particular thing is you have majorly 5 actions in this particular thing. One is your UI actions. Okay. And you will have your data actions. And then you have your logic actions, and we'll have our integration actions. And then we have our device actions. These are the 5 types of actions that basically you counter when you're developing your applications in the SAP Build application. Okay, so UI actions, as you already know, the moment when you are using to control the application on the UI, those are all comes under UI actions. Like, when you are navigating a page, you are hiding a component, showing some component, opening a model. These are all comes under UI actions. Okay. And then data actions, as the name itself indicates, when you use to work with a data source, or when you are referring or hitting a data source, those things will comes under data actions, like all your CRUD operations. Okay, like create, update, delete, refresh, your get record collections, and all these things comes under data actions. Okay, and logical actions are special actions where you specifically go for your decision making kind of calculations and actions on top of that. Whenever you use a formula for expression, or when you go for if else kind of conditions, when you set some app variables, as I said earlier, these are all comes under your logical actions. Okay, and integration actions, it specifically to call the backend systems. Okay, whenever you call REST API, whenever you want to call OData and RFC, when you want to trigger a BPA workflow, all these things you have to do through an integration action. Okay, and device action specifically for mobile applications, not for everything. This is completely optional. Whenever you're going for mobile, only then you have to use it. Okay, so this specifically you use it for utility kind of thing, like to get a location, to add a scanning of barcode, like to add some device informations, etc., etc., whatever you can do for the mobile kind of things. So these are all the things will be there as part of your actions. Okay, and then next comes events. So, for example, if we can show one action, so this is an action I'm just showing you. Anyways, we will build it in our environment. For the sake of your knowledge, I'm just showing you how these actions look like. See here, the sales order is one such thing. So this is the input I have given. For every action, there will be input output. So sales order value is the input. The output will be this one for that. Like, I'm getting these ones as part of it. It will read the data with the sales order. That is the action it was here. Read the header of the sales order. That means it will get the sales order data. That is an action. Okay. So action is in simple, that's what I told you. So it relevant to one of the actions which I have just told you in this scenario. Okay. Now going back to the next one, which is events. So as you know, events are nothing but the triggers for you. So these will decide that when this actions should be executed. Okay, that means in simple layman terms, if I want to tell you, actions will tell you what you have to do, and events will tell you when it has to be done. Okay, that is the difference between actions and events. Okay, so even events also work as per your MVC architecture kind of thing here, because you call EA components, you call controlling of triggers, controlling logics, this all comes under as part of event triggers as well. So as you know, the events will be very common, as everyone knows that, whenever you load a page, whenever you do full refresh or page refresh, when you leave the page, these are all, comes under events only. So you will do a lot of event things here whenever you want to go for different kind of events also. Even when you click on a button, put a input field, submitting a form, or navigating from one page to other page, these are all comes under events only. Okay, so this is about the events. And then one more thing is there, automation SDK. Okay, so what is this automation SDK? This is a separate thing here. It's not a combined thing that we generally work here. There will be many SDKs as you're observing here. So this is a SAP Build App trigger we call. Generally, whenever you want to trigger, whenever you want to monitor, whenever you want to interact with multiple workflows, automations and everything. So without any backend code that you have to do it. So that all things you do in the automation SDK. So this specifically we use not in Build Apps, but in Build Process Automation. This is specifically for BPA. Okay, like it is a kind of bridge between your no-code app front end and your enterprise automation that you are doing. Okay, so by using this automation SDK, you can create workflows from your different button clicks that you are creating on your front end. You can pass the business data from the app to BPA. You can track the status. You can build some end-to-end process. So all these things will be there. Okay, the moment when you do a user action on the front end, your automation SDK action will start from there. That means it will call the BPA, and that BPA will call your S4 HANA, and that will give you a status of the app also back to it. That's how this automation SDK. There are many SDKs are there. You can add from store. You can see the stories from SAP. There are many SDKs that are available in the global market based on the industry level. Like you can see here, there is Google Vision AI for AI vision, and then Word, Microsoft Word, WebPeak, whatever the automation that you are looking for, that for every catalog, for every industry, there are different things are there. See, on the industry base also, you will see this. Okay. Now, whatever you are seeing these are all currently available ones. But in broader global environment, we have more than 500 SDKs are there in the current system. Okay. So these are the common ones which we might encounter. So those are been added in this. Okay. The BAPIs we use, the Ariba we use, Java SDK we use. We use SAP UI5 success factors, and Microsoft Cloud. For complete AI, we go for Google Vision AI also, and rest all we use as per the need. Okay, these are all as per the needs only, as I said, as per your BPA demands. Okay, so this is about SDK, and this is a common store. What you are seeing, whatever I just gone, this is in this one and same only. So now let me go back to it one more time. So this is a common store. Store means, now just I told you, right, there are multiple templates that are available for us to create from the template itself only, instead of we going and making something. So that is called nothing but store. Okay. So in store, what happens if you are a partner, or if your organization has licenses, or I can say the permissions or authentications to publish whatever the applications you are creating to the global market, you can put it and you can sell it also. This is a place where everyone will see across the globe. For example, if I want supplier invoice file extraction from email, if I'm creating this, I can add this. So here I can take it and use it. So here, if you're seeing a few are ready to use, everything will be ready to use generally, but few are purchasable here. Like you see, like Google apps, or you can see the Apple apps kind of thing. Few are purchasable ready. So if you can purchase them, you can start using them as well. So those kind of things also you will see in the store. There's a global store, and all templates will pushed in the particular store itself only. Okay, so we can have n number of, as of now, we can see this is a store having 642 projects across the industries and across the line here. But this will be more in the original global environment. This is a subscription environment. So we're seeing 640 environments right now here. I mean, 640 projects in this. So anyone you can take. For example, if you want this general ledger master data creation approval, so you want to see the template, you can go to the template first of all. So this will take you to the template. That means it will tell you, first of all, what is this template? That means what is this template or this application template will help you. So now we can see here, this will provide an automated process for creating and approving GL accounts, allowing orgs to configure the approval process with minimal coding. So someone has developed that and they kept it. Even they have kept the structural diagram also here, and they will keep the documents relevant for it. What is that you have to follow for configuration and user guide for it? They will keep you these documents. If you open the PDF also, you will clearly see that what is that you want to do in this particular thing. Detailed documentation will be available for this with all the structures and step-by-step process also. So that is the beauty of this here. Okay. And not only this, you can see what are the artifacts they have used. What is that? That means nothing but your table fields. Artifacts are nothing but. So these are all, they have kept it here, whatever all required for you. So in this, there are different processes will be there, different fields will be there, different integration tools will be there. Everything will be artifact here. And the dependencies that you want to make it. So if you see, if you view it, if you review it, okay, this is really okay. If you want to consume it, then you can simply say, go and create from template. So this one, you can say something like demo, and you can start creating that like this. Usually creation will take 2 to 3 minutes of time. So it will create. In the meanwhile, let me continue the remaining topics. Okay, I'll show you that once it is in. And then you have the next one is monitoring. So monitoring is a main part here. That means the main part will be your control tower. So after that, monitoring will be there. So in monitoring, it's kind of a dashboard for you, like in your build environment, what is actually running, like your process workflows instances, how many jobs are running, how many failed, how many errors, what is the overview, a kind of dashboard which will show you at what stage are you now and what can be done, a kind of analysis. That is your monitoring. Okay. And coming to this one, if you can go into individual tabs as well into this, so it will show you that detail level data also in the monitoring panel. Like this. See here, whatever till date, whatever has been ran, all those things it will show you. Like, because you need a log, right? End of the day, you ran something. So what happened to it? Who ran it? When ran it? And what is the status of it? And if there is any error, what is the error? Something has to be analyzed or reviewed, right? So that you will do from this monitoring pane. So if, for example, this is there, so you can see, complete information. This is on hold. Okay. If you want to cancel, you can cancel. Currently, this is running. So you can see all the timestamps. So when it has been created, when the review has been done, okay, the associated JSON of it, you can see all the information, who defined, what is the instance ID, where it has been published. Every single log and context will be clearly kept in the monitoring environment. Okay, so like a log. There comes next one, which is the important one, which is the control tower. Okay, we call this is a control tower. So the name itself is control tower here because this is the central governance and visibility layer for the entire build application artifacts. Whether you say applications, whether you say automations, whether you say integrations, whether you say Joule, anything you have to come through control tower. Okay, so because this will run internally with the BTP environment only, even though it is showing differently here. Okay, so it's like a command center for monitoring and governing this entire build environment. Okay, here you will not build anything, but you will control from it, you will execute from it. These are the two things you will do as from the control tower. Okay, so like, if you want to see how many apps that you currently have in your environment, or how many are in development, how many have gone to production, or like how many are running, how many are not used, how many are in risky. So this kind of things, it will generally help you on this control tower, basically. Okay, so in control tower also you'll have these three important things will be there, which is your tenant configuration. So this will gives you all the major tenant based details. Like for the main one is your environments in the tenant configuration. If you go to the environments, so these are your environments. Generally, you have your public private environments will be there. Along with that, there is a shared environment will be there. Okay. So if you want to create your own environment, that means if you're in your project, if you want to create your own environment where it is not kind of transportable, or if you want to initially do like a sandbox environment, those also you can create and you can publish. Once you are fine, also you can just publish them to your public environments also. So that is use of environments here. So you can use the environments as of the way you want it to create. There is no restriction. You can simply create an environment here. For example, I'm creating here test. Okay, giving Raspberry. This is test environment. So I have created keyboard test. So whatever I do, and I will publish through this test environment only. Okay, so this is very simple. You can create, you can delete, you can edit whatever the way you want from the main thing. Okay, so you can create your own environment. I suggest don't create, because 30 people are there, environments will be more. So there is a common shared and public environments are there. You can directly publish your applications to there, so you can directly take from there. Okay, just if you want to create, just create and delete it in the later point of time. Okay, because 30 environments will be huge and bulky, so system might stressed if we create and put pressure on it. And the next one is back to here. So you will see this is generative AI. So this is enablement of generative AI. So whatever the tools that you are using right now, internally to the tools, the generative AI will be helpful for that. I'll show you when we are using Joule specifically, because that is where we generally use this more. So I'll show you that time. So this is just to enable that one or disable that one. That's it. Okay. For enabling, you will get a terms and conditions for that. So you have to approve it. Okay. And then you have to accept it like this. Okay. So use the generative AI, you have to do that one. And this is AI agent builder activation. So you have to enable it the moment I said, right? This is also, you have a certificate, you have to identify and enable it. And then this will be enabled. So with this, you can add, or you can add the license of an existing agentic certifications, and you can start building the agents on top of it. So this is particularly for that purpose. Okay. And then next you have your governance rules and tenants, which are common for you, as I don't want to repeat that. You all know what is the tenant, what is IDP services name, all these things will be there. This is under control of your admins basically. So you won't have any control on top of that in your regular environments as well. Now there comes in the backend configuration, you'll have these ones: destinations, mail server, cloud ALM, and external authentication. So these are your destinations, guys. So if you see here, this destinations and this destination both are same. Let it load. See here, these are all the same destinations you are seeing right now, right? The field glasses, the services, you can see the same destinations here and there. So whatever you are seeing the destinations, right? Whatever BTP is carrying here, 71 are there. Whatever relevant to SAP build are there, those will be automatically being placed in these destinations, because we will activate before creating an application in the Joule or build. You will activate a destination for that. So that destinations you use it to place your applications in it. Okay. Majorly in build apps, whatever the applications you are going to land them, those will be majorly on HTTP type only. You won't use other types. Okay, that is the reason you can see they're all HTTP, and they might carry with a basic authentication or no authentication. This is what the common criteria you might see in the destinations of your build apps destinations. Okay. And mail server, just for your mail server application, because from build apps we will trigger some emails, automatic notification emails also. You will trigger it. So for that you have to go and do it. So this is not configured for us. So I'm not showing you, because anyways we can do it from the internal configuration while we're doing the application flows as well. Okay.
If I can just come in here, just a quick question. While you showed us the security profiles with no or basic authentication, is it a best practice like to keep it as no or basic authentication? Because normally when we do any kind of such builds, when it goes to CCB, the security will not allow us to deploy it in production. So
yes. No authentication only for sandbox purpose only. We generally go for authentication only, because every app follows authentication in SAP. This is just for our internal purpose. We go for no authentication. That's it.
Okay.
And then comes our...
One more question here regarding the environment. So when you are talking about the public environment and private and shared environment, basically we have observed that when we are creating the notification, while deploying notification action is not actually allowed by SAP when we are trying to deploy in the public environment. Why so? Means I got the information that only for the shared environment it will be allowed.
Okay.
What is the reason?
See, reasons behind that is, SAP's BTP, whatever the apps that you are doing that, right? the behavior is by design like that only, because notifications are completely user specific, right? And they are security sensitive, we generally call to them as. So SAP does not allow public exposure all those notifications, so they have kept it in a secure mode or non-publishing mode, because they always must be in a shared mode, meaning which SAP is suggesting to have a controlled access within the organization or within the sub account. So that is the reason public is not allowed and shared is allowed for the notifications.
Okay. And the second question regarding the mail server, even for the mail server configuration also, do we need to add any whitelisting or any specific configuration for Microsoft 365, a particular domain?
I mean, you want to add Outlook or something?
Yes, definitely. Say, for example, for any approval form, if something is getting rejected, we need to send the mail notification through the mail server, right? So again, it is getting restricted. So any special configuration is required for that, or special whitelisting we need to do?
Not whitelisting. Here in BTP for the build, actually what happens is, we will send via SAP managed mail infrastructure. That is what we generally follow, not directly from your local Outlook server or something from your PC. That will not go we call like an add-in, it won't work for you. So it will go always through SAP, through internet and to recipient mailbox. So this will follow that. So no whitelisting is required, but if you use your Microsoft Outlook, in that case only whitelist is not required. But in case if you want to, but you are using corporate email security gateways, you are doing some Cisco kind of things and all these things where external systems are generating log and all, then you need listing in the organization in those cases.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, next one. So this is still opening. Oh my God. Let's not put this. Now, then the next one will be your SAP Cloud ALM, guys. So as you all know, Cloud ALM for application monitoring, you use this one. Like, whenever. Yeah, the next one is this Cloud ALM, guys. So Cloud ALM covers for build apps for the application monitoring level. Like, whether apps are running or broken, when you use this particular thing. Okay. And all the WO data visibility across the build apps to S4, your business process monitoring, operation alerting. These are all things we'll do as part of the ALM in the build apps. That is what ALM has always kept into this. And another one is external authentication here. Let this load. So this is all, as the name itself indicates, the external authentication, how users outside SAP log into it securely. This is what the external authentication generally does. The moment when you go for it, you can type this, what is that, like through Google or Microsoft, you can give the name, description, what is the client ID, and what is that you are going to use, any drive or Gmail or something for these apps to get stored, or when you are triggering to use them. So these things will be basically, like used on top of this. So this will be controlly and completely done through your BTP admin. It will not be not your control, but yes, this is where you will generally see the external authentications and then the relevant data of it. Okay. And then there comes the next one, which is for your agent configuration. This is completely for agents. That means the agentic AI, you're going to use it in the build applications or build suite. So here you will do all the agents, agent creations will be done. As I said earlier, that there should be a proper licensed agentic AI should be there. This is what you have to register agent. If you have not registered an agent, you cannot use any of those things which I have just shown to you. Okay. So first of all, you have to register agent. This is items that have been earlier created, but this one you have to register it. So you can see this, there is a registration of agent, a separate site is there. You can see this, there is a process in which SAP has given to you how you have to register an agent as well. So this is all SAP's thing. You have to follow, you have to get a license and everything for that properly. in this group, and then you should have your proper agent, if all the environments, package, whatever this you want to put it. So this link will be there. You have to do this registration agent link, which your BTP admin might help you on that. When you are doing for complete agentic AI, you will get it. Basically, agents here, I can say those are a secure execution identity, okay, for your agentic AI. So this will helps you to basically call the protected APIs or protected automation systems, okay, into the build app environment. Okay, so while calling them, you don't need to use the end user's credentials. That is the use of this agents. That is why you are registering the agent first of all. The moment when you are registering the agent, that means that you are getting a protected resource into the build app environment. It will don't ask you the credentials of it. Like it's a trusted service account plus trusted runtime you are doing directly here without calling every time the same thing again on the environment. Okay, so you might be wondering why we need agents here. Okay, so here, especially when you want to run few things in the background, okay, which is having high authorizations or high authentications are required for that. If you want to run them in background, then agents will help you. And not only that, if you want to do some system to system information transformations, or when you don't want to depend on the information of metadata and who is logged in what and what they have done, but you want to continue with your things and you want to make some control on top of that, with all the auditable and governance compliance kind of permissions and everything. For all that also agents will be used. Like, simple example with agents, what I can do, say, if you want to trigger a BPA workflow, if you want to call S4HANA API, just now someone asked, if you want to send a notification, these are all you can do through this agents when you create from it. Okay, so this is what the agent generally we use it. So these agents will be specifically being called in the internal BPAs and, and your agentic AI kind of actions and events also whenever you're doing for that. Okay, and the registering agent, as I said, you have to create that registry first of all. You have to make it a trusted agent identity. That is what the process here it is showing you. What is the trusted identity? This is what is showing to here. So you have to bind your build apps to it. You have to assign the roles and permission. And on top of it, you have to allow the app that you want to bind it here for all the backend calls. So for that only, you have to register your agent. Okay, so you have to execute this action as an agent and not as a user, as an agent XYZ or something. You have to register it and you have to enroll for it. So for this, you need your admin accesses also, because regularly everyone cannot do it. Only with BTP admin access only people can do it, because it involves your user identity UI access and agent identity backend execution access. These two should be there. Then only the enterprise security compliance will be met for this. Okay, and specifically these agents we use in the workflows. We use it in the kind of approval process steps and some of the events wherever we are calling destinations and technical credentials, right? All those pushing notifications kind of things, we use these agents. Okay, so that is about the agents. And these agents only you can group them whenever you are tagging them or making them into one single group or making a group for that and you want to use them, then you will use a agent group for it. Like, you can create a group and use what type of agent group. I told you, right? If it is an agentic kind of thing, you'll go for machine. If it is just a simple login group, you'll go for login. So like this is a customization for these different groups also, where you will use it for your regular purposes. Okay. And there comes your agent attributes. Whatever the agent you create, for that there will be a set of attributes will be there, right? For whatever notification or anything, whatever you're going to create. So that one you will create. It's a predefined or free you will create. You will put the agent and their values and attributes in this environment. Okay. And then mass registrations is one such thing. So I'm seeing here, right, there is a mass registration here. So this means in the control tower specifically, you normally register very few agents, not many agents, whenever you're going for the first one, right? That is by design. For security and governance, you do only few ones. Okay. In SAP Build Apps, as I said, agents will be your technical identities. So each agent will carry some role, some scope, some permissions, all these things will be there. Okay, and this mass registrations will, that means at a time, if you are doing something as a group, as an approval, you want to use it 5, 6, 7, 10 agents at a time, all those things you go for under mass registration, all those agents. So then you have to go for this. So for that you have to create this registration. So for that you have to give your registration details, your target agent groups and everything where this is required, and you have to get the create. Okay, agent auto approvals and all these things required for this. So your BTP admin will guide you if you want that thing. But in practice, the mass registrations is currently not, what we call encourageable at this moment from the SAP Build Apps because of certain perspectives. Because there are many agents will be there, so there will be controlling will be different for certain things on that. So SAP is not currently suggesting too much about these mass registrations. Okay, that's a point to note. And then the agent updates and external IP safe list. These two things will be there under this. So this one. So if you see this, the agent update here. So this is your secret ID. The moment when you go to the RBSC portal, you will see this. So this update means you modify an already registered agent configuration, or when you do certain permissions that are not changing your app port, then you will go for this particular. That is why you got this BSP, which is called repository based shipment channel. So I don't have any permissions, because if you have any permission, if you want to modify or do an update for any agent that you want to use it, you can go and do it. Okay, like you can add or remove role collection, you can add, you can adjust the scope for the destination or APIs, you can point the agent for new destinations and bindings. These kinds of things you do in this particular thing. But this is a complete secure thing. You cannot modify agent until or unless you don't have a BTP admin access. Okay, again, this one also. And external IP safe list. So this is one of the things where you generally do as part of build apps. Whenever you want to add the IP addresses that you want to make them workable in the target systems to allow the inbound traffic from your approved IP addresses and all these things, you will do this external IP. You will add those IP addresses in this particular thing. Okay. And for Joule, the capabilities and document grounding and other API keys, whatever you have, will see here. So whatever the Joule shared capabilities will be there. That means whatever the Joule skills will be there, that skill capabilities, you will add it here. Or the moment when you create, they will come and sit in this environment. You will understand that when we are working on the Joule sessions. And document grounding, especially for AI purpose, you'll use it. Okay, now let this come here.
So, Keva, just one question. SAP is talking about standard Joule skills and Joule agents. Can we see that in this sandbox instance? What are the available Joule skills do we have?
Yeah, I'll show you few things. Show you.
Similarly, the standard Joule agents which SAP has released, right? Some of the agents can we see?
I'll try to show you. Yeah. Yeah. Now then, document grounding, basically, this means when you are providing documents as a trusted context, right? Like, in the Joule environment or a kind of generative AI actions, you can generate responses that are grounded in the enterprise document. That means whatever in the document is there, that is what Joule will speak. Not a generic internet knowledge, but whatever native to SAP. So that is called document grounding. Okay. So this document grounding, nothing but answering by AI based on your documents, not on assumptions or hallucinations. Okay, that is what document grounding will help you. So with the grounding, what happens means always system will refer to it, so that whatever the PDF, the Word files, policies, the native SAP data, the compliance of it, everything it will check it. If there is no document grounding, what happens? AI will generally hallucinate a lot. That is what you do. You cannot trust the ChatGPT information 100%. That is an open fact, because it will hallucinate a lot. If it will hallucinate a lot means it will add its own intelligence also on top of it, and it will give you answers. And it will not be 100% true. But whereas in Joule, it is native to SAP. Whatever you ask on it to relevant to our SAP, it knows everything A to Z of it. So the answers you get will be 90 to 95% accurate for what you want to get it. Okay, that is where it helps from the document grounding. So it refers the documents before it is going to answer for you. So that is what document grounding. So this document grounding we will see a kind of as a part of AI Joule capability and generative AI action. So these you will see how you add these different resource groups and how you to what kind of documents can be grounded, kind of things will be there on top of that. So for the document grounding, any additional admin related activities are there that will be happened in this tab. And these are all the API keys. So all the relevant API keys that are relevant for SAP build environment will be seen here. You can see there is an API key here. You can add the whatever are relevant for you to drive this your applications in this environment. You can add all those API keys in this environment. Just simply when you say add API key, you'll give that, you'll put it here, and then you'll add the scope environments and you put the review of it. That's it. You are done with your API environment. Let's say, for example, I'm giving test here. So this scope is what is this API will do. You have to write. For example, this API will do a trigger read. Then in which environments it has to do it, you will put it some. What is the environment? There are many environments on there. Let's say I just created one environment, for example. So I create my environment, I'll put it to Kbo test. And then next. So specific environments you can keep or all environments you can keep. And then you review it, you add it. So the API will be generated. So this key will be generated. So this key, you will add it for your transformations or whatever the application interventions that you want to create. You can create for it and you can use the same API key to make it generate for the next level of process. Okay. So I'm not doing right away. Okay, I'm just deleting this right now. Okay, so this is guys, this is about the end-to-end of a SAP build environment. Now we are going to create the application. So till now I have make you aware of every single thing in this environment. Okay, on top of the right here, this is a hamburger menu. The same thing will actually makes you to go on and off here. And then this is on top of the right, you will see these ones. These are nothing but your space where you can directly go to, like build, you can go some roadmap, dev space managers and all these things will be there. This is your system settings and cookie settings. This is your help topics. Okay, whatever the help topics you want that you will see here. This is your Joule Process Automation build inbox. Any approvals or any kind of things, any data that are there, you will see that. If you are an approver for certain things, see like this will get some things or notifications or anything that you want to get notified and make some action decision. Those you can do from here. Okay, so anyways, in the application creations, you will understand this one more. This is only for your feedback. That's it. So this is your complete build, which is there in the system right now. Okay, any questions on this? I'm going to the practical part now to create an application. Everyone clear?
Good question.
Yeah, please.
Okay.
So when you mentioned that any approver, like where you may have been maintained, so we getting this messages for approving.
If you are an approver kind of access, right, it will be in the BPA, you will keep the ID as an approver. So I'll keep, for example, Mr. X as an approver, Mr. Y as a second approval. So I'll keep like that. So those guys will get a trigger because we add their mail IDs generally. So them, it will go to the inbox that approve this particular workflow like that.
No, that I understood. My question is different. Where you keep the approval list for this process? I got a, it's a sort of universal work list, right? So I got some approval to work items. The question is where we are maintaining those folks IDs.
You mean the user IDs you're asking?
Yes. I mean, you have to be maintained somewhere, right? Then only you will get it. Let's take an example. If I open my API keys and see, I may not have any work item for me to approve, right? So you might be maintaining somewhere your IDs, right? In this particular approval. So where we are maintaining that?
The BPA generally how it uses is the BPA process will call the API. Okay, while it is calling the API, you have a step of get approvers and create approval task. We generally when you do a API. So there in the approvers only, it will see, that means the data will come from the S4, either from S4 or you can dynamically create the approver. That's what I'm saying. Dynamically, if you create approver, these guys are approver, it will take it from there directly. Okay, in the build apps itself only.
Are you going to give one quick demo on that part? Because I mean, to be honest, I'm not clear at all.
I will show you that while we are
Great.
having in the BPA that day. That's what I'm saying. In BPA, we have a demo of send notifications and approvals and these things. Everything is there. So there you'll understand more clearly that one. Not now,
Perfect.
but in the it will be there. Okay.
Sure. Thanks.
I guess his question might be that my inbox access is basically. So
That's what I'm
BTP
saying. See, this
BTP
I
sub
have
account
given my
level.
mail ID
Yes,
only. That is the reason I'm getting all approvals to me, rerouted to me. The same will
correct.
happen to you if I give you. That's what I told the answer also. But he's telling I want no. There is no separate list maintained like that. At the process
No, no.
itself only, you will maintain that list. That's it. Dynamically. Okay. The next part.
One question, like SAP Cloud ALM, you told it's a kind of like monitoring only. Like, what is the difference between monitoring tab and this SAP Cloud ALM? Oh.
Sorry, not understand your question. What is that?
Actually, SAP Cloud ALM, the actual, what is that actually SAP Cloud ALM means? I didn't understand because I was like confused with the monitoring. Monitoring also one, this one is there in the your build app. No, this monitoring is there, and monitoring may are seeing the process and all. But what is actually SAP Cloud ALM means? What we will be doing?
See, what is SAP Cloud ALM means? Cloud, Cloud ALM, right? Or you don't know nothing about Cloud ALM?
I know clearly, but I'm not clearly know about it. Yeah.
Specifically, Cloud ALM we use for enterprise grade operations. Okay, there also you will monitor for all BTP applications, like including this one also. Like for example, in simple terms, to understand for you, that Cloud ALM will help you, like is the business landscape is healthy or not. If you want to check it, you generally go for Cloud ALM in the business, in the build apps. The monitoring, whereas how it will work for you, let's say for example, is my app working correctly or not? Or is my app working right now in the environment or not? That answer where you get from the monitoring. That is the thin line differences between your monitoring and ALM. So ALM will use specifically for your support items, for what you call, the focus will be more on the operations and support. Okay. Whereas your build apps monitoring tab will help you to give the troubleshooting and development. For example, see here, what is the information you are getting? How many jobs ran? How many events ran? And these information you will get it. So this information you won't get in the build your Cloud ALM. Cloud ALM will talk about your operations and support. It will help you on your cross-app use, alerts, kind of governance and SLAs on top of that. All these things Cloud ALM will speak about that. Whereas monitoring will not speak about that. Monitoring will speak only about these individual things. Clear?
So I think the question is that just the question may be, normally whenever we create the project, these projects are visible in Cloud ALM. So whatever projects we will create in the build, right?
That's what I'm
also
asking.
Be visible. Yeah.
I'm telling guys, please don't compare this with your original Cloud ALM. This Cloud ALM is specifically to build apps only. This is not triggering to original Cloud ALM site, which is going there.
Okay.
If you're seeing that, the moment I'm clicking on Cloud ALM, it is going to here itself only. I'm not going to anywhere in the Cloud ALM of other original Cloud ALM sites. There's only two BTP in build apps. See, that's it. I have it. I have to register the service name and description, and I have to use it in this one. So this will speak only about my individual build app related operations and support and its landscape and its cross applications and business process views. Nothing more than that. Okay,
again,
clear?
it's basically the admin again, BTP admin.
Yeah. Yes.
Because a basis person will understand better than like what is the monitoring or cloud, like SAP Cloud ALM.
Not only basis. See, it's very simple. Monitoring.
I understood now, but I'm just telling basically whoever has a knowledge is basis guys will have this much knowledge about the Cloud ALM and all. Monitoring, I understand, because from BW perspective, if you are seeing the dashboard or PC monitoring kind of a thing, that runtime error job that I can correlate for that. But Cloud ALM, as you told, it's basically the process. Understood.
Yeah. Any other questions, guys?
I have a concern, or maybe, the training that is happening is good. However, what I'm understanding is whatever I'm learning as part of this training, right, so far, right, it's from the lens of BTP, Taibo, right?
Yes, automatically, huh? Because
Wherever,
baby,
yeah, but
build apps.
yeah, so SAP Joule itself is is not only limited to BTP. It's just one platform, right? Which
Good
connect,
question.
right? And
Okay.
and that is where, yeah, just allow me to finish, Taibo. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I would also like to, see, or if it is already planned, it's good. But at least, from the, overall perspective in terms of Joule and AI, right? It is also important for me how it solves my business problems, right? Because the target audience which we have is people at architect levels,
I
people at
understand.
program managers level, right? In this training, right? So time, and we generally happen to speak to customers, right? And of course, I cannot only give them a view from the BTP, right? So I need a little more broader perspective on AI or Joule, Taibo, right? So basically, what I'm trying to hint it as, let's say, if there are use cases, right, which you are planning to show, right? Now that can happen within, SAP Joule Studio, right? So that is another platform, right? Now, if all that is planned, I'm good. Otherwise, I'm just seeing a very narrow view of the whole AI, right? So that's also a concern and also a feedback so far, Taibu.
Okay.
Yeah,
Let
I
me
second
speak.
you there, Abhinav.
Yeah.
Okay, let me speak on this. See, first of all, we are still on the second session. So the training is planned accordingly, insights with the business suit along in the additional with of Joe skills as well. So even if you understand, whenever I'm speaking for all. Even also I'm speaking for architects, what in the broadest perspective they have to tell. For even you also have some pre-sales also what they have to tell. I'm giving you all the information. I'm covering every individual participant here so that when you're going to the customer, you can answer them very well and you can be with the confidence, what is there in the system, what is there in the system also. You can easily tell that. And coming to the broader perspective, what you said, yes, you are true. But whatever the learning space is there, that will be there. The Joule is there in system. In the upcoming days, Joule will exist in every single public cloud module. But when I'm saying public cloud module, that is the base will be always under BTP only. So it's not, you cannot exclude BTP. It's not that, like, as you said, Joule is not limited into SAP BTP. Yes, it is true. It is embedded across the SAP product landscape. But when it is embedded across the product landscape, the whole seed and all the basic root is completely under BTP. So yeah, anyone who was talking, who was making something on Joule, who is want to understand Joule, they have to learn, they have to make these things first of all clear. Because as a AI copilot, what it does, we will see in this training, and as a skill, how it is leveraging in the other tools also, we will see in the training. So these two are enough for you, I think so, to speak with any customer in the broader perspective and the context aware or embedded aware, whatever you want, on the Joule across all the SAP products. Okay, so those will be covered in the coming sessions.
So this SAP Joule Studio, are you going to cover in further sessions as well? Because that is also going to expose you to the world outside SAP as well.
Oh yeah, why not? This is what I showed you the first day, right? So
I mean, the
scenarios only, I'm saying.
If you are getting any the business challenge related issues for using the agents, we can start building at our
Yes.
end once we have the clarity, and then whatever support we need, if then we will ask him. But the problem statement and all, we have to try at our end, right? Because now we have access, right? So we start once we have a basic understanding, maybe in this week, next week onwards. If you want to pick up a business problem and then start trying at our end, let us do that. And wherever we face the challenge, we will take the help from Kevu. Is it okay, Abhinav?
Yeah, that's fine. Fine, Navin.
Yeah,
Let's see.
earlier you were
Okay.
saying, in the build apps, you can see what all the around apps that are developed in a store or somewhere. In Joule also, that kind of a feature is there. If somebody would have developed some, blueprints and other thing, or, something, can we inherit or, from there? Are you able to get my question?
Yeah, tell me. I'm listening. Tell me.
No, earlier in build apps, you were saying, no, whatever it is developed outside or somewhere will
Yes,
be able
those
to.
are templates, right? Yes, templates are there.
Templates, yeah.
Yeah, they are contextual but not generic. Joule templates are all pre-built skills and prompts all there. They are already have some grounded in your business context. They are embedded inside SAP products as well. So we can get that.
Okay, so pre-built templates, yeah, prompts are already available. Okay.
Yes, they're available.
Okay. So we'll be seeing them as well, if I'm correct.
I'll show as much as I can in this training. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, whatever I can help you on this with this stipulated time, I can definitely help on that. Okay. Okay. Yeah, thank you. I'll continue with my things. Yeah, I'm going back to here. So this is the first application for us. Create. So like this, when you move into this here, so you will see this application. So the moment when you go to the application and say simply next, as I said, so let's say I will be seeing a front end now. Okay. So go for an application. The front end application can be any one of this. Either it's a web application, a mobile application, okay, a visual application, a Fiori or Fiori card you want to create. Okay, this is a new one which was been recently added. So earlier these two are there. This is very recently added, the new Fiori cards that you want to put your application information and navigation into it. But yes, so if you go to the web application, okay, let's say I create a application one or app underscore let's say this read some barcodes kind of thing application. And create this one. So everything will be open in a new tab the moment when you create. It won't be in the existing tab so that your current screens cannot be disturbed. This is a by design behavior of SAP Build Apps. Let this completely load. You will see headlines and few things in the German language. So don't get worried about that. That is by design behavior. Let this load completely. So this is your application pane. Now you can see here, this is what I told to you. This is called no code, low code means. So you have everything in your applications like, drag and drop kind of features will be there. So these ones you will drag and drop and you will add the variables or integrations or navigations and everything. And you can start making the applications. Okay. And these applications also, while you're creating, for example, if you are creating a web application, you can go for a custom. If you're creating for tablet, you can go for tablet because sorry guys. So if you're creating for tablet, it's for tablet, for mobile. So if you can see here, if I'm creating mobile, the length and adjustment of the screen will be automatically changed. See, for tablet, it will be like this. For full screen, for web application, you can go. If you have a custom more than that also, you can go for it. Okay. So this is the one. So let's say if you are creating for mobile. Okay. So this one, if we can take into consideration. So now this will look like this. Okay. So you have to drag and drop few of the things here. I'll tell you that. But keep one thing in your mind when you are doing these activities with build apps, the main criteria or your majority of your things will be done through this build apps pane area only. We call it as app builder area. So this is where you have to spend a lot of time, because this is where it will allows you to all complete your different kind of activities here, like whether you want to build your user interface, or you want to add a variable, you want to add integration, make a binding, even if you want to write a complex logic. So all these things happen from this page only. So you will have to be very much clear of what you're doing on that. Okay. So for example, in this headline, if you want to change this one, you don't want to change, you can go for the text one. Okay. You can just delete that. You can add your own text also. Like this, you can delete it. If you want to add, you can add this one. You can duplicate this one also. There is always the Control Z will be there. I just Control Z it also. So Control Z, whenever you delete something, or anything by mistake, you can just go for Control Z also. Okay. So there is no worries on top of that. So let's say, for example, this one, I'm writing here the headline name as scanner. Okay. So here also you can write the content in this. And whatever the way you want, you can write it here. Let's say write like this from your phone. Okay. So let's say I'm just showing you very simple application. So after that, I'll show you one by one the applications, to you for your understanding. I'm just showing you the working things of this build apps. So in the button, you will just, I want to click some button here, right? In the mobile, right? This is what you, before you start, you will design something in your mind, or you will put something on paper, right? This is how it looks like. That is what you have to design, and you have to just put it in your app builder area. So here, for example, in this, you just drag and drop this button. Okay. So the button name generally will write what as a scan. This is a scanner, right? So I'll keep it as a scan. Okay. This is a simple thing. You just save this. Okay. If you want to know how this looks like, you have to just simply preview it. So usually you'll get as a Joule preview only, even if you're in build apps for now in the server, because we are on the build cloud. So this looks like that only. Okay. You can see here, it is not doing any action because I have not written any action. See, this is how your home page will look like. Okay. So like this, you can close this one. So these are the ones we generally publish and deploy. This is what I told to you. If you want to build and deploy these versions, you will create these configurations for that. Like what is the visualization title, what is this things and everything. You will create this particular configuration for it, and you will start publishing from this particular package. Okay, this is what it will build a package. Anyways, I'll show you that in the next session. That is not required for you now. So this is a simple thing I have just shown to you. So imagine like this, you can create, it's up to your creativity, the way you want it. Put the images, you can keep the text and titles, you can put the containers. Okay, your input fields up to you, your list sections, your headers, all up to you, the way you want to create it. Okay, so it's all majorly on the front end screening, whatever you want to create. So whatever I created that, so I will tag them with variables here, and then I'll integrate whatever the databases I wanted from the data. That on the integrations I'll do it. Like this, you can add an integration here from SAP or SAP Build Library. So As you can see here, I told you, right, destinations will be the major one here. So in the SAP, it will ask you to get the destination. So here is where all my destinations, whatever I have added in the BTP, will get generated here. So those ones I'll use it here to get the data and map it in the user interface in the front system, okay, or in the app builder area. Okay. In the similar way, navigation, you use it with home page to another page while you're going. So what you have to link it with which event and which action you have to do, all that things you'll do one by one in this user interface area. Okay. This is what we are going to learn in the session that we are going to learn. Okay. So this is a very simple application. Now let me show you another application with detailing now.
I'm just not able to comprehend this. Like, scan a code from your phone and then you click the button scan, right? So like what exactly we are planning to do here?
We have to plan, and I have just shown you the application nature here. I have not done anything else. I'll show you the application now clearly. I just showed you that. Now, usually you get some barcodes here. Okay, and then you will scan from your phone, that will generate a code, and then you will integrate that with something. And then that means, let's say, for example, any food items or any items that you want to purchase, any other apparel kind of thing that you want to do, you'll put some barcode kind of things. The moment when you scan it, you'll get the rate or price of it. So if you are okay, that you can start, liking it or buying it further from there. So that's what a kind of application you can build it.
So it will be integrated with a handheld device or something, or like, my
And
mobile phone as a
mobile phone only, basically. So what it generally does is, the moment when you are going for preview, right? So you will get a QR code that you want to scan from the build app preview, that whatever I just showed you, that's a normal thing, right? So generally, if you start giving a preview on your device with your SAP Build Apps mobile app, so that when you scan it, the Build Apps button in the middle will, the moment when you touch the scan, so you will get some code. For example, some XYZ, some code will come. So in the preview, you will enter that code as your pin here in the scan button, so that you will takes you to the apps where it will generally show you a different kind of things where you want to purchase or order the foods on top of that. That is what, for example, any kind of barcode, it will takes you to the screen where you generally do. That these days that we are going to scan something, it is taking you some kind of websites, right? So even that also you can do with a simple barcode scan, the application, the front end application, kind of front screen or the initial screen, you can say. So that kind of applications we can build it.
okay. Maybe when end-to-end come up, then probably we'll
Yeah, I'm starting that only. You will understand that now. I'm just showing you how the build will work for you, first of all. So let me build that application to you guys. Let me show you that. Okay, so now let me create one more application here. So this is the front end that you have seen, right? Similarly, you will see the backends also. The backend will be also the similar application kind of things you will see. So in the backend for build apps, whenever you work for it, so this cloud intelligent applications will be there from the HANA. So the moment when you click on it here, so your existing dev spaces will be there, because this backend applications will reroute to this individual tool, which is this one. If you go to the main connectivity in the entitlements, the BAS will be triggered there. So this is the one, Business Application Studio. This will trigger in the backend. Okay, so this is where the spaces will be generally there in the backend. So if you want, because in BAS, generally, the moment when you create a BAS, Business Application Studio generally will have some development spaces will be there. So that will be either can be created for you on your own custom space, or you can use the existing one. Okay, so I have an existing one right now. I'm just showing you what you can do in the build apps. Okay, so you can just create that. So this is your demo backend. The moment when you click here, you will see here, says system space is still starting. It is not yet ready. So once the dev space will gives you a green signal saying it is ready or running with code or image with green, then you are ready to go with it. Okay. So you have to wait for it. Generally, for the backend applications for Bash Studio, you need some time because system will configure a lot of backend files and everything for it. So it generally takes 2 to 3 minutes in getting this done. And one of the other thing you have to understand is with the symbols only, you have to understand what is the tool you're using. For example, if you can see this monitor symbol, this is for your web application. These cross marks are for your Bash Studios. This automatic marks for your BPA. So like that, you have to understand. And this diamond symbol is for your Joule. So with the symbol itself only, you have to understand what tool application are you running in your environment. Okay. So just wait for 2 minutes. Let this run. I'll show you this one, how backend also go with the SAP build. You don't need to refresh, system will automatically, see, it is automatically refreshed. Even I have not clicked on refresh. See here, this is running. Okay. The moment when it is running, you can open that demo backend. That means whenever any complex logics are there, anyone who want to do an end-to-end application logic with all the heavy coding or that logic that you want to build, for the customization, all these things you have to do from the backend only. Front end, you can go for low to mid end only, whatever you can do without no coding, low coding kind of things. But heavy applications cannot be done without any complex logics. You cannot build a heavy application in the no code, low code applications. That is not yet been ready in the current environments. Might be in the future, they might come with the sophistication that might we expect in the systems. But right now in build, you can do low coding, no coding only for low to mid-level, mid-scaling applications only, no heavy scales. All heavy scales you have to reroute through your SAP Bash only, that too with logics. Let this start.
This may be a layman question, but
Tell me.
Yeah. So you're building applications in BTP and it is staying in repository in BTP level only.
Yes,
and
yes.
The users who are getting assigned in BTP, they would be able to access on a BTP theory kind of platform, right? These
Exactly.
applications.
Yes. And you can control all their authorization from BTP itself only. What applications they can log in and they can control and they can access.
Okay, so BTP user license also is a bit like heavy only, right? So whoever want to access something, it's a BTP, they have to purchase. I mean, user has to be there, right?
Yes.
Okay.
That is what on the subscription based only. You have many subscriptions are there on the BTP. Like this is why you have in BTP, you have subscription based pay as you go board and then the license and standard mode. There are some licensing mechanisms are there. So based on your user count, you have to increase because it is costly. It is not very low cost, but yes, at the same time on the TOI based, it is a good thing to get because many of things will be automatically added in the subscription based licensing.
Okay. And so you are building a Joule application or Joule agent, or that has to be through this build apps, right?
Yes. Through BTP build apps only. That's what I'm telling. Even someone also asked me this question last time, right? I just told them your BTP roots are where your Joule roots are in BTP. From BTP only it will execute. Even though I don't know how many of you seen the public cloud environments right now. In finance now Joule is coming. In other public cloud environments also now Joule is getting popped up. Everywhere now Joule is helping also. So for all that Joule, when it is helping, it is getting access and getting, hits from the BTP environment only, because it will hit the BTP environment, get the data, and again it will show you from the on the top end of your public cloud environment. Again, that public cloud is also internally running with the BTP environment only. All your public clouds run with BTP only. And if you're going for on-prem kind of environments, though, those also, again, you have to connect to the cloud connector. That cloud connector also linked to BTP. Now, that's what I'm saying. BTP is your heart of the story right now in SAP's cloud innovations.
So if you have S4 where you have on-prem also, you can use cloud connector and do the development part here, right?
We can do it through cloud connector. Yeah. But yeah, as you know, that on-prem things are getting shut down, right, in the near future. So then there is no guarantee how many years more that still SAP will go. As of as if something is really making on the cloud mechanism, so they might stop the on-prem completely, and all these things will be pushed to cloud itself only directly, and they will stop that.
No,
as you
some
already see
customer.
that SAP is extending just 2-3 years, for ECC, and BW is also now extended till 2028, as of I know. So after that, BW is completely been ramped up, and it will be born into DataSphere completely. Yeah.
So S4 now they are giving a latest version also on-prem, right? So that's what my doubt was. So,
Yeah.
So you mean in future S4 also on-prem will be removed?
Yeah, it will be. That is the plan of SAP. All on-prems, because on-prem might be there with the restrictions, I'm thinking, because everything is moving into cloud now. In fact, of many other factors, whether it's a management or whether it's cost or whether it's infra, there are many factors that are going. As of I have seen in the recent thing, almost 17,000 customers are moving to cloud already who are on-prem. And this is still going on, and they want everyone to move into cloud, and they are actually giving a lot of motivation also for that to move into the cloud itself. Let me review this.
How you navigate to this business application studio from Build?
From here, I just created the backend application, right? The moment I clicked on backend application, yeah, it is opening now. Yeah. So this looks like your normal backend kind of front end only, like all the front end which look like the other backends, the Python, like the Node.js, kind of .NET recently, the Java things, all these things. There's a common thing that you can see. And let it start in, and then I'll show you these other things also. So for everyone, the initial time, it will take little time, but the next time onwards, it won't take this much time because all the cookies and everything will be automatically loaded into your system. So it won't take this much of time. Only the first time when you're opening the Bash Studio, it will consume this much of time. So it's always better for you to make it open for once so that it will be easy for you for the second time onwards.
Till the time it is loading, my earlier request was if we can go the list of all skills and all, then we can think of how do we use these skills while creating some Joule skills, right? Joule skills, whatever skills. See, whenever we have to create any application, right? So we already know that either the skills are already available with us, which we can reuse in our application development. So that if you in our subscription, right? So we don't have to search for what are the skills we have to find out, right? So is there any way to see the skills, available skills with us in this version?
I'll tell you that. Please wait. In the Joule session, I'll complete that. Okay. What happens, last time also people asked me like this here and there. When I have showed them, few people got confused, and from then I stopped, doing that sessions because I'll go step by step. You'll understand clearly. I know your ask is genuine because anyways it will I'll cover in the module 4, that Joule. That time I'll show you all those things. Okay. So in the Build Application Studio, you can see this is all, and you can see our Joule is as inherently it is there. Means you won't create anything as a co-pilot. Joule will help you here as a skill in Bash Studio. This is what you learn in the build code kind of environments in the Bash specifically. It will help you by writing the lengthy codes, giving the major thing here in the Bash when you want to use Joule is the prompt should be proper to it. If you are giving a good prompt, it will give you the good replies on top of that. If you are giving a prompt in a different manner, you might not get the right answer unless you have to ask until you get a right answer for you what you're going for that. Okay. So this is what I just want to enable you, that this is what I told you, justifying for my initial session statement. Joule is not a co-pilot, but it will help you as a skill also to enable or to resolve your or give a solution to your current problem statements also. So here, in one exercise, I'll show you, with completely the help of Joule only, you will create a bigger coding application, where when you create it will take 10 days of time, where you create in just in 1 hour of time. So that one is one exercise which we'll do as part of this. Anyways, that is the second part of story. But yes, this is what the background, the backend applications, guys, when you create SAP backend here, so it will lead to you here. So in this, you will see this is a kind of environment where you have a lot of databases. So if you see here, this is all your repositories. You can initialize those repositories. You can run and debug these things. These are all your extensions, whatever the extensions that you want to run, right? Those extensions will be generally been applied here. So all the dev space recommended as installs, which are installed, which have maybe need things to be installed, all these things will be there here. And this is your catalog browsers. And these are your guide centers, whatever you want to use it. This is the JIT lens. People who want to use, yesterday someone asked me when I want to build a complete CI/CD pipeline. So those guys can build the CI/CD pipelines in the Bash Studio. No, so that is a build suite application still though, but you can create in the Bash Studio here. All your complex CI/CD pipelines, you can build it here. Okay. And this is specifically that one only. You can see, I'll just show you this one. See, these are the CI/CD builds. Here only you will do all your CI/CD pipelines, whatever you want to build. It's from normal to heavy complex also, you can do it here. Okay, all the customization. So these are all your popular extensions that you want to build. You can name anything, everything will be, like in this extension. The Python, the Java, AWS, Prisma. You can see a lot of extensions are there. You just want to install whatever the extension that you want to build for coding in the Bash Studio. You can just, just install that extension. You can start coding for whatever the tool you want to consume it. There are more than 150 extensions available in this, and many more also getting added. So any external tool that you want to leverage in SAP build environment, you are allowed. This is what I want to justify with this statement, because all these installations are possible. With that, the build code can be automatically compiled, and from that you can take whatever the way you want it in the environment. This is where you generally do Cloud Foundry signings or Kaima signings also. This is what I told you. So from here, you will get it into the environment of BTP, and you will start posting your applications accordingly, the way you want building in the build code. Okay. So this is your Bash application. And then the other one is, so you have seen the front end, back end. Now, if you go to the mobile, I'll come to the full stack also. So mobile application also similar to what you have just done. For example, if you want to generate a complete end-to-end mobile application, so it will be also take you to the Bash application only. Okay. So you can drive with an existing dev space only in the interest of time. So it will take you to the same dev space manager here. So you can see this is also an application studio. So this will be also similarly open for mobile development. The way that you are doing for this web development, right? The similar space it will be showed for you for the mobile development. Okay. When it opens, I'll show you that instead of that. And now we can go for the next one. So in the similar way, if you go to the full stack application also. So full stack again, people who are on heavy coding or who are developers, end-to-end developers who want to do, if they want to go for full stack app, They can choose any of this with the cloud deployment model, or you are modeling with ABAP cloud deployment model, with these things. Or if there are any other guys with CAP application models they want to follow with Java or Node.js, they can choose any of this. Okay. For example, if you go with cloud with Node.js, for example, itself only, just putting this here. This also leads to your existing dev space from the Bash Studio. So see here, you should always, whenever it is Bash, ensure that that environment is running. Then only you can start it. If the environment is not running, you cannot start it. Like this. Even this also, the other one which we created now. Yeah, Node.js KB. This is still starting. So there will be multiple dev spaces will be there. Ensure that your dev space is always running before you start the application. Let me show you the mobile development also. The studio, I told you, right? Every application when you start initially, it will take little time. Next time onwards, it will be done. But don't delete your cookies, okay? I'll recommend that for you, so that it will easily load whenever you load the applications, or else you have to unnecessarily wait for longer times. And yeah, if enter 30 people on the same server, it will definitely take some time. So yes, so this is about these things, guys. So Zara Studios, you can just go through it and you can just try to touch all these individual things and try to create these ones and see. In class, we will see an end-to-end application, the build app application here on the front end. I'll show you that. Any application of my choice, I'll show you, okay? So that you'll understand clearly. So in that application only, we will cover the logic flows and event handlers also, and the API integrations, data services, whatever the part that we have to cover on the build apps theory and practical, both I'll cover. Instead of separately covering the theory, I'll cover the things on the practical part itself only. So you'll understand those logic flows, event handlers, everything in this session itself only. Okay. So that is what this is about the build apps as a whole, and we'll have an end-to-end drive for this on the build apps. Okay, so are you clear, everyone, how BTP is leveraging now and what is the build suite, what it contains now? Have you got a clarity now? How this is really making value add into the customer's application or customer requirements?
So coming to build apps, for the drag and drop is in only front end, right? Not much of like rest of the things you're going to do the custom coding part, right? In the Bash.
No, that's different. That's what I'm saying. There are many different applications are there. So the moment when you go, this is what I'm telling. In the applications of front end, you will bind something in the database and you will get it. That's what I'm saying. All the low to mid scale, you will do it in the front end. That's what I told. Citizen developers or mid-level developers or people who generally don't want to code, those kind of guys will end with this front end. They can end with the front end applications. Here you can do an end-to-end application. You have to go to backend only or full stack when you have a complex logic requirements where you have to heavily load your application with API, your API aggregations or your clean core extensions or pro code DevOps kind of things. These things are requirements for you. Then only you have to go for backend. It's not mandatory for you that the moment when you create a front end, you have to create a backend also. No, front end is different, backend is different. Backend is only for complex logics and complex applications.
Example I think would be helpful in this, like one on front end, one back end, because it's a bit not clear. Maybe familiarity with BAS would have helped.
Oh, definitely. I'll show you, right? In the BAS, one application I'll show you, and one in the front end I'll show you. You'll get a clarity on that.
Okay, that would be okay. Thank you.
Yeah. See, one thing you have to understand, guys, I won't keep anything half-ended or, uncompleted. So you'll get a complete knowledge in the training itself only. Okay. Even I was being asked that, to have a very limited thing on the build apps that you guys have good knowledge on build apps is what I got. But I generally don't recommend that because something when I'm giving to you should be completely being gone to you from me to you. Then only you will understand and you can answer your peers also when something is coming in front of you. So that is what the total thing that we have. Anyways, so we have another 4 hours in the build apps. We can spend on the front end application. So another day you can spend on the back end application. So both you will be covered. So you can understand clearly what is front end, what is back end as well. Okay.
Hi, I am Alok Kumar, founder and CEO of ZaranTech. I hope you're finding the content valuable. If you're learning something new, please like this video, subscribe to the ZaranTech.com YouTube channel, and share this course with your friends and colleagues who are interested in SAP and AI-related courses. Keep learning with us, and let's continue with the course.
We'll see an end-to-end application like a sales order page I'll create it. And I'll show you the integration process, how you create page variables, how you bind the page variables and all these things, and how you add the logic to the trigger workflows and all these things as well. Okay. And this is because basically on the build apps, you guys all have to understand one thing. So this training is completely for Joule bound training. It's not a build app training. So I cannot go to the deeper roots of it, but yes, still I'm giving you, this is an end-to-end which will give you the complete insight of, what is the build apps also. There are a lot of scenarios that we can work on it if it is a build app complete training. But whatever you are learning will be definitely enough for you to drive your further knowledge angles on the build apps. Okay. So it is not limiting you, but yes, this one full exercise, what I'm showing you can really be enough for you to, understand about the build apps flavor and everything on this. Okay. So now what we are doing is, I'll creating a sales order app. I request everyone, if you have any questions, please ask in the last part of the session only, because in the middle, it is consuming my time also. So hope you everyone understand. And so this exercise, we will be creating a sales order page. Okay. Basically, any kind of applications, as I quoted earlier, when we are creating, there will be 2 modes will be there. One will be through template, if it is already existing in your environment, so which will save your design time. But if it is all fresh, right, so then you have to start from the start. So if I go from a template, you can't understand the design parameters. So keeping that in the mind, I'm going from the scratch so that you'll understand every single thing clearly, what to do and what you can do on this design pen as well. Okay. So I'm creating this here. Okay. So now I'm going to the application. Okay, now if you go to the front end, as I said earlier, the front end is the one which we will see. So in this, we'll go with the web application here, basically. Okay, so here we will put the name of it. Let's say I'll say create sales order. You don't need for your main name like you do for the SAP, the underscores and all the dashes you don't need to give. It's like normally it will take in with spaces also. So you have to just give your name and everything on that. That's it. Okay. So what this does do, I'm saying the description of it. So in Build Apps, specifically, whenever you're writing descriptions, keep Joule in the mind, because the description should be always keep Joule in the mind, because at any moment of time, if you're integrating this app with Joule, that moment when you're giving instruction to Joule, that will refer the descriptions generally. Okay. So all descriptions, whenever you give in the build suite, and not only in app, in BPA or BAS or somewhere, you have to be, the description should be clearly been given to the main apps. Okay. So this you can do as a sales order project. Okay. Like I'll give you my name at end here, so that this will be easy for me to retrieve and identify. Create. One second, let me refresh this page. It's not allowing. Recreate one more time. So many of the times, because it's a cloud-based environment, sometimes it will show some irrelevant errors and everything. That is all because of your URL, or that is your, whatever the so-called browsers we use, right? So that's a problem. Majority of time, Chrome we use. Chrome is the standard one which you can use it for the betterment of anything here. But still, even though in Chrome also, sometimes what happens, the cookies might not do, and sometimes you might face some issues on the Chrome also. All the times, only try is, you have to refresh your screen. That's it. One or twice you have to refresh and you can use it. Okay. So the first thing, now here we will create the sales order here. Now, whenever creating a sales order or anything, so by default, what happens, our applications will contain some page and everything, right? Usually in the Build Apps environment itself only. So you will see this page as like home page, and you can see all the pages. So if you say show all pages, it will show you. This is an authentication by BTP generally. So it is, you can just remove, that's not required. The home page and global canvas will be there. Home page will be your main page, and global canvas, have some user interfaces generally. So you can just go back to the pages. Okay. So now we will create as per the mobile only. So as I said earlier, in the demo itself only, whenever you are creating any application in the Build Apps, right? The moment when you drag and drop and use something, it will go into the preview mode. All these applications will be exported, or, they will be executed to the mobile environment only. Okay. As a simple application, I'll just show you one single thing here before I start the sales order also. For example, you will see this one. So in the left place, you might have this marketplace. So marketplace is a main content where you will get a lot of user interfaces, different variables, different lists, whatever that you want to generate in the build. This is a common global area where you can get and use them. Okay. For example, if you want to go for Google geocoding or something, okay, or else if you want to map something on the updates, flow functions. For example, whatever you don't know, you can just write it here, map. For example, if you want to add embedded map, whatever that you want, you can see the details of the complete application here, and then you can just simply install those if whatever you want to use it. Okay, you already have the one which are in the core, which is enough for you to draw your create your things. Whatever are there not, but still you want to get something from the marketplace, then only you can visit the marketplace. Okay, so for example, I have created, I just got this marketplace from this one. Okay, so like this I can use it. So for this you have to use all your latitudes, longitudes, and it's a very bigger application, just showing you as a demo for you, okay. So in the similar way, from the core also, for example, let's take the image. Let's say image is there. I'll draw this image. Okay, so the simplicity, like this is completely no code, low code. You won't write any code, right? All things you will just bind it. You will put some logic controls. You will add the connectors and make something on this, and system will write it. Okay, and you get a doubt that how the backend code will write. All the build app functionalities will work with IBM framework. Okay, IBM has a special framework called Node-RED. So that is a framework in which the moment when you're drag and dropping something, connecting something, it will write the code backend automatically. So that is a Node-RED framework in the IBM. So that is what it is supporting for you in this complete build apps phenomena here. Okay. So here also, for example, if you want to add an image also, you don't need to go to your desktop and do it directly. You can copy it from any Google. Let's say, for example, I'm using that, like Donald Duck is there. Let's say I'm just using some cartoon here. So here, for example, if you say, you just put this one, just go here, just take the address directly. For example, if you want, you can copy not the link address, you have to copy the image address. Just copy the image address, close this, then just paste this. So automatically you can see the image, it was being copied here. So this will save, a lot of time because you don't need to save it. And sometimes people will fare .pngs, .jpgs, and a lot of issues will be there. Those all can be easily been done from this. Okay. So you can adjust these styles, layouts, everything. Now, anyway, I'll just show you that in the complete application now. So you can just put the style of it. If you want to add back colors, all these things you can do it. And the layout also, you can align it left, center, right, the way you want it. In the properties also, you can see that. Okay, there will be advanced properties to show all these things. So like this, you can just put this. Okay, and whatever through mobile, whatever you generally do it, it will be automatically go to a scanner application. So through build apps only, you have to do this. Okay, so this is a very simple application I just, for example, if you just preview it, so here you will get a preview on your device. Okay, so generally the moment when you do here through from Apple App Store or Google Play, I tried to like connect my mobile to this MacBook, but there is some third-party apps which are encountering me there. So anyone can like install instantly. Let me do it for you. I have already installed that. Just one, give me a minute. If anyone can also, if everyone can also can do it, they can simply load from Google Play the SAP Build Apps because that is required for you for your next exercise also.
So I'm not getting this option. So when I click on preview, I get just that headline and that German text, whatever was there on the top, right?
I'll tell you why it's not getting. I'll tell you in the system. Okay, just wait. Let me open this one. Is this? That's it. Let me load in the mobile from my here. So you can, and from your Google Play Store and Apple Play Store, you can just load the SAP Build Apps. There is a Build Apps preview will be there. Only that one you have to install. Just install that, everyone.
SAP Build App preview, right?
Right. I am doing that. Just 1 second. So the moment if you open that, it will show you a code. That code you enter it here and you will see the output, whatever this app is getting built. That is how you have to do it. Okay, just now let me show this. I'm opening my build app preview here. Using this scan login or. So the current scan code, now I got a scan code here, which is PPZZDF. Okay, this one. I'm confirming the pin. So mobile preview authenticated. So this will now in the mobile app, you will see the Hello World program. Say create sales order KPO. In that, if you open it, it will show you this image and that app. Okay, if my image is out of box, right? That means if it is having a bigger size and everything, it might show, but it will show you the app. Okay, just we can just to see this how this functionality will work. Everyone can do this. They will have this scan app. In this, they have to give the pin. So the understanding point here is the moment when you export this here, system will for mobile devices specifically. If it is web preview, you can just open web preview directly like this. So same thing here. Whatever seeing the open web preview. You can open this one. See, the app will open because I have not done that image properly aligned there. I'm not seeing the image, but this app will show to you here. The similar way, you will see the same thing in your mobiles also. This is a web preview. The preview will be on the device of the mobile if you open that and scan that and put that image barcode as well. So these are all the different previews in this thing. So I don't want to touch it because there's different people who are working on this. So this is one such thing, guys, how you generally integrate with the mobile. Whatever the moment when you do it, this is how it comes and sits in your environment. Okay. So this ones you can just touch it. You can just fit this environment, the style and everything. So fit the content. So I don't know when I'm fitting it is going very bigger. We have to make it to extra short. Okay. So anyways, we can do it a little later. I don't want waste time on this. So like this, you can do it and you can preview in the mobiles directly. That is how the barcode scanners, which will help you directly to see your applications in the mobile environment. Okay. So now you have understood one point. For the mobile integration also, there is no hassles now. People who do, there is a simple scan coder SAP is giving to you. Directly the moment when you scan it, your application will go and sit there. That's it. And you will see your content from there directly. Now, this particular things also, in your original secure and compliance.
While it's scanning, it's giving the PIN number. So where you have to pass the PIN number there?
This one. The PIN number you have to give in this one here, in your main system. This one have to.
Still not getting this barcode thing when I click on preview.
I'll tell you, there may be a system issue. I'll check it in the last part of the session. Please don't practice while I'm telling. Please, please concentrate on my screens. I'll tell you if there is an issue. Back here. Okay, so this is how generally we do that integration. So next in this, for the current sales order workflow also, so we will change the headline now, the headline content also on this. Now click on this here. So now you can just delete this one. This is not required for me. Okay. So in the properties tab, now you will see the home page name. So now change the home page name to the create sales orders. Okay. So you'll just put the page name to sales orders here. And then you have to put the title name here. I'm changing this as sales order workflow. Okay. So now we have changed that one. I given the page name and I gone to the sales order workflow. I changed the name of the headline to sales order workflow. Okay. So after this, you have to drag a container component because you are doing what we are doing, a kind of creating a kind of page or a form where you want to fill some kind of information regarding to the sales order. So to all that, you have to do a lot of initial design work for that when you are trying to make a design from the scratch. Okay. So to do a form, first of all, you have to drag and drop a container. So just drag and drop a container here. Okay, so this container component generally helps us to group the components and configure whatever the different components you want to collectively add into one single unit. this container will help you. Okay, like this, whenever you want to group any individual components into one single container, you can add one container and group it. Like this, you can add n number of containers as per your, or requirement, whatever you want to make it out. Okay, so once you can do this container selection, okay, in the same container, you will see the properties again. So in the properties, if you see this, there is a container display name is there. This one I'll change to form because I'm creating a sales order form. So I'm changing this name as form. Okay, so on the same one, if you go to the style tab also, you will see this one layout container. Here you will see an edit option here. Okay, this is for your form edit. Okay, so now here you will edit this. Okay, in the background color, you will change the background color because basically the background colors we added for, for transparency and all these things. So these colors, you can see these are some transparent out there. And some of these transparent also, if you select this, you will see universal background colors. You have to check that. So what colors you want, you can do from the universal background colors there itself only. Like for example, I'll select this one. I'm going for, this is the common one which we go for SAP's navigation, the level 4 background. I'm selecting that one. See, this is the one because this will be a transparent one where all your forms and input folds will be clearly showcased when you use this color. Okay. Then next, if you go to the expanding of your padding. Okay, so padding means it will help you in the pixels, all these large, short, a kind of themes will be there. How much thicker, how much brighter your letters should show and all these things it will show you. By default, this will show you a 0 pixel like this, whatever you are seeing here. Okay, so these 0 pixels, if you don't want, you can just change them. Okay, now you can go for this 0 px. Then here it will show you this one, px and theme. Okay, if you go for the theme, it will show you which pixel you want, like L, M, S, the way you want it. So we have till XXL, you can see this one. So I'm just going, L is the L and M, we commonly use it. So I'm going for L now. Okay, so till now, this is a common size which we generally want to use it. So all these sizes you have to make it for that only. So keep it L. And move this, everything you have to do like that, a common exercise. L. So you can see this has been changed to L. Okay, now you have to save the particular scrolling style will be there. So whatever the style will be there, on that also you have to make it out. Okay, so here in the style, you have a new style. Okay, you have to add the new style because this style is nothing but you will scroll up with some tab and the style name for whatever you're going to do that. Okay, so give here the layout. This is a form container which will hold all your sales order workflow names. Okay, and simply say okay. So now you'll see the layout form container here. The same one, whatever you're seeing here, that will be appear here. This is a layout form container. Okay, now you have to do what? On the form container, what is the main thing we are doing? We are adding the form elements, right? For example, sales order ID, sales order, like name or something, whatever the form that we want to build it, we'll go with it. So this form container, you will add those ones. So under container, you'll add one more container here for that particular element to add. So now I added a container in this. Okay, that means on the container, I added another container, which is called nested container. So inside the new container, we'll add the fields. Now, whatever the text fields that you want, you will see. So you will ask me, how can I know whether I add a container? That is what your tree will explain you. Your tree will have, see, title, form, under form, this one will be there. Okay. So now the moment when you add to container here, see, under form, the container came. This is your layered container, primary card, secondary card, like this. Okay, either you drag to in this area, it is okay, or either you drag to form also, it will show you here directly. Okay, now it will be easy for you. So always you choose this tree rather than this graphical because you get confused in the initial times when you're practicing also, because tree will help you on which area you are directly on, whether you're in title, whether you're in the main container or a sub container, it will help you that. Okay, so on the tree level, go to the container one. So this one, so this is a container. This is a main container, this is a sub container. You can see dots also. I'm coming out of this environment. You can see the main container with the graded area and the sub container with the dotted area. Okay. So inside the new container, now we will add the text and an input field for that. Okay. Now select that. Now add a text in the container one. Okay. And add a input field. Just drag and drop to that. Okay. Now you will see container one with text one and input field one. Right? This is your text one. This is your input field one. Right? So you have to select this one, and the same way for this underlined container, what this container is there. For this, you have to set out the layout also, because generally the layout, it will be on the horizontal. If you just open the layout, it is vertical. If you want horizontal, you can keep like this so that it will show you like this, the text and field side by side. Okay. So these also you can align the components, whether to middle, okay, like this, middle, or to the top, or to the bottom, or whatever you want. You can see based on your requirement, you can do it. Okay. Now you can select the text component here. Let's say, for example, I want this one. Justify the components here. Let's say I'll just go for this. Now select the text component and add the select input field for this. Okay, that means the label of whatever that you want to make it out, right? So that one you can add it here. So I want to adjust the width also because it looks very odd for me. I'll go with an exact size. I'll go with 75 pixels. Okay, so that it comes like this. Okay, and now select the input field. Okay, in the properties tab, I'll select this one also. What is the label and everything, I'll put it. Okay, so this is the label. Make it empty. Don't keep it as any label here because it is showing you as a label here, right? So you have to remove that label here. So I removed that label there. Okay. So now your field is ready. I'll add the field now. So now your main container is a main page under which subcontainer we add text field and input field. For that, we have added the design considerations for that, where we adjusted the design heights and widths and everything for that. And this one we have done. Okay. So now from the tree view, that means from this is view, the container one. Okay, so this is the same thing you will do for the other fields also. For one field I did it. It doesn't mean for every field I have to repeat the same thing. You can simply duplicate the container so that the containers will be added in the same main container. So the page form will be extended for you. Okay, so now here, let's say I'm going for here. Okay, I can duplicate the selected component. This is a selected component. This is a duplicate. Either you can do from the tree layout or you can directly do from the main layout. Okay. Now we're seeing this, duplicate the selected component. So I duplicated that. Okay. I am doing this for another 2 more times for adding this one. Because I need 4 fields in my main container layout for the sales order workflow. Okay. So all these things are done. Okay. Now on the field labels, if you go to the field labels, start giving the names of it. Like for this, write it as customer. For this, we can take material. Okay. For this, what else we can write? Quantity. And for this, one of the important thing for the form will be delivery date. Right? So the form is ready for you now. Okay. Now form is ready. Whether you fill the information, when you do this information fill up, you have to do an action. What is that action? You will submit that, right? Or you will approve your form. Something you will do, an action you will do, or you'll get an approval for whatever the sales order workflow you're going to generate for your manager or someone, right? So for that, outside the form, you just unexpand the form completely here in the page layout of the tree. Now expand from the essentials, take the button and add outside of the box. This one, like this, it should come like this. Okay, don't add into the form, add outside of the button. I mean, outside of your form. Okay, so this one also you have to adjust again, the style tab. If you go to the button, okay, in the style tab, in the primary button, you can add a number of buttons. Okay, but this, the one which you try to add, that will be called as a primary button. Okay, this primary button, you have to edit it. Okay, why you have to edit? Because for background color and for giving the palettes for it, for emphasizing the options and all these things, you have to do it. So for this also, I'm doing here, I'm just doing for here the background color. Here button emphasizing will be there. Here I will select an emphasizing color for it. Okay, so where I'll do it, background color. You can say this one. You can take anything here, the button basically. Okay, or else you can directly take the button emphasized only. Change it. So like this, you can change these things, whatever you want, and you can simply save this. So this is the first part that you will do as part of the design. Now I'm saving this. Every time you have to save your work. Sometimes even in case if the URL might get collapsed or broke down, your work might go out. It is not the same way because system will not save automatically the work you're doing. It's always best when you're doing, at least when you're doing the major parts, cropping your milestones one by one, then you can always save as a good practice. Okay, now we created the sales order page, right? So this is the flow I'm going to show you now anyways in our environment now. Like, let me show you this. For the creation. For the application, first of all, what we do, I'll show one by one. In Mac, this is the problem. I have to minimize here and there. Okay, so first of all, we'll create the sales order page. I created that. We are done with this in this example. Okay, then what we will do, we will integrate the sales process. Okay, whatever the process that is there, I will integrate with this page. Okay, then we will create page variables. I told you while build apps is being discussed, I clearly told you what variables are there, what we will do. So the page variables is one such thing which we will create for this year at this moment. Okay, and then we will bind the page variables to UI elements. Okay, because whatever the UI you are doing in the main page, you have to bind that. So that one you will do as part of the binding of the variables into the UI elements. Then these UI elements will, when they have to work in live, they need the logic to trigger this workflow. So for that, we will use logic workflows, or we will add the logic to the workflows. We will trigger it once again. Yeah, and then finally you will preview your. Okay, so whatever you create this one, this will become a template for the rest of the other applications also. You don't need to recreate again if this template is ready for you. Okay, so now this one we created. We are done with this part. Okay, now we will integrate the sales process. Now how we integrate the sales process, let me show you. Right. So as part of the integration process, right, you will see here, this is the user interface UI we have built. And for integrations, there is a separate tab that was been given for us where we call it as integrations. Okay, so when you go to the integrations, okay, so this integration can be happen through any data entity, or if any integration was not there, you can see those whole integration data here. If it is not there, you can add the integration. Okay, if you have any classic data entities are there, you can add them. If your Google Firebase is there, you can configure and add them. These are all being there for you. If you simply add integrations, you will see these systems: Visual Cloud Functions, SAP, Build Library. These will be there. Basically, I'm calling from Build Library right now, this integration, because I am want to process a tab for this, which will automatically get this. So I'm going to library now. So I'm clicking the library because yesterday also few people asked me, right, where we'll get this is a library where we'll get all these different things here. Okay. You will have these are all the published processes by your peers or already preloaded by SAP also. Because the moment if I create and publish, it will go to this particular global area. So even this someone also can take from me. See, like this, someone has created already something like a sales order. So like this, or someone has created a refund request. Like this, there will be many things will be there. So you can take that and you can do it also. But here you can actually take the management of the standard one here. So let me try to get that.
Yeah, hi. No, only selected this particular options, but would you mind informing us the other two options? Basically, the cases where those two can be considered.
I will show you. I run a practical part on this also. I'll just show you this and integration. From SAP S4 also I'll show you. That is what I have not discussed. So SAP all come from the BTP destinations only. So you can see here. So whatever I told you.
What about the first one?
So these are all your visual cloud functions, for wherever you can see this one. These are the from your, I can say the third party clouds, that you are trying to add them. So those will come into this. This is the reconnect and these two are there. If any other new visual cloud functions that are readily accepted with the licensed versions are there, those can actually connect into it. So, but we generally don't use these ones. As many parts, we just go with the library and these ones only. Okay. As many part with SAP systems only. Okay, so on the library part, so let me go with the processes. So now what is the process now I have to? I can just go with the search here. These are all the standard process. So sales order. Just trying to get this one. It is not coming. So let me go with this here, this one. So you can take any of the sales order managements that is there for you. These are already done, some of the sales order managements. I'm just trying to take it here. So this is order processing. So this processing one, which I'm trying to get that right. This is a pre-configured now, or you can do also in BPA. Like, in business process automation, you can actually create this process automation and you can call that also here. If not, you can use an existing one. But yes, while I'm making you train on this BPA, that time also I'll show you this one, how to create this one. We have an exercise there. So that also you can create and you can try to get that also here. Not only the sales order process, the procurement process also for any other HR types also you can try to get it. So now already is existing in the keeping of time management here. I'm just taking the existing one here. Okay. I'm taking this one here. Okay. This is the standard one. You can see
here there are multiple things, but how to choose which one to select in here?
That's what, right? If you can see here, you can see whatever I have given the relevant materials, and here I have my order, my material, my quantity is there, my date is there. So this is one such thing. By seeing the data, you can see that you can have already option until or unless you are not enabling the process, it is not adding. So you can, if I enable it only, then only it will come. So if I, for example, as you said, this is not the right one, you can go back, you can just close this and you can go for the next one. like this. You have to check it.
So it is always a trial, hit and trial
Not trial
kind of
error.
a thing,
Generally,
right?
that's what I'm saying. See, this processes usually you build in BPA and you will know the name. It's not that you will search something new here. Because it is a demo system, there are multiple things are there. I'm taking the one which is already existing. But the process is you create a process in BPA, you call it here, and then it will automatically be added. You are not searching something in the global raw data.
Understood. So it is basically then the initiation point will be creating the thing over the BPA and then putting those things over here.
Exactly. In the BPA.
Okay.
So now if we can see here. There is a standard ones with order management also there. I'm just trying to get that sales order management process. So these are all the same things only which has been already been taken. So I can consider anything that might work here. This is the standard.
Find the most relevant one.
Whatever you are the TA one process. That if you see something called TA, if you see here in the library, I'll show you one more time, which is added by SAP. You can easily find that. For example, order processing. Okay, if you go down, you will see the project's names and everything here. So if a project thing that is starting, see this is a TA. This with TA means nothing but this is added by SAP. That is a hard symbol for you to understand. That is pre-configured by SAP. With TAs will be SAP. Okay, you can filter like the TA sales order management because you select the some other ones, it might be with some other authentications and everything. Okay, I'm enabling. So the moment when you finalize the process, okay, this is the process is going to work for me, then you can enable it. Okay, just enable the process. Even still that time also, if you make mistakenly, you can still disable it also. SAP has given you that you don't need to worry about, okay, fine, I enabled it. What happened if I can't reverse back it or not? There is no such case. You can still disable it if you don't want. Anyways, now I have enabled it. Now I go to exit. So on the top right, you will have this exit. Now go to the exit. Okay, now you will see your order processing, which was there in my build library. Okay, now your build process automation process, whatever is there in the library is integrated into your build apps project. Okay, you can see this clearly. Okay, now next what? So this is what the integration I did. So in my next exercise, anyways, don't worry, you might get worried about how S/4HANA will get it. I'll show you that also in the next process. But right now, let me complete flow so that you'll understand clearly. So this process we completed. Now we integrated the sales process also. Now what we have to do to get the things, we have to create the page variables. Okay, so now going to the page variables. So whenever you want to trigger the workflow, right? Because you have to send the data in particularly this demo exercise, the sales order information. So you have to create the page variables that will hold this sales order information, right? That is why you're creating page variables. Okay, now you will create a page variable for the whatever the template we have designed, like the customer, the material, the quantity, the delivery date, whatever we have been created. For that, you have to create the page variables. Okay, now go back the main, or else you don't need to go back here. You have this one directly. You can go to the variables directly section here. Okay, it will show you welcome to variables. There is a variable section, welcome will be there. Simply choose the page variables. Just wait. So on the left side, you will see all these variables. I told you also the different types of variables. Just 1 second. System is still processing for me. Yeah. So now you can see here, these are all app variables, page parameters, data variables, and your translation variables. Okay, so page variables, all these app variables one by one, you will use it, as per your thing. Specifically, page variables you use when means when you want to input the page specific inputs, or when you are driving some temporary calculations. Okay, or sometimes you might add the page filters or toggles also, and all these things you have to go for the page variables. Okay, and specifically when you are going for the data, that means in this one, when you have to go is the moment when you have to hold the backend data. Okay, it depends upon on what and where you are creating. For example, this data variables will hold the REST APIs for your OData and REST services. Specifically for secure backend calls, when you want to use for secure backend calls, you will use for SAP BTP destinations. Okay, in the same way, if you want to generate a list of bulk records and all these things, you will go for the collections. Okay, these are different data variables. Again, in the sections you will see now, so that will be helpful for you in those individual things. Okay, and translations just for only, as the name it indicates, it's only for translations when you want to do it. And page parameters for these variables, at times you have to give the parameters where you have to generate what for what and which purpose. Those you can create in the page parameters. Okay, now I'm going with the page variables. Okay, you can still see there is a SAP documentation is being provided, for each variable, what they are using and why they are using also. If you don't want to have not understanding something, SAP has given as its regular practice, it gives what is the particular menu item is about, you're going to use it like this. Okay, now on the page variables, you will see here, add page variable. Okay, now here, when you click it, you will see two things: from an existing schema or add page variable from the scratch. Existing schema means already if a database schema or something is existing for you, and if you want to add from that, you have to select that option. If I check that, you won't understand anything. So I'm doing from scratch here. So let me do it from the scratch. So from scratch, I'm selecting. Okay, now we have added a page variable now here. So for this, you have to add 4 variables because we have 4 individual parameters in my main page, right? So you will see the user interface, we have customer, material, quantity, delivery date. So for all these 4, you have to add 4 page variables. So, okay, so now I'm okay, the screen was gone. Okay, fine, yeah, here. Now I'm adding this here. I'm adding 2 and again 3, again 4. Okay, put this here. The variable name you have to enter. That's it. Those particular item names: customer, and then this is can go for the quantity. Material, and then date. Okay, so all variables has there, and you might be understanding one thing while doing this quantity is not a text. You have to change the value type. So I'm changing that to number because that is a number based, right? Even date also not a text. Date, for that the type is date or time text will be there. So you can choose this one, date text, which is standard one. Okay, don't select this one because that is not a right data type. You will get errors now. So it is not, it is having some issues. So this is the one which was recommended by SAP, ISO 8601 date text. Okay, now what we have done, very simple. We created the page variables, what are required for my main user interface, right? Now simply save this. Okay, so now once you created the page variables, the things are not done. So you have to, as per our flow, you have to bind that. Bind the page variables to this UI interface. That is the main activity. Okay, so now I'm going to that. I'm binding that. So when we create this page variables with set of data, like here in this example, we're doing the sales order data. you have means that no, we have to get the data that is entered by the user, not by us, into the respective variable. Okay, because this is a form, not a display form, which is already filled by information. This has to be filled by the user and then the approval will be done. That is the exercise, right? So means someone has to enter the particular variable. So you have to do what? You have to bind each page variable to the respective UI element specifically for their input boxes or input values. So whenever someone type into the input box, what happens? The value will be automatically copied into your corresponding page variable. That means in the user interface, whatever you do here, that has to be copied into this variables. Right? That is what the thing system has to understand. Okay. Now for this, what you have to do, just go to the UI interface. So you have to use the tree structure. You will get confused from the main GUI. So don't try to get from here. Go with the tree layout only. Okay, if you have a thing, you can just expand the tree layout also. Now first take the customer, expand the form. Okay, you take the container one, which is customer. Okay, the container one, expand that. Container one has what? Two things are there. One is your text and is your input field. Okay, you will not map the variable to text, but you have to map it to your input field. Okay, now go to the properties. So on the properties, you will see this one. Second, the customer input field. Okay, see here, there is no value. You should not give any value because we have to enter. Okay, and then go to the input field here. Okay, 1 second, system is stuck for me. Okay, now come here in the value, just click on the value. Now you are binding the value here, right? What are you binding? The data and variables. Okay, now click on the data and variables. Here, generally, this is where you will write the formulas, you will connect the properties. If you don't want to put a value, want to make something no value stream, you can go for the no value. But now we are binding that through data and variables. So click on the data and variables. So here you will have these through the data variable, the app variable, and the page variable. Okay, now whatever we created is page variables, right? So click on the page variables. So this page variables, whatever I created, will pop up here. So you have to do what? The relevant page variables, you have to map it here. Okay, so for customer to customer, okay, for quantity to quantity, like this, you have to map it. Okay, now select the customer here, which is the first one, customer to customer. Okay, you will get an optional preview with some other, this one, you can just ignore. This is not required for you. Anyway, it will be ignored. You just save this, that's it. Similar, you have to do the material. Now go to the material, which is container 2, expand that, take the input field, go to the values, here, page variable, material, save it. Okay, same thing for quantity. Container 3, expand that, input field, click on here, page variable, quantity to quantity, and then save it. Okay, you'll get a by default 0. Don't worry about that. That won't hamper anything for you. So don't mind for that also. Okay, and then you'll have the fourth one, which is container 4, which is your last one, delivery date. Input field, value, page variable, and then this date. Okay, that's it. We have binded. Now save this. So we have binded all the required page variables to the UI element. Main step done. Next, logic workflows. Now you have to trigger this workflow. The workflow is there. You have already used that. You added the main page, you created page variables, you have mapped that. Now, how you have to trigger the workflow? So for this, you have to go back again. You have to add the logic to this to trigger this workflow basically. Because why means you have to set up this logic. Why in the sense means this is an approval. Now I have to get the approval. The button I have to change the name. I have not changed it. I'll change it anyways. So here you can write get approval. Okay, the moment when you say get approval, whatever the information you are filling here, it has to go and it has to get approved, right? So to do that activity, you need logic. So that logic only you have to write it for this get approval button. Because this is what I told you, the buttons are the ones which you will be your screen navigators or your further notification or alert navigators as well. Anything they'll do. Okay, so now here, just click on this get approval button. It's very simple. The moment when you click on the get approval button, you will see here add logic to button 1. Okay, you won't see until or unless this one. The moment when you click it only, then only system will automatically tell you in the down right side of here, add logic to button 1. So click there. So there you will get a logical canvas. Whatever you have seen till now is a UI canvas, which will show you all your UI build elements. But whereas here, it will show you all your logical canvases. See, you can see your navigator pages, your scan coders, barcodes, your take photo, GPS location.
Sorry, can you repeat again from back?
Here,
this screen come logically.
No, I'll just show this once again. This one. Create this one. The moment when you click on the button, you'll get the logic here. You have to click on the button. So this will pop up for you. This will be there internally, but the moment when you click it, it will come out. This is called logical canvas. This is your main canvas, design canvas. Okay, so your logical canvas will have defaultly this event and component tab. So this you cannot delete, but rest all whatever the core logical functions that you have to do, right? All these things will be there. The data variables, page variables, app variables. This is where, guys, you have to do a lot of things that you have to do, because this is where all your no code, low code will flourish. This is the one which will help you all your advanced scriptings, utilities, your devices, if you want to add a scan barcode and everything. So all these things will, help you like this. Okay. If time permits, I'll show you one more application, scanning application also. Okay. So that you'll understand that application also, how this will generally work. So now we added this event, right? Now what you have to add is your process. Now what this theme has to do, the moment you enter, it has to process the workflow. Right? So for that, you have to add the process workflow. That is nothing but triggering a process. Right? So if you go down slowly, you will see that processes. Under processes subsection, you will see this called trigger process. Drag and drop the trigger process. See, I'm not writing any code. Everything will be done by system. I'm just, handling the drag and drop functionality maturely. This is what you have to learn in Build Apps. So just add the link of here to here. Like this, that point to this point. Okay, so now here, this one, I'm in a server right now, so it will pop up some things like that whenever I do in the logical sections. So here you will, this is a custom object. Whatever you are seeing here, this is a custom object, right? This trigger process is a custom object. And here, the moment when you click on this, the same, similar to the properties you have seen for the main navigation, you will see here also the input parameters, whatever you have to put it. Okay, so now here you will see the custom objects here. So click on the custom object. Now it will show you all these values. Whatever the process, if you remember, I called a BPA process. That BPA process will have additional values also. Like I have not added ship to party, sold to party, sales order type. I have not added. I simply given only 4 fields. Okay, so those 4 fields only you can map it. Okay, now you have to do the sales order relevant fields to their corresponding page variables. That is what you have to do here in this particular item. Okay, so now let's do that. Just 1 second. System is still processing from here. Okay. Now here, for the material, same thing here. You have to go to this value here. First of all, click here. So it will take you data variables. So click on the data variables. Again, page variable. So customer to customer. So it is dividing your characteristics and key figures. People who are in BW, or we can say dimensions and measures for data sphere level. Okay. So it will automatically classify them. So you can see it directly from that. So now okay, what is that I'm doing right now? I forgot. I discard this one. I'll come back again. Okay, so this one, we have gone to the custom object. Okay, so sorry, I was in a material, so I'm mapping customer there. So put this here, page variable, material to material, and then save this. Similar way, quantity to quantity, and then save this. Whatever are there, and then customer. Customer is what? Ship to party, right? Ship to party, page variable, customer. Save it. And then we have the date. Okay, so I added customer, material, quantity, and date. So it will not be the same way that you are getting from the main page because it is a process. So you have to add it, but your main canvas will be the same, whatever you're seeing that. Okay. So this will not save it until you give something. So you can do one thing because these are all mandatory as has been given. So remember this point, when you are doing a dynamic selections from the original process which you are doing for creating a template or creating an app like this, the rest of the fields are not there. It might put an error for you. So to remove or to get out of that, what you have to do, you have to just add some static values for it. System will not take them, but still into consideration. But still for the process level, you can give some static values. Okay, like I'm giving some random values here. Something here like sales order type, I'll give the standard order. This is standard one. The sales organization 710, standard distribution channel. So I'm giving all the standard ones here, all the statistics here, and I'm saving this. Okay, now that's it. Now you will save this process. Okay, now after the saving the process, you have to drag a toast. Toast will, put a dialog. That means it will show you in a dialog the particular trigger process to appear in your screen. So for that, always this trigger should connect to a toast. So just go to the dialog function. Either you can add an alert, you can confirm it. If you want to make it, you can do it. And if you just want a more dialog modes, you have for all dialog level scenarios, you have to add a toast. So just drag and drop the toast here and connect the toast here. Any point, there will be 2 points here, so don't confuse here. Any point you can connect it. Directly it will be connected. Okay. Now choose the toast for the dialog. Okay. This is a mandatory field which you have to requiredly give here. That means whatever the triggered process is there, that you have to, you have to activate it with a small simple formula for that. So that will enable your page layout dialog when you are executing this app. Okay. So what you have to do is in the toast, if you go to this ABC, this is where your values will be triggered. So click on there. So on this, you can go to not in the data. All variables are done. You should not go to data. This is a formula. Okay. Toast is nothing but a dialog which will pop up. So for that, you have to write a formula. So just click on the formula. You have to write a common formula here. Like it's a common thing, like, you can write many things in the toast while you are maturing your sessions and everything. But I'm giving a simple thing here. I'll write with triggered process with ID. Okay. And then this will have the outputs, whatever I have given, all the outputs will come of the triggered process. So I can write outputs of this one, triggered process plus new instance. This one, outputs of trigger process and new instance. Can I add this one? Just double click it, it will come automatically. Okay, let this come. It is still processing for me here. Okay, this is not okay. 1 second, I have to get the ID. It's not process instance. 1 second, let me redo it one more time. I chose this one. This is the new process instance ID. Yeah, this is the one. Is there any other thing? No, this is the one which is there. Okay, I'm just reconfirming this. Okay, so it will show you the expression result type is validate or not. Okay, if it is not validated, you will see an error there. Okay, now simply save this. This is the common formula you have to, guys. You have to use it whenever you're using a trigger BPA trigger workflow. This is a very common for across all your exercises. Okay, now save this. This is also saved. Okay, now go to your main page layout. This is the page layout, right? If you can see the page layout, go to the tree main one. This is the page layout. Now you will see all these elements one by one here. Title, form, container 1, container 2. Okay, all these things which you have added, the button, everything will be there. Okay, now at the page layout level, you just click save one more time for this purpose. So just recheck in the button whether the same logic is there or not. Okay. Right, now we have written the logic also. Now the last step will be there, previewing the app. Okay, you can preview your app in the last step. So now here, we can minimize this screen. Now go to here and preview this here directly. So now you will see again a barcode, because people who want to see in the mobile, they can still see in the mobile the same thing by entering the pin whatever they wanted. But yeah, that mobile thing is not required. Whatever in the web preview will be there, that will be same in the mobile with the mobile dimensions. Okay. Now you can just simply go to the open web preview. You will see all these one. This is the one which I have just created. You can see the updated thing also. 1 minute ago, just 1 minute ago, I created this, right? So you can just go for open. Okay, now you can write some values here. Let's say customer, I'm writing. Some bikes. Okay, material. Okay, I'm writing some materials which I remember from this because I'm already habituated with this data. Okay, some quantity. Okay, some date. Date will be your year, and then what is date? 2026, right? This is one. Let's say this is one. I'll keep it. Okay, and you can say select get approval. See here, it is showing you triggered the process ID instance. It showed one pop-up to you, right? Your process will be triggered and you'll get a required approval. Okay, so where you will get it, you will see that. Where you will get this one, not here. Again, you have to go to the main build environment. If you go to the main build environment, in the monitoring pane, just reload this again. So you can see the process and workflow instances in the monitoring pane. See here, the one which I ran, Jan 7th, 8:15. This is the time. You can see this. This is the one which I ran it. Okay, just click on that. And you will see the process was running. Okay, you can see the source. You can see when I have been done what material. Please see, it is asking you. Please review this material which is available. Expand that. And you can see a relevant code of it. What are the data? See here, this is the data I have passed, right? The material, the quantity, you can see that, and also the standard data for instance, whatever I have passed for it.
I have got one more doubt because these codings and all, these are all standard codes. So I guess we don't have to review on these things. My only doubt is that how come it is catching the recipient name where we have entered the recipient name over here?
Which recipient name?
The workflow is being triggered to the recipient, right? In this particular case.
For recipients, it was in the monitoring only directly. It's a common thing that this is the reason if you have observed on the button, I written instance ID. So it retrieved to instance ID. So I am directly going for this instance directly. If it is to an ID, there you have to go workflow to an ID there. See here.
Okay.
You got it right. I written a code there, right? That one you have to give it. Okay. Anyway, in the same flow, once again, in the same flow, for example, I got a common standard flow that is pre-configured for this purpose. But in the same BPA flow, if the same BPA flow allows emails of particular people, so the same flow will come to that persons only. In the BPA, you will learn it. So the same flow you will call it, and while you are running the same in here in the workflow of this one, those people get triggered these emails for these materials to approve, and then you can approve from there directly.
But now this thing seems to be like a standalone thing. So how come it is going to integrate with my HANA?
I'll show you that. How you will populate your data with S/4HANA, I'll show you now.
And that too, there is one more condition. Conditions may arise if you are talking about the automations. Can it be possible the values that we are entering over here, the logic should be somewhere in the backend who will populate all these data and automate the workflow?
I'm not getting a question. What is that? Can you please repeat?
Okay. We have entered manually these 4 fields, right? And then we initiated the workflow. Okay.
Usually enter in a form, right? Form is a manual data only, right? I'll enter whatever I want, right? I'll just write it here. Yeah. So what is the thing?
So now is it not possible that to populate and these all fields are all already being backed up by my data in the HANA, be in operational data. So can't we capture these fields from my HANA and then
that's what I'm showing you. You can populate drop downs with SAP S/4HANA. So I'll show you one exercise now that the continuation is that one only next. You can get that population from the S/4HANA directly.
Got it.
Okay. Yeah. So this is how, guys, I'm done with the exercise now. You can ask me questions now. Yeah, please.
So I just want to know one thing, okay, because you have already, it's basically it's a triggered there. If I have to trigger, multiple people,
you can trigger. You can trigger. That's what I told you. In a BPA flow, you can add a number of approvals, and that's what you will learn BPA. That will come automatically here, and you can trigger to multiple people. Whoever, approver 1, approver 2, approver 3. Even you can add conditions also. If approver 1 and approver 2 are okay, then only approver 3 has to approve. Those type of conditions also you can approve it. You can write it. So now Build Apps, this is the one come to complete end-to-end flow. I'll show now, if you don't have any doubts,
can you approve this? This is put on hold. Can you approve this?
I'll approve it because I don't have approving authority, because this is going to directly academy.com. I cannot open and approve it. But I can show you this is how you'll get it. In your email ID, you'll get it. See, this is the recipient. I don't have that email ID to approve. So this is an account where I'm using for this to show you. So yeah, this is one. You can open the email, approve it. That's it. Automatically approved. There is no problem. Even I'll try with here. It is coming in the inbox or not. Let me show you this.
One more is the field length we can configure anywhere, or it is no restriction on the field length?
No restriction. You can configure. See, this came here. Please review here. Approval form. This was done. I acknowledge we received your order. Order approved. So in the below, you can see this approve, reject, and all these things. Approve. That's it. This is how you do. See, task process successfully. It is approved. Okay. So this is how you generally do.
Now, can you please show me the navigation for go to my inbox here?
This is the one on the main build page. In this, you'll have this inbox. So there you will have
Got you.
There you will see it. Okay. Yeah.
Fieri app only, right? The like Fieri my looking like
not
similar.
Fieri app. Yeah. In our EI5 Fieri, how you do generally with the inbox. Yeah. Same kind here. Yeah.
Canvas, I'm not seeing the toast button. How like if it is some of the buttons are not, the variables are the workflow may, if you are adding the toast is not available. How to get that field?
I don't know. Let me check what is that issue you have it now. Else I'll give you, because I don't know. I am getting this.
It's the same for me as well.
Okay, might be the full subscription version, right? You might have this issue. I'll check with the admin now. Okay, let me talk to him.
Without that, we can't write any code there. The button won't work.
No worries. I'll give you a plan B also end of the session. How you can do? We can do a trial also on it, and you can get from the trial also. So don't worry. In the trial, toast and everything will come. Okay. If the subscription, because in subscription version, I told you, right, they will be limited to the licensed items only. Might be they have not upgraded, or might be admin has not added that. These two might things happen. But for the interest of time, you can use the trial versions also. I'll let you know how you can use it in the end of the time. Let me complete my another part. So this is one such thing, guys. This is how you do your applications creations in the build apps. Now to populate the data.
So in the monitoring, we can see all the logs, right, from all the applications?
Yes.
In the monitoring tab.
What is saying, so many order processings are running here, not only mine. So you can see everyone's here. Yeah, but this is a sandbox system, so you're seeing all logs, but in live, you might see to the ones which are you and your group are relevant to. If you are seeing everyone's logs, it is a security concern, right? So system and SAP cannot allow that. As this is sandbox, you're seeing everyone's, but in originally, the security group will take care of that. Whatever you are relevant for the levels, only those you can see in the instances.
Got it. And on the trigger process with ID, can you just explain it once again quickly? Like I didn't get it fully. Trigger process with IDs we have on the button side.
See here, this we have here. See, this is the one which we have gone for this. So you have a lot of trigger processes will be there. I will not save it anyways. Okay, fine. I will cut this. So you can directly trigger a process. You can directly trigger a process instance. You can trigger a process instance again with the dots are all your compatibilities, like with the business key, by a date, with an ID, with an instance ID. Now I did with instance ID. With the project ID also you can trigger this process, because the trigger process might vary from different reasons. Okay. Keeping that reasons, SAP has given all these triggering reasons for you. So these are all those such reasons for you. Okay.
So how do you identify which triggered reason? I mean, needs
that's
to
what
be selected.
I told you, right? Usually use the process instance ID only. This is the where all your process, which is in the main, because for me it is now SAP Academy.com. For you it will be some x.y at the rate of techmahindra.com. So that is your instance ID. The moment your global instance ID is created with your sub account, that will be your instance ID, which will carry throughout your build suite. Not only for apps, for BPA, for Joule and everything, it will be going the same thing. So that is the reason I told to you, this is the common one which you have to use it. If this instance ID has not been done through a project, this trigger flow has to done, then you have to go for your project ID. Again, those projects also versions are happening, then you have to go for a version. That's what I'm telling. This is all your customization based on the level that your requirements are getting done. You have to use your instance IDs. Okay.
Basically, these are kind of transaction IDs, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Clear?
This is just to give the message in the toast, right? Or is it has some relevance?
No relevance, only message, because we have to trigger a dialogue, right? The moment I am doing this, I'm getting a dialogue. If toast is not there, I cannot get a dialogue from there.
Yes, just to show that what something happened and you are just giving the confirmation.
Exactly. Clear?
And is there any mechanism post approving the workflow? We have let's say if I want to post any accounting entry, so we can do it, right?
You can do it. You can do it.
Hopefully in next session, coming session, we can.
Yeah. You will see that. Can I continue with my next part because my time is running out here? We have to cover that part also. Any other questions? I'm going with the next part. Now we will try to populate the data with materials, from S4HANA background and all these things as well. Okay. Right. So if you understand right now what I have done, I have just created a form. Okay. So for what the purpose? To the user to enter certain data like material and all these things for the sales order to get approved on the front end level, right? Now, as someone has asked, we are generally work a lot of our journey will be S4HANA systems only. So now you have to make a call to the S4HANA cloud backend. That is what we have to understand, how this is connecting to cloud and how we are getting that. It is most important, right? So you might have retrieve a product data, you might have to get a customer data or material data. You have to populate all the data, right? So that data you have to populate as what? As a drop down box so that user can choose from a list of products what he can do it. That is how you can generally make it free for the citizen developers to understand what's going on in your front end, right? So a data source here at that level when you're doing certain kind of things, because I will revamp the same application now. So at that same level, you can define a connection to a backend and then you can execute. When you are executing, it will bring what? The data that you want from the S4HANA. Okay, so for that, what is the main thing you have to do? You have to tweak your integrations. Okay, so let me go into the create sales order, this one more time. Click on it here. Now go to the integration tab. So in the integration tab, now we bought this from the standard BPA. Now I want another integration, which is my S4. Now add the integration. Now where this S4 will be generally loaded in BTP. Remember that I told you the day one, how the destinations will be created with the external and as well as our cloud internal systems as well, right? That is the reason you have mainly three. One is from your complete third party clouds. Excuse me. And then one is from your build library and another from your SAP systems. Now we can go to the BTP destinations directly. You can select your HANA. So here, let me select, we have our stand because usually you will be selecting some of your S4 HANA data will be there. So that one you can select and you can do it. Okay, like your sales order for sales order, products for product, you can have your generative AI will be there. Build apps runtime will be there. A lot of sources, whatever you have already been given in the BTP, those are all come here. You can see here, this for example, BP is in HANA, the business partners in HANA. So you can see all these business partners in HANA. So usually this destination is nothing but it is referring to a BTP destination that is pointing to the ABAP's OData. Okay, that means people who generally do all your web service, you are and all these kind of things, you will see that we have a common thing like ABAP OData will be there with a service /SAP /OData, some bigger URL will be there. And last, you will have your function, service function, like your product or underscore SRV or sales or something will be there. I'm just, I'm not remembering that. But that service is the main one which will get your S4HANA data into the build apps. So what the service does, that service will provide the access to get your relevant master data or your sales order data, whatever it might be, which you can use them to populate your data into this particular drop-down fields for the UI purpose. So this is nothing but making you to get a tight integration with the product catalog that you are maintaining in your SAP S4HANA in the backend, and you are enabling some real-time data retrievals also on your product selections in the front end with this particular integration. Okay, so now here, let me select the BTP destination. So this will be relevant to this one, S4HANA data products, not sales order. That is a different one. I'm going for the products here that contains the data. So whatever the data entity you select, that data entity fields will be showcased here. You can see here under product, you can see all the product based fields. Under product basic text, it'll have it. So like this, it will have every single thing that it has to be get it. So this is the common one which we will use for all the sales orders. So whatever the relevant OData channel you want, you can get that and you have to install that integration. That's it. Okay, even if you have doubt, you can see the real data of that as well. I'm just showing you. This is the real data that is existing in the S4HANA cloud right now. Okay, so just close this, install the integration. Okay, so basically I'm doing all. You can go for this one, A product. This one is enable. You can just enable this one. Okay, now we can see this one, this A product data entity will be there. This is the one which will be helpful. You can enable this entity. Whatever the entities you want, you can enter, I mean, you can enable a lot of entities here. Okay, so just simply save this. So this will get the data. Now I'm going to my variables now. Now I will create, now I got the data entities because I am trying to get the S4HANA data. So for that, I got the data entities. Now when I am dealing with data entities and mapping the data, I need data variables, not page variables. Okay, so now I go to the variable section again. Now here on the left side, I'll go with the data variables. Instead of page variables, I'll go for the data variables. Okay, now here, same thing, instead of page, you'll add a data. Now add data variable here. See, it is asking you, what is the data variable I selected there? Product description. Okay, I'm selecting from there. Going for product description. Okay, now select this one. And here you can see this description name. This is a collection of data records, not single data record, whatever you want to get. So if you want a single record, you have to go for single record. If this is a new data record, you have to go for this one. But whatever the data you are bringing, it is a S4HANA data, right? So it's a collection of data. So should be always, the variable type should be collection of data records. Okay, and authentication, filter conditions, you can go with this one. Now the main important condition is your filter conditions here. Here, what you have to filter. Okay, now click on this. Now you'll get this one. So here the filter condition means basically with some properties. So you have to use this one. You can go for formulas, component properties, again, all these things also. But the filter conditions will be majorly with the object with properties, because the product, the language, whatever you want to get it, you can get from here. So like this, you can add this one. You can add a condition. Okay, like I'll add some condition. Whatever the data that I want to get into the system, that I will give some values and the properties, whatever I want, I'll add it in the filters. Okay, it is not required, but if you add filters also, it will be easy for you to understand and get this. Okay, now if I go to the product, the properties product, which is, I'm getting some values here. So sorry, this is the one I can get. Just wait. Run a system is struck. Yeah. So now I'm going into the filter condition. So frequently system might stuck because of URL kind of thing. So don't worry, it will get automatically activated because backend it will refresh. So you don't need to worry about that. So the language I want in English because this is a global data as you have already seen. In the browse data, there are Arabic and Chinese records also there. Okay, that is why I'm filtering here with the condition equal to English. Okay, and then I'm adding one more thing here, which is product. Product has some ranges I am giving here, which is less than. This is the standard ranges I'm giving because I know the data set already. So you can see the data set later point of time. Because in lifetime, you know your data products, what is less, what is greater than, your data, you know it. I don't need to comment on that. So this is just a normal criteria. I'm just showing you here. Just once after you doing this, just simply save this.
Yeah. Is it possible to pass the login language there?
You can, but you have to write a formula for that, as of I know. So now here you can put this one, the product description. Okay, add a new variable. Okay, this one again, product description. Okay, now here on the paging, basically you have to set the paging. So click on this paging, go to the object properties. Okay, so now you will see the pagination thing here because majority of time we might see some page issues because a few content might clamp and a few content thing here. So those things we can actually cover in this one. So for page size, generally you can have some value. So this is a standard value which I'm giving you, some numbers and everything. You can select this one static number, which is the standard size is 10. You can give the total count of the page. I mean, like this, you can actually make it true. A static true false, you can give it here, whether it is true or false. That means you can include the total count of the page also, how many things are there. So like this, you can just add this one. This is a page index, which will give you like this. Okay. And simply save this. This is not required. So I just added unnecessarily. I'll just remove this. Okay, that's it. So you can save this page data variable. I saved it. Okay. Now using this data variable, I'll create the drop downs there. Okay. Now into this one here, go to the main user interface again. This is the one. Okay. So on this create sales, this is our create sales order workflow page, right? So in this page, you can add a drop down field to your whatever the input boxes we have added here, right? So to them, to the right of it, you can add an input, drop down fields for them so that you can use those and you can, further add these, you can map these data variables to there so that it will call the S4 directly there. Okay. So for example, here, open my tree layout here. I can just expand that here to the top. Okay. Expand the form from the main layout. Okay. And for each container, you can actually do this. So I'm adding for one because it will be time consuming for everything. So I'm going for drop down field towards the right. The drop down field will be there. Okay. So I have added the drop down. You can see after the input only the drop down field has came. Okay. So now you have to add the properties for it. This is a drop down field, or you can just simply click here. So the label text will be the same here, and you can just put that some name value here. Let me put that here. I don't want this label, so I'm just removing this here. Okay, for option list, you can see this, there is a value. This is the one. Option list is nothing but the list of values which you want to display in the main screen. Okay, now here you can just go for this custom list with 0 items. This is the same thing here. Okay, so this will automatically bring all your items there. Don't need to do anything there. Okay, now you have to do one thing here for this particular thing. You can set you can bind some formula and you can set some formula to get all the data into this list. So first, this will be getting the list. So let me do this. Just go to this, add a value. Just wait, it is still processing for me. Okay, now back. I'll go with the formula here. The binding formula, I'll write it here. Okay, so now these formulas you have to write it on your own. This is a common formula what I'm writing for mapping the data. Okay, so I'm mapping my data, which is data dot. System will help you while you are doing any typing key in this formula bar. Okay, you don't need to worry a lot because it will automatically call. See here, my database which I have been triggering is data product description one from S4HANA. Okay, it's already calling me. Just click on there directly, it will get it. Okay, so this one I'm calling. So in this, what are the labels? I'm just putting that here. I have to write it for that. Okay, this is a binding formula to get the product data description. So I'll write it here. Like I'll write a label. I get an item with product and product description. Okay, because the product will have what? The product ID and product description. So both I have to get. So for that only I'm writing this label. So always ensure that you will maintain some space after the double quotes. If not, it will show an error. Okay, it's an item dot product. See, these are the three things which came from my database only. So item dot product. Okay, again, another one, what you want in that, the product description. So whenever you are getting another one as a nested, you have to start with your quotations and then you have to get these ones also. Item dot product description. Okay, and then you will just simply close this. I'll adjust this later. These quotations are here and there, they will irritate you. And then this will be item dot product. There is a standard index set is there. I'll just give you the syntaxes and everything for this. You'll understand this little later. Okay. List of object to properties. Yeah, this is expression is valid only. As I'll check one more time. I'm calling from description one. In description one, I am calling the item product plus item product description. Okay.
Yeah, maybe you can check the space somewhere.
That's what this space is correct only. 1 second. Might be this one. Yeah, this is okay. And then this label I have entered right. And then this is also entered. Be this space. Yeah, this is the one. See, this code should be properly been aligned here when you are giving. And then this is an item. Still, this is there. Okay, let me put this in Notepad and write it one more time here. Second. Oh, now this is okay. Yeah, on the Notepad I set it this is fine. Okay, now save this, and then you can save this one more time, and you will see the option list is now mapped with this product description formula, whatever I have mapped it. So now you have to bind the drop down field to the material page variable. Now, whatever the data variable I have given, it will get the data, but the drop down field also should map to the page variable. Okay, why? Because as we have done for the input field for the material in the earlier exercise, the similar thing you have to do for here also. Okay, so for the selected value field, you have to set the binding to this particular material also. Okay, now if you go to this one, in the drop down field, if you unexpand this, see this is the selected label. Now click on this and then go to the data and variables, page variable, material, and then save it. Because for the drop down, which your drop down you are selecting, material drop down you are selecting. So for that, on the selected label, you are assigning the page variable also for that. For that page variable, you are adding the data from the S4HANA also, which I have done in the earlier option list. Okay, so this is done. Now the drop down field properties will look like this. You have your label, which is cleared, your option list, which was mapped with the formula also you can see here, and then your selected label, which is tagged to material. Okay, that's it. Now save this. You're done with this now. Completely go to the main page one more time. If it is not saved, just save it one more time. Okay, now you are doing this one, and then now preview the app here. Review this. Open the web preview. Open it. See here, customer. I'll write the same thing. Types something. Material. Okay, I have to use that one. Okay, quantity. I'll use, let's say now 2000. So some delivery date, today date, 1 something. Okay, select the option. See here. Now it's calling the data from the S4HANA. Am I getting this? This is all S4HANA data only, whatever I'm getting here. So you can select from this directly. Like for example, I want this bike or something. So you can select this one and I can ask for the approval. Get approval. So this will go to your main build page. So go to the monitoring and check first of all it is being done or not. Let this come. See, this is the one which was being ran now. Okay, now go to the inbox. See, cruise bike C990. For this, I need approval. Same thing. So you'll get it and you will approve it. That's it. So this is how you generally integrate the S4HANA data and you will put it also into the system. There is one more thing also. Whatever I have shown to you, these two are basically from the Build Apps library and one is from S4HANA. You can generate a sales order app using generative AI also. So how you generate a sales order via app? You know how to, that's a viewer app basically. It's in generative AI, how you configure the filterings and sortings and paging for that, how you clean up the AI generated pages, and how you preview and test that kind of apps in the build app. You will see in this session because it will take some time. So in the session, what we will discuss is I will show you how generative AI will help you in the SAP build to see this apps and how you work on it and how you deploy this build apps to BTP. While doing that, you have to configure certain settings and to the build environment. So those we will learn. And in addition to it, I'll do one more build app, which is a scanner app, which will give you some more insights and information on that. So that with this, you'll understand completely about the build apps. Okay. So I'm done for the session. For any questions, you can ask me now. See, actually, this is the basic suite that generally, because we are on the Joule. For Joule, generally, build apps will not be provided, build will be provided. If you can see here, this is a extensions for your low-code, pro-code AI will be there. And here you can develop full stack in a visual way. This is the basic difference. Now, with the Joule, what happens if you see our BTP there, we have been for Joule, all this build services has been enabled. In build services, you won't get all what you're thinking here. If you can see this, there are some pricings will be there, which he has also told to me. So here there will be basically your service plans will be there, which are standard. These service plans are standard. Okay, if you can see our BTP also, I'll just show you what we have. So the reason I'm showing you why you are not able to, this is not my desktop. And then this is one something. Yeah, this is a guy who's using for this. Because this difference, because people of architects are there, pre-sales guys also will be there. They should know, right? These are the instances we have. And, if someday you should also know the differences, why those options won't come in the C. This is what we have. We have build default is there, which is build apps, which is called build, which we call build default. If you go to the discovery center also, if you go to the overview, if you go to the back one here, see, this is free tier, in which you can see the plans here. See, free enterprise base. Because this pay as you go, which region we have. So this is a free tier that which we have right now. You can see this is our free tier, which system has provided to us. This is our free tier. And this is build default. You see this, if you go to the home page, and this is a subscription based, which you can see here, it will come as default, build default. So we are user and runtime are there here. So this is for your related missions that you can see, which you have for build for your Joule skills and all these things. You can see this. And whereas if you see the build apps, specifically in the discovery center, I'm telling you why that differences are there. In a subscription model, I told you, right? This differences will generally count for that. See here, there is no Joule is there. Build apps is completely end-to-end build app support, where you want to develop your front end, back end, streamlining complete end-to-end. So that is the reason you are not able to see those things. So whatever are required for Joule, in Joule, generally while you're doing that skills, usually this build app suite completely will not be enabled. So what I asked the admin is to add, because this is one more service which we have, because you want to explore that environment. I asked him for build apps under that, add one more build apps in a separate, he said, in the same Joule sub account, it was tough for us because two build accounts can't be added in one single entity. So he said he'll create one more sub account, especially for build apps to practice. That is also on the free tier, he will add it so that you guys can practice from there itself. So in this, you will not see all those options directly there. Got it? The reason why you're not able to see those options?
Yeah, once that is ready, we can
I already told him last night itself only. He said it will take, because these are all not done by him directly. SAP, the control will be with SAP. So he has raised a request and he is trying to do it. He told it will be done by. So he's still trying. Even I tried to call him in the evening 6:30. He just gave me a message that it's still in the progress. So you'll get it in a separate sub account, that particular entity. Okay.
Yeah, no problem. Once we get the access, we can explore things in that way.
Definitely. Yeah, I'm going back to my next one. Okay, now we have seen all these sales orders, the HANA 4 dropdowns, how you create. So we will discuss on the generative sales orders, how you generate the sales order view, that apps in the using generative AI applications. And then we will try to deploy this SAP Build App to BTP. And as per the time permission, I'll go and try to show you the scanner application also, how you generally build in the Build Apps environment. Okay. So let me start with this here directly. Right. So whenever, see, generative AI, before that, I will give you some sort of introduction and then I'll start it. So let me open this one. Okay. See, generative AI, you might see in a lot of stages while we are doing this. Why generative AI is getting introduced into our environment is, to simplify our day-to-day tasks. As we have seen, right, when you are creating an application, you are going here and there, putting something there and making something, enabling some page. Okay, all these things you're trying to do. So with that also, inside the environment, which is as native to SAP here, so this will help us to generate the machine suggested content on the screen itself. So which will help you to sometimes, because we might not think what machine is thinking. So machine might think better than us, or it's not the same thing every time also as well. What happens like generative AI, especially in BTP, public cloud, it was being giving to design or to get the help from the machine itself directly. So especially to our build apps, in generative AI, so it will help to design the applications faster. Okay, because we are using the natural language prompts here, all the NLP methodologies will be there here. So you can generate the app structures, you can create the UI layouts, you can suggest the data bindings. What you can say, it will assist you with the logics and automations also. Almost all you can, it is a kind of a tool for you internally, helps you to improve the developer productivity. So SAP delivers this actually through Joule and all the BTP AA services. There is a component specially called BTP AA service other than Joule. So that will help us to, bringing all these generative AI insights into it. Okay. So the key for all this, especially in build apps only, you can get a AI app generation. You can describe your app in plain English, prompt to app that also, so that AI generates, you can create an expense approval app or something. It might help you. If it is completely integrated kind of Joule and generative AI, it will help you. Again, if your subscription don't have generative AI, don't expect that from the SAP Build Up. You have to build it. I told you, right? There are many subscriptions are there. So based on the subscriptions only, all these things will help you on top of that. Okay. In line to that, what happens, in the build apps application, especially when you are going with generative AI applications in build apps. So whenever you are going to prompt to app, generally we call it as AI capabilities. So this just an extra note for you, everyone. Just go to this. These are all key generative AI capabilities. Okay. So the first one will be your AI app generation. Okay, this one, it is nothing but we call it as prompting or prompt to app. Okay, so you can describe your app in your normal language, plain language, which the language support will be there. Even if you want to talk in Telugu, Tamil, English, if the language support is there, in a plain language, if you can support, if you can talk, it will, for example, let's say you can ask like that, hey, create an expense approval app with list, detail, and approval screen. So what AI generate, it will generate the pages, it will generate the UI components, it will generate sample data bindings, it will generate navigation logic. So what is the value here? By using the generative AI, the massive, or I can say in a great manner, your time will be saved during the app bootstrap. Because in general, if you have to manually do a lot of activities you have to do and hours of lengthy time you have to put it on it. So that will be helped with you with this generative AI capability. This is one of the important thing in this thing. Okay. And then also we use the generative AI capabilities in AI assisted UI design. Okay, so when I'm saying AI assisted UI design means basically AI helps what? AI helps to to suggest basically some of the layouts that you want to build, like what can be the form, what are the cards, or let's say the tables, all these things can be done from it. And it can help you to auto bind your UI fields to data variables, how you have to do and where you have to do kind of things. And especially on the AI assisted UI design, it will recommend the component properties, which means what is the use case you get benefit of this AI assisted UI design is the business users can build the apps without any UX expertise on that. I don't have any expertise, but the moment when I start going and work on it, the AI can assist me do this, in a simple manner. So that, I can be easy for me to go and, do it. Okay, with the simple instructions. That is called AI assisted UI design. That is one such thing which is there as part of that. And the next one is AI assisted logic and formulas. Now, yesterday also when I have written formulas, I know many of you were worried about, hey, these formulas are like this, how can we go? When we start our journey with any kind of, low code kind of things, even still we get, big people who are really worried about the formulas or codings, they might not like it. And it's an open fact. So for them also, the AI-assisted logic and formulas can help it. So inside the logic flow, yesterday I have shown you the logic flows, right? Where I have written some simple logics. So inside that also, even I also don't want to write that. So then AI can suggest the condition. It can help you the generating the syntaxes, generating the formulas. Okay, it will help you with the validation, whether you have written the right or not, this kind of things. It's not that 100% it might validate you. Sometimes the validation might also go wrong. I'm already telling you, don't depend 100% on AI, generative AI things, because it will help you at 90 to 95%. 100% means you have to put your efforts at some extent here to get this done. Okay. Okay, and then for example, if you have to validate some amounts, let's say greater than 5,000, or validate something between that, or you have to output certain instance IDs, these kind of things when you want to do that, so it will help you and it will reduce your stress, to understanding and making things on top of that. So time will be saved. So more of case, what happens, you can reduce the trial and error kind of non-developer kind of people, like the citizen developers. They are not non-developers, they are all non-developers, but they come and they know they might have to spend a lot of time if they don't know which formula they have to apply. So in this way, AI assisted logics and formulas can help you. Okay. And as part of another feature that will help in this is natural language data models. So here specifically, AI assist in identifying the entities. Okay, like let's say your employee, the order, the invoice, you can create the fields, mapping the relationships. Okay, a lot of things. So best I can say to code that, for kind of prototyping or workshops, these kind of activities, if you have to run with using AI, you can do it in this application creations for the natural language data model. Okay, and one of the other important part as part of the AI key capabilities in this area will be your integration. Because yesterday we have seen two integrations, right? One is with the library, another is with our S4HANA. In the same way, integration here, when I talk about Gen AI speaks about SAP Joule to it. This is what it's generally speaks more about it, because Joule is the AI component or AI agent here. It's called cross AI tool, we call it as. Because Joule, generally it works across the SAP ecosystem completely. So not just only for build apps. Now Joule is being built for every component in SAP. Now in public cloud, everywhere you are seeing Joule and generative AI. In the coming days, you will see in everywhere, even ABAP also, you will see the Joule component which is appearing there, which will help you in generating the codes and, in validating the codes as well. Okay. So it will across all the ecosystem based apps like your build apps, BPA, S4HANA, SuccessFactors, Ariba. So a lot of things. Okay. You'll have a consistent same AI assistant experience everywhere. It's not that in build apps it will do superbly and and then in ABAP it will not work well. It's not kind of that. So everywhere, they are making, that is why now what SAP is doing is whatever the prompts, whatever the content, whatever the data they are making it in with respect to Joule only. So if that particular application, particular tool, particular activity or particular upgrade, anything they are doing, they are making it Joule enabled so that Joule understands and give the solutions for it in the generative AI pattern. That is what the next thing that is deeperly happening with SAP inside. So these are the generative AI capabilities you might see as part of the build apps. Okay. So what happens, with the architectural level also in this is just simple. A user prompt will be there. That user prompt will hit your Joule and Joule will hit BTP AI core and that will hit your metadata generator. And there you will get all your logic and data models in UI. This is what enterprise grade applications, how you generally do it. Okay. And specifically, you have understood now what AI will do here in the build apps. Now, what AI will not do also you have to understand. Here, when I'm saying generative AI means people will specifically think that, okay, will it do functional design? Will it do data governance? No. Generative AI will not help you in your functional designs or, data governance or either your authorization designs or your performance tuning or complex integrations, whatever you do, that will not be handled by generative AI. And especially some complex business logic, or I can say certain business logics. I cannot name them now, but yes, this will not be created by generative AI because these are all the areas where human validation is mandatory. SAP has not kept it. Yeah, might be in the coming future, these might get also occupied. But as of now, I am seeing that at least for the next 2-3 years, this will not be occupied because this is all where human validations are kept at as a mandatory piece there. Okay. So these are all the things you have to understand, guys, as part of the generative AI capabilities. Now, what I will show you is in SAP Build Apps, we will include this generative AI assistant also. What helps it? What makes basically it will help you is it will quickly create a application based on your certain service metadata or some backend metadata. Okay, so you will use that assistant to generate that particular sales order app, whatever I'm telling you, on the S4 system. So this generated app will include certain list pages, some detailed pages, and all these things will be there. So I'll show you one by one how you have to connect to the backend and how you have to do that. Let me show you that. So going back to our system. Opening here.
Are we going to create the same app, sales order workflow app through generative AI, or are we going to create a new one? Can we use the same one? Let us see the difference.
Similar one I'm trying to do it because I have already created that, right? So it will not be a value add for you. I'm trying to show you something special on that. Okay, I mean another thing on that. Okay, so let me show you first of all. Just wait, system is still coming. So I will take something from BTP, whatever is there enabled from the S4, and then I'll generate the pages on top of that. Okay. So what we will do is here, we'll generate a sales order app using the generative AI. We'll go to the S4HANA and we'll enable some data entity there. So from there, I'll configure the rest of the configuration for it, like, whatever the filters I need, what sorting I need and all these things. And then we'll do some sort of cleanup activity for, doing nice generated pages for AI. And then you will preview and you can test the app accordingly on that. Okay. So onto this, just wait, it is still coming. Bye. Okay, let me go with the cold one only. Go to the integration. Now try to take from the integration of S4 one more entity here. Go to the BTP destinations. Okay, there are many. This is generative AI. Don't touch it because the name itself indicates something. So it might have something, but don't touch that right now. So I have some preloaded content in this. So I'm just trying to do that. So for this, I'm taking this one, which is Joule enabled. S4HANA Joule sales order is there. So I'm just taking this one, this entity. Let me check what data it has. So it has sales order. Okay, if you can see under this, I have sales order type, sales order code, and all these things is there. And then if whatever you want, you can actually add these elements also. Okay, I'm okay with what I have right now to install. Whatever I like it, I can go it. You have a lot of things you can explore like this. See, there are many entities are there. Whatever you want, you can add all these entities here. Okay, to that. Okay, a simple one I'm showing you here. So if you want to see whether data is also not there or there, see the data is also there. So we can get the values of it as well. Complete records are there for this. Okay.
This is something you have created, or this is coming with the build itself?
I have not created. See, I got from S4HANA. These are all SAP S4HANA data.
No, data is fine. I mean, this integration or whatever component you are looking at, right? S4HANA Joule sales order. So this you have developed, or?
I have not created anything. It's already there in the system. I'm just picking whatever is there in the system.
It comes from SAP itself, right? That's what you mean.
Yeah.
Okay.
Data sources, I think, sales order data source.
Kepo, one question. Let's say, if you want to control certain fields, right? Certain behavior based on the order type or, right? Typically what we have in backend, right? Generally, is there an option?
That is what said. You can expand, expand. This is the reason that is there. If you are not happening, these are all not allowed fields.
So these are, kind of hangers or places where we can put our code or logic?
Not logic. Only this logic you have to do from the logic builder only. This is only to put the fields and get the data. That's it. Logic section only you have to build all the logics. There is no logic you can build at this section. Okay, but yes, if your REST APIs have logic and you want to get it, yeah, there is an option here. You can get the REST data entity as well here. If those are already having logic, if not, you are building something you have to build after calling the fields in this entity. I mean environment.
Yeah, so we can tell this is kind of standard OData sources, right? Like
right.
Like backend, we will be having H11 tables, right? Same kind, we will be accessing the sales order data through these entities.
Exactly. Yeah. Now I'm enabling this data entity, whatever I want. See here, the moment when I'm enabling the data entity, see it is asking to generate page. This is called generative AI. The moment when you do it, system started helping you here. Generate pages. Okay, so SAP Build Apps is now using generative AI to create the pages based on what? Based on this entity metadata. Okay, so now let me open that. You can inspect those generated pages as well. I'm just putting on generate pages. So system will create you pages. Instead, you create pages. System will create those pages. See, generated pages for listing, order create, update, sales order read. 3 pages it is creating. Now, if you want to see the view, how it will look like, just create on open page view. This is how your pages. See how easy and how defined it is. It's creating a sales order page for your this is sold to create, right? Yeah. And this is for your read, just for reading for your data. Okay, this is all your orders. This is the one which we created. Okay, that's fine. But this is the 2 which was being majorly done. Yeah, even create sales order, it was created, not by us. This is the earlier one on which we have been done. So now if you want to see, you want to see on logic, for example, on the listing. For example, this one, if you click on there, see, the page will be automatically open to you. So now if you click on the each container, see the page layout, basically first you have to observe the page layout. So if you just go down, see this is the list header in which it added a title and button automatically. And all has column headers. What is the header? Sales order date, from the entity it has picked all these individual items. Okay, these are your arrow placeholders. And in the list, I get this one. See, the moment when you are drag and drop, you will see where it is getting activated in the main functional page as well. That means the main design page as well. There's a bottom bar, found error bar, row container, and then list view. Okay, so like this, you will see the sales order, okay, in a mobile mode. If you want to see this in a full screen mode, for example, you are doing this in a normal Fiori kind of thing. So in a full screen mode, it looks like this because Fiori kind of apps you generally build, right, instead of mobile, because mobile we seen as. So this is see how sales order date, total net amount, and all these things in one single page.
But before generating the page, can we define all the data field which we want and then it should populate, or because otherwise
No,
it is just written?
you can select whatever the data you want. By enabling the data entity itself only, you can add and delete the fields you want. I can do it. Even here also, you can actually delete whatever you don't want in the, even it has came something. So in the header, whatever you don't want, you can delete that. No, still you have that choice. See, this is a delete option is there. You can do there or here. 2 options are there. There is no problem for, like making that change once it is getting that. Okay. Now, after this, you will configure the filters and sortings and whatever the pagings in this you want to get. Because why we have to do? Because this might be a bulk data for you. When it is calling, might be some few records might come extra, or a few things might come extra into your environment. So what you have to do, you'll configure the filtering, ordering, and paging, okay, for all these get record collection logic nodes, and then you will add that variables into this also. Okay, so what happens means this, it will improve basically your performance, and it will be easy for you to get the surety for your relevant data that you want to retrieve. Okay, so this is a live HANA OData service feed. So this will return generally large volumes of sales orders. So in your live environments also, that will be the same case. To get an optimal performance and good results, you have to retrieve only the latest entries from your bin. Okay, so now what you have to do in the logic flow, let me tell you what you have to do. If you go to the logic flow here, see here, the logic is also built. Okay, this is what the generative AI is. This is what I just told you just 15 minutes back. What generative AI is thinking. This will build the logic I told you, right? This is how it build the logic. Okay, and then you have to do what you can see here. The moment when you click on the get record collection, because you want to get the data, right? So if you go to the get record collection, you will see authentication, filter connection, ordering, page, fields, query parameters, nothing, no values are there, right? So you have to put the filter conditions for getting the proper records, ordering how, which order they have to come, and paging also for that. Okay, so that will set the general context of your nice view of reporting. Okay, now let me go to the filter condition first of all. Under filter condition, first of all, if you go to this, go to the object with properties. Here you will add the condition. So because I said the latest data always, so it's always better to get some right data there, right? So you can put some properties also. Let's say, first of all, what is our thing? Sales. You can expand this. You will see the major things here. So the main one is what? In the sales order, the sales organization, right? So I'll limit the sales organization first of all. So these many fields are there. The sales organization. Yeah, here. If my sales organization is equal to the standard company code 1710, that is one condition I'm adding. Okay, I'll add one more condition. N number of conditions we can add, guys. There is no limit on this. Okay, to filter your data. But yeah, too many conditions again might hamper your query, as generally you do in BW or in ABAP also. But don't add too many queries. The system will might had that problem still in the cloud as well. Okay, so now here what you will do is add one more condition, the sales organization, and I'll add, let me check what we can add. Sales order type. That is one more thing which we can add. All the standard orders, right? OR. We can add, right? These two conditions. So my sales organization, if it is equal to 1710 company code, and then sales order type is equal to standard order OR, then only get the data. Only those data I'm asking to get it. So I'm saving this. The conditions are saved for that. Okay. Now you can see the particular things will be there here. Okay. Now we can see the filter condition is mapped with custom condition. Okay. In the similar way, ordering also. Ordering means I want list of values, right? So that list of values, you will do it. So which list order you want to do it? You have to add the sort option. Okay. So even by field also, you can add the sort order. Okay. For example, I want the sales order, right? Now sales orders, whatever I do, I want that sales order to be sorted properly, so that I am giving sales order in the descending mode, DESC. So this ensures what? The descending means most recent sales orders appear first if I'm going with sales order in the descending manner. Okay, that is why I have used this one. Now I'm using the save here. Now going to the paging. So paging also, you will go with the properties here, first of all. So you can see the page, whatever you want to go, because it is a web application I'm going here. So I'll put the pagination here. First of all, the page size we will keep, which is around a number. I'll just keep how much standard number I can keep. This 10 number, I'll keep it. And it starts with 0, the page numbers. Okay. And then save this. And in the total count, which is required, it is telling, right? And total count, I'll add true or false, this window. I'll keep it to true. Okay. If the things are not matching, then it will give you some, and let me put it false and let's see that. Save this one. Okay. Now my record condition, my custom order, everything is been done. Okay. Now save this one completely. Okay. Now what we have done, as earlier as what we have done, the initial page has been generated, the logic is generated. I just tweaked the logic. That's it. Okay. And then now you have to do what? You have to add a sales order variable for this. If you go to the variables, now here you have to map the data variables. So already sales order is there for this here. Click on this, which was mapped by generative AI only for this particular purpose. Okay, now what you have to do, you have to add the, again, same thing, the filter condition. Okay, and you have to add the ordering and you have to add the paging in the data variable also. That's it. As simple as that. What you have already done, you have to have the same things in the data variable also. Let me do that one by one. Going to first filter condition, object with properties, add condition. Same thing you have to repeat for data variables also. Whatever you have given, you should be properly remember that and do it. Okay, if you're going for n more conditions you're adding. So I'm doing the same thing here. Okay, save this condition. Going to the ordering, list of values, add sort option. put the sales order value in the descending. That's it. It's already in descending, so I'm not touching that. Save this. Go to the page. And check with properties. It's 10. This is 5. Save this. Okay. Now save the entire component. So as simple as it. See, with generative AI, if you have to, without generative AI, if I have to build the same application, it will definitely take more than 2 hours for me to do all these things. So now what is the next one? You will see the pages first of all, because whatever the pages that you have in the main page in the user interface, if you go to the user interface, so you can see if you want to add or delete any pages here or something, you can actually do that. Okay. So here the functionality is basically, because here the add button is not required. It has added that. It's not mandatory whatever A is generated to you that you have to continue with it. You have all the full freedom to tweak the way you want this application, because end of the day you have to create the requirement, not system. System will help you to get it as soon as possible or as fast as possible. Okay. This one you don't want, so that button you can actually delete it. If you want to add one more button, you can add the button based on your design. Now delete this. I have deleted the button. Okay, now I'm the listing. Now I'm going to the next page, which is read page. Okay, in the read page, you can delete these icons because I don't want to edit or delete anything. It is just to read. I want to see the data. The user has to see the data of the sales order. Okay, so these ones also you delete. I don't want these two. Just simply save this. Okay, you can see always you can come at this top. You will see all the pages which are already there in your application area. Okay, that's it. Now, if you preview this app, okay, don't go for mobile, just go for the open preview. So here you will see that my app name, I can just click on that, open. So here you can see the listing is there separately that you can click. The home page is the main one which we created. See, the listing is the main app. So now you can see, you can select any sales order to list to open your correspond complete details of the sales orders like this. This will read your sales order. Okay, you can go to the list. You can put this. It will read your sales order. So the details page will always help you to review your data on that. Whatever the data that the latest data that you have it will show you like this. So this is what any customer looks like for any sales order. This is what you want, your sales order, your date, what is the total net amount, who is the customer, who created this. When you go into the details of it, he will see all the remaining conditions. Like you can see, this is what the condition I have filtered with 1710. It is coming for 1710. See the sales order type, 0, OR, standard orders, right? So like this, I can easily get the data of the relevant ones and you can publish it immediately to the users as well. Okay, so this is the benefit of generative AI. So this is how you have to create and the things with the build apps. Once you are done with this, now till now we have not published, but we have created these apps and we are just previewing these apps, right? So whenever you want to publish, that means to the BTP environment, you have to deploy. We call it as deploy. After creating and finalizing your app in the SAP Build Apps environment, and after viewing the preview on your web or mobile or tablet, whatever you are ready. Once you're ready with everything, then only you have to go for publish. Unnecessary, don't publish the apps without any proper preview. Okay, so you can go to the publish while you're publishing, simply anything. there'll be two things will be there: create a release version, build and deploy. So this will be a current state of your project, basically with some number versions will be there. For example, I added this one, I might add few more fields or few more additions on that. That will be version 2, version 3, version 4. Like that, each version will be there. Based on the versions, you can release the versions also. So that what happens means your development will be saved in the versions. You don't need to worry about, okay, fine, in my second version, this will overwrite. No, it will not overwrite. Every version will save at one single instant. So you can maintain n number of versions for your designs as well. Okay. So now you build and deploy, go to the build and deploy. This is the one you have to deploy it. So for the build and deploy, you have to generally create a configuration generally. So this deployment, either if it is a devices, it will go to this one of the devices. As I told you the first day, if you remember, all the build applications will land in the build work zone. So you have to select this build work zone. Even in your BTP environment also, I told you there is a build work zone standard edition is there. This is where you will see all the environments and everything. So here also it is showing you the same thing here. You can just go to the build work zone. Okay. And then you will just give the name of the configuration, like, something. You can give your set build apps default. This is my configuration. Then you can simply add this one and create that one. Take a little time the first time. This is in progress still. There is an error saying build configuration for me. No worries. Battery. I don't know why this is. Let me refresh this and do this again. I really don't know why this is doing this. Might be I opened this environment. Refresh one more time. Giving different names and trying with it. I don't know why this is not happening. No, something is striking me here. That's fine. I'll show you in the some other things. Okay. Thus, you have to just deploy and run this app whenever you want to deploy in the main configurations. That's it. You will just go there. do it one more time. Let me refresh this. Publish, build and deploy this. Or else I'll do one thing. I'll just open another incognito window. I'll try there. Might be this incognito window is doing this. The same error comes. Now it's created. See, you have to refresh. This is the problem with it. Okay, and then now build it. Once you are done it, just go for build. So it will show you your value of build. Okay. So put some version, which version you want to put it. This is 0 version I'm putting. This is the latest version. Okay. If you want to add nodes, you can add nodes and say simply build. So now you can be able to see an entry of your build process under the build history once it is done.
Suppose if it is three versions are there, individual version was suppose I want to release the version 1 first always and then version 2 and version 3 or
release any version. For example, if you feel you created 5 versions, you might feel 4th version is okay. That 4th version you can deploy it here.
there was no dependency or if some dependency is there between version 1 and version 4.
No, that's what I'm saying. All versions has been given customization, but because you might have some work is saved in one version, you might feel that is okay to deploy, that you can deploy it. So now you're seeing an entry of your build process, guys, as I said, S3 here. So now initially the status will be creating here. It will be slowly moving here. It is building the applications here for deployment here. Okay. Once it is completed, you will see the green symbol there. It will build fastly only because it will talk to the BTP and it will put it on the BTP layer of also. That is why it will take little time in doing this building. Let this build. It will take 2 minutes. I'll have some water and come rest. Okay. Just 1 minute.
I think till the time the KO is coming back, I was thinking we have to start looking what kind of build apps we should make.
I'll give you the exercise. I'm back here. I'm not going to
but
I'll give you exercises also. You can give me by Monday. There is an evaluations accordingly on that. I won't give you any serious ones, don't worry, but you can get a good knowledge on that while you're building that. You can get, you will see in your, this LMS is there, right? So in that I'll add a Word document. There is a separate folder called shared by trainer. So on that folder, I'll give you all the exercises. So you guys can practice and, get this done by Monday. Okay. So till morning, you'll get it. I have to add it. So I'll add it and give it to you.
So my point was slightly different. I was asking based on your experience, because you also have so many years of experience working with some of the clients. What are the really build apps we should start thinking in our mind? What are the build apps which are required?
Avnish, this is my recent experience in current project. So we were trying to build something on build apps, and we in fact build a new build version also. And it was about to go live in production, and then SAP come back and said there is a very high cost associated with this, even in development and quality also. So we have to remove everything because customer was not ready, because that's the expense. So again, even though, as you know, right, in our project it's as for HANA latest everything, still the build app we are not able to use. Again, the use cases we need to see case to case basis, because it has the specific cost and subscription.
Right.
I think database cost is involved.
Yeah, that's information. But yes, what I'm seeing, because this is a costly effect. And why I'm telling you costly effect, when it is Joule, right, what happens, Joule pay strategy will be the number of pings you are giving to the Joule and how many return replies it is giving. Based on that, now currently SAP is charging like that. Even for build apps also, if you use generative AI or if you use other than generative AI subscription models also, there is a heavy licenses are there, and then heavy things are also there. But yes, people are leveraging it and getting used, because Accenture directly use Joule for their complete HR kind of things. Even all what we can say, the recent bigger giant like PwC, KPMG, these are also guys have already implemented their clients and their internal things also. This build apps and Joule. In the SAP stories, you can find this. The only part is, if you want to get this leveraged across the all modules or across the ecosystem of you, it will be a huge cost factor for you. But basically, if you ask me like what kind of apps and where you generally get leveraged more, majority on the finance, sales and HR side, it will go. Like, you can create the features for your employee submit expenses, manager approvals for leave management system or payroll management system or status tracking, or like for the income tax submissions. These in these areas you can use it right now in those lists. Specifically on purchasing, I mean MM area, what I have lively saw that and also involved in it is majorly on the budget visibilities, the procurement list and details, in your S4 MM APIs and BPA workflows. These are the ones which has been done and successfully proved also on this. Okay, and asset tracking is also one such limelight area where this is getting benefited from build apps and Joule, where people are benefiting by asset list apps, okay, maintenance tickets for assets, your status updates, even I saw some of the government projects also doing Aadhaar photo uploads and all these things, using build apps also. I have seen in one client, I don't want to name the client now, the government entity is using Aadhaar upload through build apps. They benefited that. So these are all these different things I have seen. It's industry specific, basically. Many apps are there. As I said, again, it's up to your requirement and your budget and your visibility towards your roadmaps. Is it clear?
We were talking to one of the client, even the use case that they have given is that currently it seems they are using a WebDyn Pro. WebDyn Pro, gets some data and sends, country of origin and other details to backend. And backend, there is a function module, RFC. It uses it. What client was saying, so instead of creating it's a simple screen. Creating a new WebDyn Pro, what they want to do, they want to use a build apps screen and then, use a citizen developers. And then, it's not so complicated. 2-3 fields are there. They want to use a backend, RFC as it is, and then, move what they are doing on a WebDyn Pro to build apps. That's a one kind of use case that we are working on.
Definitely, Build App definitely help this type of cases. I have seen that
But
in my.
bottom line is that it should be kind of a low or a no code. That's what he's very specific, wherein it's no complications. Citizen developer should be able to do. That's what the
Simple, right? This 2-3 input fields, whatever you said in the veteran today, you might simply put some submit button or kind of thing, and your data saved in the SAP backend. Maybe a simple success or alert message you can keep it. Very simple UI, even with generative also you can build it. It's not a big thing for build apps. You can do it. Yeah, so now this is done. If you click on the delivered thing, you will see this status of what it has been targeted, which app ID and everything. You can see this. You can download this information for your future reference and everything as well. Okay. And then you can do this one, which is deployment also now. So before deployment, you always ensure that this is completely been green. Okay. No errors. Now, once you are done, you can see the deploy directly here. Now click on the deploy. Now on the deploy, it will ask you the endpoint. So this API endpoint, you can get it. I'll actually copy it. I have it anyways now with my system. Copy it here. Okay. Put the organization details if you want to put that. Okay. And this is this one. Let me check this one. Okay. Yeah, I have used this. So it will ask you the moment your endpoint, I already showed you, right, the initial day only where the endpoint will be within the BTP. You have to give that endpoint. You can simply log in with BTP once again. So it will ask you if it's already SSO, you don't need. Okay, it is a system for me, so it's asking me. So you can sign in as a default ID provider, or you can go as an alternative. I'm going for alternative now. Okay, so let me enter that and authorize this. I'm giving some platform name here. Putting the sign in here. Okay, it will ask you for authorization. Just simply authorize it. That's it. So the first time it will do like that. If the second time onwards it won't give you all, it will be skipped automatically. It will be automatically published for you. So you can see here, you can put your organization details. You can go your build space and then continue. Your deployment is in progress, which can be done. Now it will show you all the deployment in progress. You can see expand the details page. You will see all the deployment status as well. So usually it is very simple. This is all the background jobs it will run. In your subscription models, also it won't ask this much heavily. Okay. So don't worry, this monitoring update services, that is okay. Retry one more time. Why this kind of errors will come means, the backend URLs might not be having lengthy times for you. So that, if it breaks in backend, it might get you this kind of error messages again and again like this. Close it and do it one more time. This destination is not found. It is telling. One second, let me refresh this page. The end thing is it will deploy. Once it is deployed, you will see it in the zone, or it will give you an URL for it. That's what. That is the only thing. Anyways, that I'll show you in any time. Not a big deal for me. But I want to show you here itself. Time this one.
Meanwhile, it is deploying. So maybe just give us an idea if in the sales order, if there are many blocks, right? The blocks we have to remove, status blocks and all. It may be a good idea to create apps, right, on the build app and fetch the data from backend, put some logic and automatically remove some blocks, right, to expedite our deliveries and invoices. Do you think this is a good idea?
You can practice it. Yeah, you can do that. Yeah, because one single thing, if I put some lot of time, right, you can do the variations I've showed you, right? Anyways, I'll give you exercise, you'll do it and the things on that. Okay, you can do that, yeah.
But on a different note, on same topic of this block app, what is, additional benefit we get? Because as it is, the API is going to be called to the backend to update the blocker status. Okay, so this could easily be made, let's say, in with Fury front end and APIs.
I mean, easily being made means I'm not understanding that. I mean, without generative AI, you're saying?
No, I'm not talking about generative AI in this case. I'm just talking about build apps.
Okay.
So what extra feature does build app bring, except generative AI? Like, I understand, generative AI can help us, help create this build app.
Right? Comparing to UI5, right? I mean, extra features.
Comparing to UI5, yeah.
Right.
So one is, generative AI and low code is fine. So what I understand is low code is one of them, and using Gen AI also we can generate that. But performance-wise, how does this compare?
I'll give you a small comparison for you. You can decide. It's not that, this both are SAP native products only. So I'm not denying that fact that UI5 or something is better. So the thing is, see, the development style in this build app is always a kind of no code, low code, as you have just told. So, but UI5 is a complete full code application. Either you use JavaScript or XML scripting basically for that. So it is a full code scripting. Basically, you do it. So coming to a functional kind of people or, like citizen developers, I told, so they can better depend on, more on SAP Build App. That is the prime idea for that. It means, as I said earlier, for lower to mid-case applications, you can always build in SAP Build Apps. For all complex applications, yes, SAP itself was suggesting go for UI5, not for Build Apps.
Now, if I'm proposing this to customer, okay, so customer is looking to me to provide let's say, a watertight solution. Okay.
What is that? What is solution? I'm reading.
A solution that, checks all the boxes. Okay, something that that's good from performance standpoint also. Okay, so maybe, let's say if I'm a functional consultant, okay, for a mid kind of a requirement where, the performance is not that important, maybe work, okay, in particular case. So I might be able to deliver it myself. Okay, but let's say for regular scenarios, I guess that there we still need to go for, the existing methodologies, right?
Okay. See, that's what I'm saying. We will not replace UI5 with build apps. These are two different entities.
Yeah.
You will reduce the UI5 load by moving simple use cases. That simple use cases we can build in build apps. Now, as someone told that, like they have to build an application with WebDynpro and all these things. It was easy for them to build. Then UI5, you have to do a lot of things. I know UI5 I have done. I'm a developer. I know UI5 development as. So while building more, customers do what see. One more thing is also there's a best practice which SAP is suggesting, because both has their own pros and cons. There is a hybrid strategy. Like core apps you can build in UI5, edge and departmental apps you can build in build apps, workflows you can use our DPA, and all the AI help you can go for Joule. Like this, all the apps you can integrate in one single. As you said, a performance and a best checked solution. If you want, you have to go for a hybrid strategy where each individual tool can be for their individual
purpose. This seems more apt for, let's say, like if I'm proposing a solution to customers, so I would rather propose something that is hybrid. Okay, exactly. Like a completely SAP build solution, like that would be too simplistic.
I'll tell you one more simple example also. Recently, I have done for one of the Dubai client also. So for them, the approval process to make in UI5 was very hectic. Even they are using some DMs, the digital manufacturing and kind of things, these are new ones. So in that also, we proposed a hybrid strategy. So where simple forms and approvals we enrouted to build apps, and all the heavy ALV logic and complex logics has been handled by UI5. So this kind of hybrid strategies, make them easy for their navigations and everything. Instead, I put my head into FUD. I have to go on for easy hybrid strategies, UI5 and build apps leveraging both at the same, provided, they are okay with that kind of hybrid strategies. And now clients are moving also because they are also one statement I want to pass it, whether it is okay to hear or not by anyone. Now the client's expectation is that whether they know AI or not, they want AI. That's it. Everyone around the globe is happening. I want AI. I want something AI in my situation, or they want to provide that, yes, we have implemented AI. Whether it is proving successful or not, they are not looking. They want AI. So in such cases, these kind of hybrid strategies, which you can use and you can showcase and collaborate with all the current traditional tool sets, which might prove successful also for you.
I mean, that's a very important point you just mentioned. So this is in all the engagement these days.
Yeah, that
and
is
it comes down from CEO,
Yeah.
from client CEO.
I think that's a valid concern you have. You have to, kind of simplify, right? See, it is very difficult to, go and say to the customer, right, from a delivery standpoint, saying that, this is what we have built and see, if you can use it. Instead, what customers do, right, they would say that this is my problem, okay, or this is my as process, right? Now, let's say it takes me this much amount of time, okay? Can you go ahead and try to simplify this or showcase me a POC? Build a small POC and showcase to me. If you can simplify, you can better the performance, better the time, turnaround time. Let's say you are doing a standard sales order cycle, right? Or the standard sales cycle
Right.
in SAP,
Right.
right? Now, you know how you have to create a sales order. There is a credit check, right? There is a master data that you have to maintain, right? Let's say your ATP process runs in another third-party system. You get a confirmation which comes to SAP, right? So all that, right? I'm not saying full-fledged process, but at least a small, kind of a small scenario, Taibo. If you can try to see, which is more majorly a kind of a mix of SAP and a non-SAP system, maybe a very small thing, right? With checks and validations, right? That would really be nice, or anything that you have
I'll try
done
to
in
show
your
you.
experience.
Don't
Yeah.
worry about it. While in Joule is happening, that time you will understand. Now you are seeing the build only, right? Now when you see the build process automation, there will be approval workflows and will be there. So that is where generally clients look more interested. They want the workflows more. They will see automated approvals. Automation comes more into the picture. They will look a lot of
Approval,
value added
correct.
there. So when
See,
that approvals are getting in line with the AI capabilities, that is where client will be really interested to go with solutions. That is where you have to bring it. Now, because you're still at the early stage of learning now. So once you mature with the BPA and the Joule also, then you will connect the dots clearly. Now, how this is traveling, how it's happening, how it's calling, all this can be a solution for you also. You can only divide, you can do and you can show to client as well. So that's the experience you gain it once you completing the Joule sessions also. Okay.
Yeah. Anything from your experience which you have encountered in any of your projects, I think that would also come handy.
I'll add it. I'll add
Right?
it in the end of the sessions. Definitely, I'll add it for you. Yeah, sure. Yeah, the next one for similar application, I'll show you one more thing, scanner application kind of thing to you. So let's go with the creation of application again. Front end. An application here. This is a scan application. Scans the barcode. Let's create this. You can just simply write something here while you're doing this. Hello, a kind of message. Okay, you can write something here on top of this. So I'll add a button. So we'll click on the scan button and we'll write a logic for that. Okay. So please click scan button to scan the barcode of the product. Any product you can take from web also. I'll show you that. Okay. Now you will add what? A button onto this particular element. Now click button here. So keep it into a mobile environment so that it will be easy for us. You can just make this as scan here, the label as scan. Okay. So once you are done with this, now you have to enable the logic for this. For what? First of all, to enable the logic, first we have to drag and drop the barcode of it. Okay. So there is a barcode in the logic view. Let me get the scan barcode here. We go to this one, add logic to home page. Now you'll see these ones. Every one of you practice this one. Okay, once that is available, this version is available for you. Just drag and drop this first of all. One second, system. Okay. Oh, sorry, this one. Okay, I'll do one thing. I'll write on the button, right? So now it should be always on your event component app. So you are clicking the button and then you are doing the scan. So the logic have to write it on the button, not on the page. I forgotten and I've written the page. Now you just simply drag and drop your bar scan code here and connect that here. Simple. So you are connected that. Click on your scan barcode here. Okay. Go to the properties of it here. Then outputs. There will be some outputs will be there. So this is nothing but if there is any error that it is not happening, so it will automatically will give that error. Okay. It is output at port 2. Have any additional outputs you want to provide from that, you can do it. And this is a text content for your scan barcode. Whatever will be there, you can put the barcode content in it. Okay. So let me put this.
For this option also, we don't have the device barcode and all.
That's what, no, it is all coming from your, not from the subscription. There's a Joule thing, right? In Joule, these things are not there. So there's a build. So this is build apps. Both are different. So that is what you'll get.
Got it. But we can't practice now with the.
No, you'll practice. You'll get it by today itself only. I already spoken to him. He's doing that.
Okay.
Just 1 second. Okay, 1 second. So I am here. So when you are here, when you are going for scan code, barcode things, so you have to add some logs also for this. So for that, I am adding the log. There is no log here. You have to get from the marketplace. So go to the marketplace and add the log. Okay. Enter the selection for that. You will see the debug log here. So this is see if running app on the browser also the log message into the web browser can console. So this is a one which will help you in such logs cases. Okay. So what you have to do the other time when you get the access, to this marketplace, see whatever are there in the different things are there in this, and you can try working on that as well. Okay. See now here I have installed that. I'm adding the debug log. Okay, now click on the debug log for writing the log values on this. Now, if you go to the log payload properties, log message, add this here. So here you will add the output value of your node. Okay, so there will be many things will be there. As I said earlier, different variables and things will be there, which you want to, which I have already shown to you in the earlier sales order thing. So basically here you have to put the output variable first. Okay, so now let me put that. So we have to get this 1 second. Let me add this. I should get this scan barcode here. It was not connected or something. 1 second, guys. So here you have to select your variable event object. Let me do this 1 second. One second here. This is not activating somehow. Let me check what is the options it is missing here. Refresh this. Okay, we should get this scan barcode to the link of it. Okay, let me add the alert page and try to do that. If it is not the case, no issues. This one also. Something the scan is not working. I don't know. I just tried it here. Cancel button label is also there. Standard only I kept it. Okay, pick it beta. This one is also okay. QR. This is a QR code, so it has to go with QR only. The initial one. No, it's not coming. I don't know. Some problem is there. This is not. See, usually what it has to get, I want to show you this. This scanner should get it, whatever the alerts and the messages that you want it here. Even this is an alert. If I drag it, is the alert. Okay, when you go with the value of it here, the dialog message value, here you go to the output value, here get this whatever this scan barcode is there, that parameter will be created and it will be your message for you. So that is what I want to show you. So the moment when you scan any barcode, click on it, it has to do it. That's what I'm trying to do it, but it is not enabling the parameter. I don't know if there is a problem in this thing. Let me try. Something is happening in between. Okay, open the web preview. No, because the connection is not there, so it is not working anyways. I'll try to show you this application. I don't know what issues with the scan barcode. If there is an issue with the support bunch or something, I don't know. I have to recheck on it. But it's a very simple one. You have to attach this and you attach the barcode. That's it. Any barcode in the web, you can actually scan it. You scan it and you will get the details of it. That's it. Any food apps, food scannings or any barcode scannings, that you want to scan and get the values of it, you can do it. System will help you on this. A simple scanner application. Okay. So anyways, I'll check this problem why this app is not working, and I'll come back to you. Okay. And other than that, the next one we have is, so this is what we generally see in the build apps. So now in the second application, in the BPAs, this is the BTP cockpit, right? We have it. The next one we have is the build process automation. So in build apps, this is what you can learn up to what for your Joule entities that you can create. Okay. Because when we are doing the BPA right now, I'll show you the build PPA also. You can call these BPAs whatever we created into the build environment also. So there also you will do. It's not that build apps will be completed, at one stretch or at one go. So whenever you're trying to do BPA, when you're trying to do Joule also, there also you have to frequently visit the build apps. Okay. It will be the part internally it will run. Okay. So that then also you will see the connections with it. Okay. Basically, what is build apps, how applications can be built, how S4 has to be, how S4 data will be generated on it, how generative AI can help on it, how you deploy it. So these are all important parts I have showed you as a full life cycle there. Okay. So the small applications we can create, I'll give you the exercise anyways. But the next one will be your BPA. So I'm starting this BPA now.
Meanwhile, I can ask one question, like this authentication to the cloud founder required while deploy the app. No, that time you got that login with BTP, that authentication to the cloud founder.
You won't get it. This is a separate account what I'm showing you. So generally, it will be automatically deployed for you. the moment when you want to deploy the applications, because we are running in the
API end point, if I select any one of them, it's asking for same thing what that you got that authentication to.
endpoint, right?
There are only 3.
You will get the endpoint. This is the endpoint you have to get. I show you, right? And initial sessions. This is where you will see your endpoint.
Where exactly?
This is your endpoint.
Which one? Okay, Cloud Founder, this one down. Okay, got it. Okay, thanks.
Okay, yeah. So on your sub account and the general properties, you will have your endpoint, everyone. Please, I have already told to you. So this is where your endpoints will be there for the BTP.
Yeah, thanks, Kaipo. But first to explain, but when we are deploying that time, we have to search again for this route. So this will help. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Right. On the BPA side, now still loading, it's taking a lot of time. Okay, so now what you can expect from the BPA is like we will see a kind of automated approvals, flows and kind of things, email notifications, automatic notifications, escalations, all these kinds of things we can do it from the BPA. Okay, so BPA as part of BTP, it will help you to automate all your workflows, either approval or if you want to orchestrate any business steps or if you want to combine any human plus system actions kind of activities also, you can do it. So majoritarily systems, SAP side, the customers will look for the triggering of workflows from the build apps, right? Those ones you will do in the BPA. Like it's a kind of a complete automation that you can build with the help of BPA. Okay. So this handles all your, let's say as the build apps is handling the UI forms and data capture, BPA will handle all your approval flows and notifications and all these things. Okay. So the architecture of build apps, the BPA is also similar to build apps, but the only thing is the core components will vary in the BPA, because the main core components you will frequently see here will be majorly your processes. Okay, like you will see your BPM and based workflows, human task and kind of service task, a combination of it. Okay, when you want to submit a request, when you want to do a manager approval. Okay, so when you want to make a finance approval, these kind of things you will do as part of the processes in the BPA. Okay, and second thing you do in the BPA is the forms. Basically, all your approval forms, a sales form, finance form, for budget forms, or your what do we call income tax forms, whatever, auto generated, custom generated, all these things comes under as part of your forms, which you can do. Okay, so and then one of the other thing is business rules that you will do as part of this BPA as well, like any decision logics as if else conditions. For this much of amount is greater than certain value, so it will go to the approver number 1. If this value is going for that value also, then go for approver number 2. Or else if these many days, for example, by default 2 days of leave will be automatically approved. If that is more than 2 days of leave, it is approved, it will go to the senior manager. If it is more than 5 days or 7 days, it will go to the director. So that kind of approval logics you can write it. So system will do it. Same, Joule will pick it. That is what the action that it will do here. Okay. So now let me tell you what actions that you can do as part of the BPA, because actions I told you day one only in the main pane of the build apps. So here the actions it will take is all the backend calls actions you have to do. Your update status calls will be there. Okay. This is system generated. You can send mails and you can call the APIs. These are all the common actions you will do as part of the BPA strategy. Okay. So, and automation level also, yeah, you can do for legacy systems, your RPA style boards, not only mandatory for build apps. So many automations are also there. You can define your JSON inputs, you can create a process, you can build some apps in the build app trigger flows, you can expose your process to an API, you can call a BPA. There are many things are there. Through BPA is one of the wonderful thing, in the build suite environment. Okay. So if you can ask me real life examples, as I said, your employee that submits the expenses, okay, your manager approval task, your status updates, user notifications. These are all you can do in live. You can use that also. Okay. But I'm saying that for the multi-step process, you'll use it, but do not use this BPA for your single backend calls kind of activities, or, simple form submissions. These kind of activities don't leverage the BPA. That is what SAP generally suggests also. Okay. So now let me show you what that you can do from the BPA. This is my activity here. Okay, it is started. Now go to the create. So here you will go to the automation process, automated process. Okay. I also tell you one thing. I told you that I'll show you in the application. I showed you basically on the front end, right? I told you I'll show you the back end also. Back end will be covered while I'm talking about the BAS. BAS, I'll cover the back end plus full stack. Both of these will cover that time. Okay. Just for your information. Okay. So now if you go to the create, go to the automated process. So any process, automation, or if you want to build to automate a workflow. Okay. So both will be there. As part of this, we can do it. Okay. So I'm just showing you now, I'll build an application also, what it contains. Review this, create. Again, one more application, just showing you the environment first. Today's server is slow. Is anyone practicing along with me? Might be don't know. This is server. I'm just facing some issues. It is taking longer than usual. We try from here. This one is also there. A simple demo one, I'll write it. Like this is a simple submission process. Can create, okay, for approving the request for different tools or something. Okay, I'm not writing everything here just for the purpose of time. Accept this. Okay, now write the process name, what process we are going to do it. Okay, let's say I'm writing, this is a access request approval process. Okay, so you can, the same can be your description also, so don't worry about that. Yeah, and then create. The moment when you go, see, this is the one, you can always see the tool SAP Build Process Automation. This is a BPA tool. And here also you have generate. You can use generating the AI also. Now I'm not telling that AI right now. I'll just explain the process. Then later part of time, I'll show you how you can generate the process directly with generative AI as well. Okay. Now you can see how do you start your process, add a trigger and end. So this is a flow. So this is a automation. So this generally starts with a start and ends with an endpoint. In between, you have to add whatever you want. Okay. So now you will create a trigger, okay, form for the process. So for that, you have to first click here. You will see all these individual things. You want to create a form, whether an approval process, or you want to write a control event, or you are going for a complete automation, or you want to write an action like get crude operations. Actions means email notifications, any sub process, process under process, or you want to make decision whether approve, reject kind of thing, variant templates, script tasks, placeholders, or very detailed things will be there in BPA. Okay, so now I'm just going to submit a form for that. So I'll just write a form for this. I'll just select a form here. Go for a form. So under form, you will see, let me do this. So you will see a blank form here. Now select the blank form. Give the form name. This is an access request trigger form. Okay, that is the name of it. We can leave description is not required. Okay, or else write it in case if we want to use it in Joule, you can use it in the later point of time. You can create. Okay, so now it will give you a kind of this one, because you have to, in this BPA, whatever the element you are adding, either a form or a request or anything, it will be generally having some properties, some inputs, outputs, and kind of attributes. This is the one which you have to map it for it. Okay, now you can see here. So when you go to the open editor, a form will be added. See, this is a form. Generally, it looks like. You're getting this? So this one, you have to write it. Okay, the way you want it. You can see all these ones. You want to add the choice of your buttons, your drop downs, your checkboxes, main headline 1, headline 2, paragraph, text, everything will be there, even attachments for the links, the tables you want to draw, if you want to add a calendar, any numbers, everything is given option here in the left side panel. So you can use that panel and you can write it. Okay, so this is your main form. Here. Okay, this is a trigger. Either you can add a trigger. This is basically a trigger which I want to add it. So one second, let me do it. I'll delete this if I want to make this out. I'll just add this one. On the major trigger, I'll add it. Create. So this one, now open editor. Okay, we go to the access form again. Open editor. Choose your headline one. So this is your headline one. Now you can write something like access request for citizen developer tools, kind of thing. Okay, this is access request for that. Okay, so now here, once you are done with that, now go with the text. It is up to you. I'm just adding the way I want to show you now. If you want to do your own innovation, you can write your own customizations also on the text here. Okay, now you can write the requester name in the new text here. Who is the requester name? You can write like this: requester who is requesting this particular request. Because you are, when you want to approve, you have to know that, right? Who is requesting for you. So for that, you want to add the requester name here. Okay. Now go to the headline 2. Here now you will write the tools what you are requesting for that. Okay. Now you can write this here. Select the tools that you need to access. So form means like Google form, simple how you are preparing, right? Similar, you have to prepare that here. Again, add a text here. Just drag and drop. Okay. Instead of text, let's do one thing. Innovatively, I'll remove this one. I'll add the checkbox. The drop down checkbox. So right here, some checkboxes you can write. SAP Build Apps. Okay, you can write one more also, our BPA or Joule. You can add multiple checkboxes. This I'm writing SAP BPA, SAP Joule for multiple options. Okay, SAP Work Zone. Okay, so once you are done with this, add one more text area because there might be additional comments that you will get it. So additional request or comments you will add it. So they will add it, whatever the versions or something. If they have any ideas they want, they'll put it in the additional text for it. Okay, now add this one more here. You can write like this in a new headline. We can give her like this. Please press enter, or the submit button will be there automatically here. You don't need to separately write here. So please press submit to send access request for approval. That's it. The new headline is done. Now you can just scroll up there. Okay. So whatever the fields you want to make it mandatory, if you select that field, you can just make it required. That's it. Okay. Now just simply done this. Now save this. Okay, you can see the form. Now close this. You can see your complete form here. Now close this. The form will be tagged here. Clear everyone? Form creation, how to do. I'll show 3-4 use cases here. This is the first one I'm showing you now. We can still go into this pattern now. Is this clear everyone? Any questions on this?
Okay, if you are not added to the in between the trigger and end, you just added to the access trigger only. In the first point only, we added the form.
First point only because of the access trigger form I added that. There are some examples I'll show you where in between also you will write it. Now I'll show you that one also. I want to show variation. So that is the reason first I added that in the form itself only. You can add a number of things in the middle also. So first one I added as an access trigger form directly a submit form here.
Got.
Okay, that means your starting point is this form. You will fill the data. Based on that, you will trigger something.
Yeah. Is it clear, everyone? Any questions on this?
We haven't added that end one, right? How it got, I mean, it is inbuilt or?
This is built, inbuilt. End is automatically built.
Okay.
The start and the end will be there by default as a process here. You don't need to add anything on top of that. Right? So the next one, once after that, you can create and configure the forms also on top of this. Okay. Now let's go to the another variation on this. That means to the continuation of it. So whatever you create, the overview will automatically add the artifacts. See here. Now first in the trigger, I have added the access request approval process, right? And then this trigger form, this access trigger form, which we have added in it, right? One by one, the forms are also, this is one which you have been, you can see this. Now you can see this to the triggers. Okay, usually you can import the processes also. You can import a form, you can import a visibility scenarios and a BPN prompt which is already existing. To save the time, there are preloaded many templates and many processes are there in the marketplace. You can directly get them. You can tweak the way you want. You can use it also. But if I show that, you will not get anything directly, right? So that is the reason I'm showing you a new one from the scratch. So you can go to the main page now. Now add a trigger, one more trigger here, which is approval. Now you created a form, but we have not added any approval on top of that, right? So now go to the middle level plus symbol. There you will see approval. Okay, click on the approval. You will see a blank approval. Go to the blank approval. Don't generate any AI right now when you're practicing. Now this is approval. Access request approval form. See guys, this is one such thing which you imagine that when you create something in the BPA, you can call that in the BP and build apps also. That is what we did for sales order, right? Similarly, you can manage and maintain your BPAs and you can do the build apps. Okay, now this is based on a form, right? If it is based on a form, you have to click on based on form. If it is generally an approval thing, you can go for general. Now we are doing from form, you have to select based on a form. What is the form? It's already been got. Access trigger, request trigger form or access trigger form. We created two forms. Now one I deleted that. It is access trigger form only, right? Yeah, this is the one I have given the name. So please be careful what you are actually doing there. Okay, now create this. I'm going slow for your understanding. Okay, now you can see access triggers form. See, it automatically gives you the flowchart of approval and reject. So you have to just embed this data and parameters. That's it. Okay, but it takes little time to understand all these inputs, outputs, everything. Now we'll understand all these things one by one now. Now here, you see any empty panel, just if you click here, it will go automatically. If you make this, it will come again into the system. Okay, so now get the open process panel here. Now you will see variables here, general variables attributes. In general, the name will be there, nothing will be there. Now go to the variables. So now from variables, you can see there is some process inputs which was given by system, like additional requester comments. This is my checkboxes. This is my requester name, what I added mandatory in the form. All these things are there, right? Okay. So these are all the available variables for us to map it for our form process. Okay. So now here, what you will do, just simply close this. You have seen the variables, whatever you have been done, it's came. Now choose your request axle form. This one you have to choose it. Okay. Once you choose it, you will see a right navigation will be provided for you there. There in the subject, you have to write something there. What the moment when you click on subject, see here, there are two things came. Process the metadata, access the trigger form. Okay. So here you have to write that the subject line as, like this is a citizen developer tool, right? So citizen developer tool access request by. That is the subject. Who requested that? By whom? Requester name, you have to get it, right? So for that, if you expand the access request of the trigger, you will see the requester name here. Now select that requester name. It will be automatically comes here, the requester name in the subject line. So it is calling those which you have already included in the form. Okay, you can see this request by. Okay, 1 second, let me, double time it came. Okay. Array, so many times it came. Okay, the requester name, you are seeing this. So it is actually, this is a up and down arrow. You can see this clearly. Okay, system given you that facility. So don't confuse this up and down arrow. Okay, so now you scroll up and scroll down further to see. Okay, once you are done with that, now you have to give the user's name. Now come down. Now the day one session, so many asked me, how can I know which users I have to write? So here is you have to use your users and groups. I told you that in BPA, we will do all these users and groups, right? This is where you have to give your relevant users and groups for all the approvals. Okay, so now here, choose the users first of all. So users here, the users will be then the metadata. So now here started by whom I have started, that is a name. So that is by user. So now this is a single system for me. There will not be many users in this. So I'm just going with this one only here. Okay. Now once I'm done with this, now close this access approval request properties. That's it. This is what you have to do in the access request approval form. Your subject, add the recipients and close it. Okay. Now go to the editor of your request form here. So there you will see all these parameters and everything, right? Now you can add one more thing also, the requester name, and we can add requester user ID also in this, under this. Because you have to know your requester user ID when you're working in global companies, right? So you will generally use that user ID. So I'm adding user ID also in this. I'm still tweaking the form. So now here there is no headline. So let me add one more headline here. Requester tools, which we are adding this here. Okay. And the top level also, I'll add one more headline. I'll enter approval for your citizen developer tool access. This is already there, but I'll add one more thing also here above to it. So two things will be there. Okay. So like this, we'll add something here. Okay, so now approver will give the comments, right? So we have to give additional approver comments. So go to the text area, go to the towards down. So write approver comments, because approver, when he is approving, he might write some comments, right? If there additional comments are there, so that he will do it. Okay. So you have to understand one thing. Earlier, when I created a form, there was only submit button. Now, when I extended the form to a decision matrix, see here, now I got approve, I got reject. Both are came. We have to observe the variation here. Okay. So now here, I given the approval comments here. Okay. So for approver comments also, we can write one more headline. So you can write like this. Please approve or reject the tools request. Okay. So then we are done with this. We have added the necessary things in this. Now save this particular form, whatever the way it is, and close the form. Okay, now we can go to the main one. Even if you close, don't close also, no worries. We have tabs separately been opened for this. So we can work on the tabs accordingly on that. Okay, now I have added the additional form request also. Now what we have to do is, we will configure the inputs of this access request approval form. Okay, so there are no inputs we have configured. So you have to configure all the inputs of it. So earlier I have shown you the general ones only. Now we'll configure inputs, outputs of it, whatever are required for this particular form. Okay, so the first one, you will see the inputs. You have to go to the additional parameters here. First one, the additional request or comments is there. Just click on there. So for this, you will add this text. Simple. Okay, you can see that one, and that name you have to tag it. Requester name, requester name. Okay, come down. So wherever the details has to give, system will identify you with yellow marks. So there you have to give the data. That is recommended for you. Okay, so then you have to go for this one, the next all things that you will get it in the data. Okay, now if you see BPA, BPA, Build Apps, Build Apps, Joule, Joule, Work Zone, Work Zone. So all checkboxes has inputs has been properly mapped. Okay, so once you have mapped all the properties, now we go to the next one. Scroll down, still things will be there. Just 1 second, system is stuck for me. One second. We need to get that requester ID and those also. Is this saved? I was really worried now. This is saved, right? So this should get refreshed. Okay, requester user ID, I'll map with started by. Who has started this one? That will be, I'll map it. Okay. And then that's it. Okay, and then simply save this and close this. Okay, now go to the overview. So we have done the approval form and trigger forms. We have cleared the configuration of this. Now, after the approval is done, now we have to send a notification also. Email notification you have to send as a confirmation, right? So for that, what you have to do, you have to add a.
If you can just open to that logic where you were putting this input parameters for a form.
I mean the properties in the right panel, right?
Yeah.
Okay. tell me. Yeah, this one. Inputs.
So is there a mechanism where I can put some if-else condition?
There, if-else conditions, there is a separate box is there. If you see, there you will, this decision matrix will get that ifs and blocks. If you see the decision, for example, I'm writing, I'll just remove it. If you create, it will get you all the if and else conditions. There you will write all your if and else, not here.
So, I mean, basically to determine a logic of a field.
In output parameters will be there. Here you will write all your rules, whatever rules you want, what variables you'll call it, you will do it. I'll show one exercise on that also. You'll understand that. Tell me, what is your next question?
So on the same lines, if the country is, let's say, US, the language should be English.
You can do it. A lot of logic you can write it. Logic is anything in it. Even you can write it, or you can ask, you can generate the AI to write it. It will also write logics for you here. Simply you can write it from the AI as well. Yeah, now, let me remove this. I have unnecessarily added. 1 second, this will create havoc for me. 1 second, and let me delete this. Yeah. Right, next one, I'll add it.
Email triggering the email after approving it.
No, 1 second. System is the mouse block for me. So now I don't want to, now email notification form, how I'll create, I already created a form. I don't want to create a separate form now. So that form, I'll duplicate it and I'll just tweak that to email notification. That's what I'm going to do it. So now here, this is access trigger form, right? Now here, if you duplicate that, is a copy. Now change the name to it, to the email notification form or approval notification form, whatever it may be. Approval notification form, here also approval notification form. It will come automatically. You can just simply duplicate this. So this will take the entire form for your duplication. So don't need to rework on it. Okay, just tweak the form, that's it. Okay, now here, you just simply choose the requester name here. Whatever this field is there, right? You just choose that. So here the 3 dots will be there. There you can see this. You don't need the requester here because it is a email notification form. So I'm just deleting this. So in the same way, I don't want the tools also here. I'm removing the tools. I'm deleting these tools requesting form as well. So simply I'll write it here. I'll add a headline field here. On this, what you can write, right? You will say your access request to the whatever the below you write now, you checkbox it. That was to the following citizen developer tools has been approved. Okay, for the approval message. Okay, so now you can choose your things here. These are all not selected. Now in the mail, they won't get a chance to select. So you have to make it as read only. All these fields, you will lock it to read only. One by one. So once you lock it, you will see the additional requester comments, right? So that also you can keep it, no issues. That requester comments, whatever will be there, you will see that as a mail. You don't need to delete that. Also, you can make it as read only because whatever the requester write it, so it will be showcased. It is a request for that. Now you will add a new one because you can see this is a submit button is there. So you can write this. You can write this as please press submit button to close approval notification. Okay, simple, that's it. Save it. It is saved. Once you save it, just confirm it and go back now. Now you will add and configure that approval notification form. Sorry, that is not mail notification. I'm sorry, mail notification added later point. This is the approval notification form to the approver. So here you will add to the main part. That means in the configuring of it, you'll go to it there in the approval notification form. Let this come. So approval notification form, where you will add it? Here under approve. So click there. Again, click on the forms here. So you can see the available forms also. Click on form. So you will see your approval notification form, what we created. Now add that there. That's it. It will get added. Okay. So there you have to write a property for it. Subject line, you have to add what subject line, and again what fields you have to add it. That's it. So you can write a subject that your access request to the following citizen developer tools been approved. Okay.
One small here. I mean, what is that red line in the application notification? Is there any note is there or any information? Below the approval, you have added this approval notification form, right? There, one red color is coming, right?
This one.
Yeah.
These ones to map the data.
To map the data. So if you are not done the mapping, then we can directly we will come to know by seeing this, right?
Yeah, system will identify you that. That's what I'm.
Okay.
Yeah. With yellow or red, it will show you generally.
Okay.
So red is mandatory, yellow is optional, but still you have to map it.
Okay.
Okay. So then we have written the subject line like that, and then you have your access trigger form there. Now expand this one, and you have to give the requester name there. Now put the requester name here. Okay, one time is enough. Okay, and now go to the users, process the metadata again. Take the started by. Okay, and again you can see the next one is inputs. Put the inputs. You can see all these inputs in the orange color, I mean yellow color. So additional requester comments, whatever is there, you can add that additional requester comments. The additional approver comments is nothing but your additional requester comments. And SAP BPA and all these things will be there in the downside. If you access the form, you will see all these things. So you'll add this one, BPA to BPA, again build apps to build apps, again Joule to Joule, work zone to work zone. Okay, once you have added all these things, slowly add that. System will recognize that.
Now, how to make it as a gray out fields?
Means gray out means?
I mean, it is only display mode, not in editable mode. You said that when
these ones, these are all in system will identify that. It's not that you will gray out. Whatever are activate, system will automatically identify you. It is one of the good feature here. You don't need to worry which one I have to map and something. System will identify and activate them, and you just have to click on it. That's it.
Okay.
Okay. Now save this. We have done the configuration. Let that save. And close this form. Okay. So now, as you have added approval, similarly for rejection also, we will add the form and the process will be completed, right? So now go back here to the main steps one more time, on the overview steps one more time. Again, whatever the approval form is there, right? You have to go to the rejection form there. So now here, just go to the approval notification form. Array, a second, hold on. Okay, just directly duplicate this one to rejection notification form. Right, duplicate this and just now form tweak again. Okay, now here you have to write the following things here. Here you can write your request for Zidane has been rejected, not approved. Rejected. Okay, that's it. And downline one message you have to add for the submit. Just you'll add instead of approval, you go for the rejection notification. That's it. Save this one form. Once it is saved, now go back to your main page. Same thing, add a trigger for it. Add a trigger for rejection form here. Same again form here. Now here you will see show all four. See, there is a rejection notification form. Add that in the trigger. Okay, same in the subject line. You can copy the data instead of you writing every time. I forgot to copy. Your access request to the following citizen developer tools has been rejected. Okay, that's it. For this also, you requested ID again, you will map that. Open your access trigger form and add the requester name there. Whoever it might be, the requester name will be automatically called there. Okay, and then the users, normally to the users, you'll go with it. Process metadata and start it. That's it. And you'll go to the inputs.
Yeah.
One second. Process. One second. Let me complete the process. I'll come to you. Yeah. Okay. Additional requester comments will be there. There you will add the additional approver comments, which will be there. That is will be automatically mapped. And here same thing, apps to apps, BPA to BPA, and Joule to Joule, work zone to work zone. Okay. So after this, you are done with the things, everything. 1 second, system is saving. Now save this and close this. Save the entire thing. Let that save. Okay. Now after this, you have to create process conditions also for this to process the pop-up opening, when you're doing that to run and deploy the business process, right? So you have to create the process conditions for that. So it will take little time. Am I okay?
One question. So I think by and large it's clear. See, this is a normal development process, the way you have explained it nicely, right? Now we want also to understand using AI, right? Or using this generative feature, which you see at the right hand top, right? How much part of this can be done by using this generative AI feature?
Maximum 40 to 50% part it will cover. The only thing is you have to tweak it. I'll show that also. You'll understand that when you are generating AI, how it will help also I'll show you.
Okay.
As I told earlier, because if I show all the simple features, right, you won't understand. So now you have learned a lot, right? How form can be triggered, what you have to add, how form you have to add it. So the lot of learning will be there if you're learning from scratch. So that's the reason I'm building the complete flow chart for you so that you'll understand more easily and you can start working on that also when you want to do that. All right.
I have one last question. How will you assign these agents actually access because approval is there, right?
So what is that you're asking?
Agents means approver. whom it should
You
go.
add it in the process conditions, the approvers. Who's the
Okay.
in the username? Generally, you can add. I have added a user requested by there, right? Initially, you'll have your managers and every mail IDs. It will be tagged under this things. So there you will got, like if we have seen this rejection, this users, it is I have given who was started.
No, requester is fine. Yeah, I understood. But approvers will change, right?
The recipients is your approval. That's what I'm saying. Your approval data will come to you. That guides IDs, you have to add it here automatically. Or even the groups also you can add.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, okay.
For the build apps, the new sub account is added and the details will be shared with you. Is my screen visible now?
Yes, now it is visible.
Yes, now it's visible.
Yeah. And step-by-step mode I'll write it for you. For automated user onboarding only, what will be the first step you have to do for this? First of all, the main thing is you have to trigger the workflow. Okay. So when I'm saying trigger the workflow, okay, means how, first of all, automated user onboarding, how it has to work, it has to come to your mind. What is that? First of all, in user onboarding, what you will do, you will create a user, right? A new user has been joined in your company. So you'll create a new user. So after you create a user, what you will do, you will assign some roles to him. So whether he's a manager, senior manager, director, or senior architect, some role will be there, right? So you will assign a role to him. So that is called assigning of role. So after assigning role, what you will do, you will provide him based on his role, the tools that he has to access. That is called provisioning of tools. Okay, so after provisioning of tools, you will send a final welcome email to the participant. This can be tweaked. I'm just giving you a regular kind of story to you, which is a live example. Okay, so that's it. 4 single steps. Okay, so to do this 4 single steps, one by one, you have to do this technical configuration, or this is not technical completely, it is a like business configuration in the tool itself. You have to do it. Okay, so the first one will be your trigger the workflow. As I said, you have to trigger the workflow because you have to trigger what? When I'm saying trigger workflow means in all such cases, you have to trigger the source. Like you have to trigger the new employee that was created. Right? So to trigger a new employee created, what will be your sources for doing this? Okay, your new employee record. Okay, your admin panel to allow user edition. That means you can add a user, right? So that you need an admin access, right? And then whenever if there is any requirement of API call or something, it has to happen, you can do that. So that access also you should be able to take it if needed. Okay, so the first step is trigger the workflow in such cases. Okay, then once you trigger the workflow, then next what is that you have to concentrate? You have to concentrate of validating of this input data. Whatever the data that someone is inputting, that should be validated, right? So that we call it as step 2 for validating your data. So you all have to do one thing. So you can think outside of the box. I'm just giving some sort of example now. Okay, this cannot be the same every time. You can think you can add some more steps also. You can add or delete the steps also in this. Try some innovation on top of this. Okay, so you can validate the input data, whatever that we are doing. Okay, so what you will validate? All your mandatory fields. Like emails, your department, the role, all these things. Okay, the main one is the email uniqueness we have to verify. Okay, 1 second, guys. Because the email should not be duplicated, right? Same email should not be created. So that is the one such thing which you have to go, because the welcome email has to send to a right people, right? And then another one, what you will validate? You will validate the domain. Whatever your company domain is there, or company email is there, that is valid or not, you have to validate. Okay, so if any of these cases are failing, you can write a if-else condition. Someone asked me, right? Like if this is not going to met it, then you can write, you can log error, you can notify admin, you can stop the workflow, anything you can do on top of this. Okay, and then once you validate the input data, okay, then you will start creating the user account. Okay, you will create a user account. How you create a user account? That means nothing but you are getting the data from your database, from your SAP database or some other database, whatever you're trying to use it. So you will simply insert the user from your identity management system, IAM. So this access you have to get it from your admin in case if you are trying to creating a new user. Generally, this is not provided to anyone because BTP admin will take care of that. So this step you have to work along with your BTP admin. Okay, or else in your team someone get the BTP admin access, they can try to do it. So they can generate the user ID. Okay, like simply you have to create user and you will return the user ID for validation. Right, that means the user ID initially it will be under pending activation because you won't get the activation until it is validated by your company admin. Okay, so then as I said, the next one will be we create a user, then we will assign the role. So what department, what job title, okay, what location, okay, any permissions, if he's belonging to finance department, so I'll be adding his email, all the financial related credentials or authorizations. If it's related to procurement, related to engineering, like that. Based on department, you will assign the role. That's it. So after you're doing that, what are the relevant role sets for that? Tool sets. So like you can create accounts in email, CRM or ERP or your internet tools, any Microsoft license, create folders, repos. You can do a parallel execution for faster onboarding for this. That means multiple tools you can do a parallel. I have showed you, right, some sort of access. So like that, you will just give some sort of, you can think more out of the box and add some drop downs or something in the flow itself only. Based on that, the HR can easily select that and he can actually add those particular tool sets. Okay, so finally, you will generally select on the last step. Once everything is done, you will you will generate a secure activation link. Like everyone for our onboardings, how we do the same thing I'm writing here. We'll generate a secure activation link. So that link contains what? All your login URL, okay, your login creds, your timestamps. Okay, and finally, you will mark the onboarding as completed if he's logged into the link. Okay, so that's way this is all automated. That means directly the moment when they open a process, this all goes step by step automatically to the users. So they can do this for multiple users, old roles to new roles. They can update the permissions, a lot of things in between they can add. Okay. In the similar way, you can do an automatic deactivations for the employee for exits also for inactivity of employees, based on some common data and everything. So you can do it. There are a lot of things that you can do on HR. As I said, right, you can do for payroll management, for income tax, for leave status management, or like any leave management kind of things. Also, you can do a lot of things on top of this. So many processes you can make them as an automated thing in the BPA. Thus you have to think for the problem statement and you can write the solution like this. Okay, so to do all these things, what will be your basic reference architecture? So this will look like this. The reference architecture will be, I'm just drawing for you for your reference. First point is trigger. As you have seen, the first point is coming from trigger. What is the trigger? The trigger is from your HR. Your HR or your admin or the API that you're trying to initiate. Anything can be your trigger initially. Okay. So once you trigger, it goes to where? To the workflow engine. because you're writing a template, or you are just selecting a existing template for this, and you're doing the workflow or creating a workflow on top of that, right? So after workflow engine does that particular workflow, so whatever the users that are captured in this workflow are trying to trigger in this initial trigger, so that you have to authenticate whether those users are authorized users to do this or not. So for that, you use the IAM, which is the authorization services. If these users are valid, that means you are validating the data of the users. If these users are valid, you can start provisioning the APIs necessary for that, because they are now allowed to use the API. So you can provide the APIs, and then you can make the use of the notifications from the server itself only. And whatever the notifications, whatever the APIs and entire flow, whatever you have done, you will keep an audit log on top of this. This is what entirely the architecture, that means the flow architecture for any BPI you're trying to do. The only thing is your trigger will change. That's it. Rest all thing is same for whatever you're going to do it. Okay. So as I said, always the best practices, what SAP suggested is, you should, whatever the privilege access that you are having, you have to use it, but not for every single flow. You should not include those heavily, so that, it will not bombard the system, at a stretch when you're trying to lot of flows with lot of authentications and everything for every single step. Because at one step, if you're doing that, that is enough, because few people might go for another, and a kind of authentications and do that in a different manner. So that might actually hamper your process also. Okay, and not only that, you have to roll back on failures. Whenever there is a failure is there, it has to roll back and tell this is the failure. If your flow is not identifying the failure or not rollbacking it, and no one knows whether the process is running or not, and you have to get stuck. Okay, and all the audit log should be centralized, so that you will clearly know what is happening in the flow, so that you can take the necessary action on top of that. Okay, and you can enforce the MFA, that means multi-factor authentication in this BPAs, based on the device, based on the location, based on the sensitive actions that you're trying to do. For example, I entered 2-3 times the password wrongly, so MFA can start working on it automatically. You can write a simple low-code process there, that if 3 times the same API, the 3 times the same IAM authentication is failed with wrong password, so you will add MAF. That means you will add some more, like through mobile or through user link activation, again sending that the same user is using. There are multiple ways that you can do this. So like that, you can enforce the MFA also. Okay, so these are all MFAs, again with OTPs and everything you can do it. So MFA policy is also there. You can do that implementation, which admin will help you on that. You don't directly see that in the build apps environment here. Okay, so admin will help you for all the MFA policies for external access or your internal tool sets also. They will help you on that. Okay, so this is the functional example that primarily we majorly use in the many of the HR assets in the SAP system. Many of the clients are already started working on that, and they're using that also in live using this BPA. Okay, so in relevant to that only, we are discussing this part. What is that one we are doing? The BPA one. What is the application name? I gave it to it.
It was a demo, starts with demo.
Right. That's the reason I read my name only. Let me check.
No, you didn't put your name. Just type your demo.
They have created a new sub account. Won't that be refreshed? All
No, my
Demo one, something.
Demo one.
Demo one.
So you can always see there are all projects, my projects. If you go to my projects, you'll get your ones which you created. This is the one which I created. No worries. Let me open that. Yeah, this is the one which we created. So let's go to the main application. This is the one. These are all forms only. This is the process. So go to the process. So what we did, we have created we triggered the access form, And then we added two forms, one for acceptance, one is for rejection, based on the approval tools that they want to add it, right? So you can see this. If you just further expand that, you will see the expansion. Okay, so don't worry if the expansion was unexpanded to you, you have to expand it like this. Same thing. Now, whatever the live example I told you, same thing for the onboarding forms also, you will do it. But there will not be any rejections. You have to onboard one by one, and you have to go for the forms, or you can just, add the tools and everything in this. So you can simply think on that and you can do it over the weekend. Anyways, I'll give you the exercise on that. So now we will do, now as the last step, I have created the rejection notification form also. Now we'll create a process condition. Now, why we have to create a process condition? Because when you want to automate this approval process in this BPA, you have to create the process conditions. On what condition the process has to execute. That is what you're going to do in the process conditions. Okay, so now let me show you one by one what that process conditions you're going to add it. Okay. Okay, so let's do this. In this flow, like we will configure a condition, first of all, that automatically approve the request if in case, for example, I have to use a Microsoft Power Automate. If Power Automate is not installed to me, okay, it is not included in my request. Okay, because Power Automate, I might keep it as a licensed version. For example, I have 5 tools are there. 5 tools in 5 tools, 4 tools are freeware and 1 tool is licensed one. So in that 1 tool, for example, Microsoft Power Automate itself is there. It is a licensed tool. So if that anyone is requesting the licensed tool, then that has to come to the approval and rejection kind of blocks. If anyone is requesting all the freeware only, such kind of tools, then automatically I'll approve it. Instead of going to the approval and rejection thing, it will go to the approval and automatically approve it, right? Generally also we will think, even HR also I told you similar live case. If a user is requesting for less than 2 days of general casual leave, we can automatically approve. There is no need of any manager approval directly for that. HR will approve it. If a user is asking for more than 2 days of leave, then it will go to the manager approval. Similar case, you can correlate for different things. Same for finance, same for procurement also. Same for finance. For example, if the user is requesting for more than 100 orders, if the user is requesting less than 10 orders, it will be automatically approved. If the user is requesting more than 10 orders, it will go for a sales manager approval. Similar for finance, similar for other things we can just think on. The total structure will be same. The use case will be different. That's it. So now here also, I'm going to do a automatic step request for that. Now you'll add a condition for that. Okay. So now where you will add the condition. So let me show you that. So the main condition will come from here. I'm telling that it is an automatic approval. So it should not go to this flow. It should directly go from access trigger form to the condition. So here in the plus symbol, if you expand that, you will see a thing called controls and events. If you click on the controls and events, there you will have all your branches, conditions, durations, API call to wait on that, raising the event. So different things will be there. Okay. So now I am not branching that. I'm going for a condition. Okay. Write the condition. You add a condition there. Wait until the condition added there. So now this condition is what you have to write clearly. Guys, this is a process, so you should name every step clearly. If you are doing bulkly or if you're doing as it is a demo, doing some random names, right, you will get confused. Even though demo, so follow all the conditions, what condition, or at least number the condition. This is condition 1, condition 2. Okay, so like that, it will help you what condition you have written if there are multiple conditions in your case. Okay, so here this is condition 1. I'm using the numbering of the condition. So if you can see, the branch conditions are if. Okay. Now open the condition editor. You will have it on the left. on the right of this box. Open condition editor. Okay. Just add the open condition editor, and there you will write the condition. What condition you will write? Just select there. You will get automatically your trigger form and everything here. Okay, just expand the trigger form. Now, what is my condition I told? Okay, for example, I am using SAP Joule. 1 second, this is slow. Yeah, now if SAP Joule is what? True. If that is there, now I'm applying that. And close this. And just go to the overview first of all. Now, if you can see here, you will create a form for this new decision, which is what? Automatic approval. Any notification, you can take it. Duplicate that again. So this one also, you will write auto approval. Auto approval notification form. Okay, duplicate this. So here, this is also, you have to change it, or else you can just change the name of it here, no worries. Or you will write it here. Ray. Your access request to the following citizen developer tools has been automatically approved. Okay, so this is the main headline. So whatever the tool they will, I'll come to that. Now on the downside, you will write this headline. That means this is a headline field we have added, right? So I'll write it here. This is the same. Please press submit to close this auto approval notification. So he will see this and he will submit. Okay, I'm okay for this auto approval. He'll submit it. It will close it. Simply save this. Save. Now go back to the main screen where my process has been built. Okay, now let's integrate the created form into this process. Whatever the form I created now, automated form, I'll integrate that in the process. So see here, already when I given the condition, if default has came, right? So I have to integrate that process. Okay, where you will integrate, by default, it has to go auto approval, right? So under default, you have to do it. Now expand that, select the form. So here you will see just show all 5 forms. There you will get slowly go down. You will see auto approval notification form, right? So you will get your auto approval notification form here. Okay, so here also again you have to do whatever yesterday I did, that general inputs parameters we have to process it, right? So writing the subject for this. Your access is automatically approved. I'll make it simple. Okay, so now here again you have to map that to the requester name. Add this to requester name. So you will see in the drop down the requester name is added, right? So after that, you have to go to the users. As I said, just go to the down, put the user, expand the metadata, give the started by. Okay, so after that, you have to make the inputs, go to the inputs, and here in the inputs, you have to add the requester comments. So requester as a select that additional requester comments, map it, add all the 4 again here. One second, it's going slow. Yeah, so this is BPA to BPA, build apps to build apps, Joule to Joule, and work zone to work zone. Okay, now save this. It is saved, right? Now close this. Our automatic approval form is done. Now, what is our business case use case here? We are accessing a triggering form for approving, for the using of citizen developer tools. Further, if the Joule is there, it will be automatically approved. If I have a separate request is there, then it will go for the requester approval form for the other all tools. Only Joule will go for automatic approval. If all other tools are there, then it go for approval and reject. So for that, we added the approval rejection forms also, and then we are ending this process, right? This is what. Now for this also, for every thing, you have to add a trigger. Now you have to add a trigger here also. What is the trigger here? Your condition event. Okay, that means you are ending this. After the auto approval form, there is nothing can go in the flow chart. You have to end that here. So go here, go to control event and end this. So you will see this particular auto approval form separate line will end here. Okay, simply save this. If you feel this is so clumsy, if you want to see the complete form, always here the pagination search, that means the expand, de-expand will be there. We can just go with the thing if you are okay with your lettering and format for that. Okay, so here we have done that. So if you want to see still more bigger, you can just keep it here because the flow will go a little bigger here. Okay, so I'm just making little shorter. Okay, now I created the process conditions. For here, I created one condition, automatic approval has been done. Now, next one I'll go with deploying and run this business process. That's it. All my process is done. Okay, all my case is done, use case is done. Now I have to deploy this. So to deploy this, what I'll do, so if you can see here, there is a thing called release. Okay, if you see there is a demo one, editable, this is no version. If you release, then the version will be released. This is my first version release, right? So now release the project. So this is 1.0.0. Okay, let me put it as a 1. This is a by default version it was given. I have not given. You cannot change the version. System will automatically pick based on the changes you are doing for that. Okay. I can write that as, it's always a good practice to write a release notes, initial version. Okay. On Jan 9. Okay, ma. Then release this. So once it is released, see demo is released, you will see a thing called show project version. Click on the show project version. Only when you click on the show project version, then only you will get this deploy option. If not, you will not get this deploy option. Remember that. Okay. Now, once the deploy option is came, you can deploy that to the environment. As simple as that. Deploy. So this is right now it with public only. So I'm deploying directly public. Generally, this will be with your assigned environments will be there. I'm not sure which environment you will be getting created. Sometimes it will be shared, sometimes public, sometimes your admin created environments will be also there to your project. So you have to deploy to the project itself only. So it is a sandbox. I'm going for public. So I'm deploying here. Let it be deployed. Okay. Yeah. Now this is, you can see demo 1 deployed. This is active. So don't think why this is in red. So this is by default, the active will be in red. Active will not be in green because the build process automation, the active background color has given as red. Because in some sessions, people ask to me why it is on red. Is there any errors or logs are there? No, nothing like that. If it is deployed, it is deployed. That's it. Okay, this active is just your background color, which was SAP has added to active in the red color background. It doesn't mean it has any issues or errors. Now, after you are done with these thing, just select your request form, this one. Select this here. Once you are done with the deployment, you will see your entire process here. Okay. So if you want to unexpand the condition, you can do like this also. Okay. It simply shows like this. See, in 4 single steps. So now this is your major trigger, right? So this trigger, if you click there on the public, it has showed a form link, right? Copy the link. The link will be copied to the clipboard and then just directly go and execute in the another URL. See here, this is your form, how it looks like in your front end. Access request for citizen developer tools, requester name, select the tools you want to access. Please press submit, send access for your approval. Once you do it, see even the submit is also not activated until you fill this information. Right here, you can see the form for all these new tools. Okay, from the perspective of the requester. Okay, not from the approver. Are you getting that? This is a requester perspective. So you have to fill that. Let's say I'm writing this one. What I can write? I'll write something.
Yesterday I added the user ID also. Is that saved or it's missed or something?
Which user ID?
Requester name and requester ID.
Requester name is this only, right? I am in a sandbox. I don't have any other users. I told yesterday also, right?
No, form, whatever the form you created, in that you modified the form and added the user ID also.
Let me check. Let me complete this. I'll come back to that. Yeah. So let me under this. I'll keep work zone. I'm asking, please.
That's the next form, actually, next step.
Approve this. I'll submit this. So your form was submitted successfully. Now you will check and approve the request in the access approval from the approver's perspective. So how you go to the approver's perspective? If you go to the my inbox, where is our build is there? If you go to the my inbox of it, it will come to me only. See, it was again came here. I'll put this, your access request to this is done. So now you can scroll down this. You can see the request. Okay. So now you can say, for example, okay, that you can submit this, can write that. Our approval comments were missed. We can write one more heading. I just forgot, or it's missing. You can write some approval comments also here. You can just simply submit. You can submit. This will be approved.
No, but it's already approved. Right? It's auto approval. It says.
It's the final one.
Yeah, it's auto approved. Joule, I know. Let me check which one it was taking. Let me check this one.
Somewhere we can see this flow actually, how this request was traveled.
1 second. Your request to the no approve reject has to come. 1 second. This is approved. One second, let me go into this. Yeah, you can add one more time that link here and try to do all tools also. You can try make it out other things as well. Just the data play, you have to do it.
It should trigger two mails then. One is auto-approved and another one for approval mail should go. Because for Joule, you have given the auto-approval, no?
Only Joule will be auto approval. I click the 4 tools, no?
Yeah, correct.
Then if it is only Joule, then will be auto approved.
Oh, then if 4 also is selected, then it will go for manual approval.
That's what I told. If it is only single tool, it will be auto approval. If there are 4 tools are there, then you should go to the approval rejection decision matrix.
The first request shouldn't have been auto-approved in that case. But it got
I think it's because of the if condition. If Joule equal to true, then you are going to
yeah,
there is one row.
One second, let me open this. Let me check how this is taking now. Request by, see, now approve reject came. So I asked the 4 tools. Now I'll ask, I can reject this also. You cannot use SAP Joule as free license. Please get your manager approval. So I can write a comment like that, and then I'll reject it. This will be go to the rejected. See here, automatic order confirmation. That means you have to submit. I have told you, right? This will be rejected now. So please press this, acknowledge it order status. Sorry, this is different one, not this one. That it has to go to that one. I should have that get. I know I'm adding one more form also, right? For the rejection, it should go the rejection. Yeah, it has to add one more. Let me refresh that one more time. It will come then. Yeah, now it has been came. See, it was been like this. Your order has been. This is the one. No, not this one. 1 second. Where is that which I have given just now? Just hold on.
Only the unread messages appear here, is it? Because the one that we used to...
unread only appear here. Yeah. So I am also thinking that a rejection notice will also come to us. Even approval also, if it is approved, it has to come. Okay, that is what I'm just looking. Can refresh that. After refreshing, it should show me that something has came. I think so. Citizen developer. Now it came. See here, this is for rejection. Now it's a little late, because system has to process and come. See, your access request for citizen developer tools was rejected. Please submit to close reject notification. So okay, fine. I am agreeing. Okay, Joule I requested wrong, so I'll submit it. That's it. So similar for your approvals also, whatever you want to do it.
Why do I have to submit the reject notification?
I am agreeing that because I am seeing the rejection right now, right? So how come I know whether I am approving the rejection or not, being my user? So I will submit that. Okay, I'm approving that rejection. I'll take the next action. For that only I give and submit. You might do it or not. It's up to you. You can skip that step. You can directly show without submit. Okay, it will go a rejection notification. That's it. You can end that also. Because basically maybe the submit will be there, which means that you are acknowledging that rejection.
So once we submit, click on submit, will it disappear from the inbox?
That's what it disappeared. I just submitted, disappeared. See, was not there here.
Okay.
Getting that. So this is how you have
to only have 100 messages.
Sorry?
Even if you don't submit, once you open that notification, it will disappear from that my inbox. That's what I was trying to say. Even if you don't submit or something like that, because once you have read it, it will not be there.
No, you have to submit. See, this I have not submitted. If I submit only, then only this will go. It was appearing last time also and now also. This is an automatic order not and confirmation, which is a different one. Until or until submit, it won't go. You have to do an action, then only it will disappear. It won't directly don't disappear once you are read. It's not that.
Understood.
When you do an action on the screen, then it will disappear. Okay. So this is how, guys, you will create the process conditions and a complete process flow. Now you can imagine and you can think to do it, a similar process for HR, leave management. I'll give an exercise to you. So you can also try it while you're in the weekend on the same BPA. Okay.
So one quick thing, another question. So here, people started entering the user IDs, things getting approved, no? Where this data is stored, who has applied, who has not applied, where this entire database gets stored?
BTP.
No, in BTP, like in the backend HANA, or where is it? In the BTP, which tables, on the cloud, or, where is it exactly? Can we, if I want to see the dump of all the users who have
this is where, no, this is all your users. I showed you the other day also. If you can see this, see the BTP login. This is the BTP login.
No, as some HR admin or someone I want to see.
That's what I want to show you. All the users are there in the BTP. BTP user set only, or because I told you, right, all this build suite is running under BTP only. So whatever the user data that you are calling, it's directly coming from the BTP, not S4HANA.
Or user, if I am using some, tables to do the validation and all those things, where it will be in the BTP only.
It's running under BTP. See, this is all your user set which you are talking to me. All your names are there here. This will appear from there itself only. This 76 users.
But in the current example you gave, there's only the high-level approval process is there. There is no like request got created. We got saved somewhere. This what comment, what requester comment was. Those things back in tables we cannot see, right? That is not covered, right?
No, I'm not getting a question. Which means from S4HANA you're asking?
No, I'm telling S4HANA or in the BTP only. You don't have any data source where I can see these details. Right?
No, data source, and also
this is a different one which I'm using another one which I have my own demo spaces there. I'm just showing you there. I'm not using that account now. That is why you're not seeing that. But yes, in BPA you can integrate with S4HANA data also. The similar thing which I showed you in Build Apps, right? Similar way you can integrate with the S4HANA data streams as well, and you can get the data, make the things as well. That is how, if you are not integrating S4HANA, how come you access your HR data and everything?
That's where I'm coming. Right? So then we can integrate our CDS tools, or,
absolutely.
And if required, because once I approve it, then again it should go to GRC or some other system. It should create a provisioning, no?
Yes.
It should get integrated with GRC, other systems that user access is approved anyway. The admin record will be here, but at the end, things should be performed in the GRC or some other system.
Exactly. In the control tower I showed you, right? This is a normal one only. If you go to this one, so you can add your destinations. I told you the other day, right? You can add your destinations from the control tower. What destination you want? Any data set, any database is allowed to create apps in this environment. There is no restriction. External or internal to SAP S4HANA, anything you can get the data and you can play with this data sets as well.
So outside SAP also we can use.
Yeah, I told you that even cloud-based also, your AWS, even if it is the data is in AWS also, you can call the data and you can make the data, you can make it use in the build apps. That is how the system is been created as.
As such, inherently, it has any databases that we can use within build apps?
See, this is what I have showed you the other day. If you can see this. Yeah, this is our account, right? SAP BTP Joule. In the instance and subscriptions, you will see this in the 1 second. So if you go to add the destination, right? So here, sorry, not the destination. Let's go to the environment. We'll go to the environment and add the environment. If you add or create an environment here, this is all your SAP BTP destinations where you can add it. So here basically in the BTP, first of all, you will add a destination here. That destination will come and sit in this build apps as well. So from here, you will pick and use it. So if you can see here, for example, if you want to create anything I told you, right, from any service instance or from scratch also you can create. You can just create that. What is the type you want to put it, and then you can just add it, and you have to add the URL of the source system you want to get connected, and then it will create that. And if you want to add properties of it, will put it, and your authentications, whatever the authentications you want, it's OAuth, WAUth 2. We have it, right, for many systems, whatever it might be, you will keep it, and then you will add it. Any database is agreed. So you can see here, there are many databases we added. Ariba added, HANA added, and then we added OData APIs, S4 Cloud, 2023 S4 HANA. So as of now, whatever is available, these are all there in our systems. Specifically for us, the S4 HANA Cloud is, and S4 HANA is strictly integrated for our systems for data and everything. So you can leverage them and you can use it in this demo.
Okay.
Clear?
Yeah, thank you.
That's it. So next one. Just 1 second, guys. We'll lobby. Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah, tell me.
Just have a doubt. So there are a lot of destinations that you added, right, in the previous screen that you showed. So that means all they are all different systems which are
yes
integrated with.
Okay. Yes, different systems only they are.
Okay, so when we are creating the app, like the workflow thing, so is there any place where we specify which particular system is this relevant for, something like that?
Right. The moment when you add the destination on top of this, right, that will actually been created. You are doing this in the environment also, right? I'll show you that. Yeah, just give me a moment. Yeah, so this one, let me show this struct for me. Okay, so another one I'll show you now. So here in the control tower itself only. So the moment you are adding the destination like this, right? For example, which destination you're trying to make it. So you have to specifically mention your environments. So then it will pick your destination there automatically. For example, I am taking Kbo test. So to this environment when I'm adding, so in the destination, whatever the destination I added to that environment, right? So for all the apps or applications I'm creating to that environment, okay, that automatically S4 HANA can come and, integrate for my, whatever the data that I want, it will show it to you. Okay. The other day also I showed you in build apps, you will specifically opt that which integration you want, because I have showed two variations, one with the library, another with the S4 HANA. You will have that option separately. But whereas in BPA, the moment when you logged into it, so when you are using the controls and everything on the back end, when you add this environment, that means destination to the environment, it will be automatically showed up in your BPS. Okay, I'll show you one simple thing here. Now I'll show another application called invoice processing order. So this you will understand clearly, so that this doubt will be also cleared. Okay, now I'll show one more BPA process for you, which is one of the standard and very frequently and mostly used application in the SAP, which is invoice processing and approval using the BPA. Okay, this is one more process. So let me start and show it to you.
So a particular app can be used across different destinations. And the environment facilitates which all.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, based on the environment, it will facilitate. That is why when you are releasing and deploying, right, you are deploying to the environment. That environment will support this source, basically. Okay, so let me show you that one by one. Now create again from the create. So you can see here, there is a create invoice approval process. One more thing is here. Whatever I am showing is invoice processing and approval. This is invoice approval process, which you are seeing. This is already a template is there. So before that also I show you this one. So if you are okay with the templates, you can try to use them as well, right? If you want to see what is the template contains, if you go to the documents, artifacts, everything, for example, this one, you can just create from template also. Let's say, for example, this one, you can say it as D1, create. So it was created from the template. See, this is your complete artifacts, like the one which we created. Similarly, you will see all the artifacts here. See what is that? We have an approver. We determine the approver, exact thing, invoice details. A lot of forms are there, approval rejection forms. If you want to see exact what is that happening, you can see this one, which is the main process. The main process will be with this icon. 3 right-hand arrows will be there. If you just click on that, you will see the complete process there. All the templates, the same process. Invoice request form, extract, invoice data, determine the approval, invoice approval. You can see the process flow. Okay. Whether you can approve the invoice notification form or not, it is there. You can add anything. Or else if you want the same thing also, you can use it. Okay. The moment when you do it, you can just see this. So this project is not deployed. See, you can see there is no form link. As it is, I'm deploying it. Let's see. I'm releasing this. So this is released, show project version. I'm deploying this. See, this is what I told you. So to that environment, you will deploy from what environment you have been attached. So I'm taking the KBO test only now. I'm deploying that.
KBO environment means basically which?
Like public, I have done right, where this application will be holded.
No,
in the BTP, I showed you this also, right? The other day, if you have seen this, there are environments will be there. That means through Cloud Foundry or Kaima will be there, right? Under Cloud Foundry, HTTP, this HTTML, this will be Go. So this is a Cloud Foundry. Let me execute this and come back to you. Okay, I'll be anyways. So I'm just deployed. Okay, this is deployed, right? Okay. Have I clicked on deployed? And why this is not going?
Just wanted to check. Environment doesn't mean you are deploying it in dev quality, those or pre-production, those separate servers, right? That it doesn't mean that, right?
I think it means that only, right, Vaibhav? So we can have different environments, like test development.
See, yeah.
We can have, but I just wanted to check if he means that.
See, basically, environment means here, yes, I told you, right? 2 environments are there, like Cloud Foundry and Kaima. On which environment you are deploying? That is what it is. We are using Cloud Foundry. So all your apps that you are doing, that will go and deployed in Cloud Foundry environment, which supports the databases that are relevant for Cloud Foundry, like Java, AppStack, S4HANA, all these things will be there. If you're deploying on Kaima, it was completely on Kubernetes based, right? So now if you're using all these ABAP and everything, you'll just go for Cloud Foundry environment only. So you're deploying on it. So whatever these environments I'm creating, those are all comes under Cloud Foundry only. Just the names will differ. That's it. Clear?
Also, we are seeing this list of environments. So is it because those are part of something? I mean, there could be multiple more than these environments, but why are we seeing only this list of environment? Is it kind of mapped somewhere?
I don't know. Have you guys created separate environments already?
No. I'm just trying to ask this. There could be multiple.
Whatever you create, those will definitely appear here for your in the inside of this, build apps. Whatever the environment you create in the build apps, that only you can see here. Not all the BTP ones. So BTP ones have many environments, I think so, right? If you go to the Cloud Foundry.
So So we are able to see only those which are part of the build app.
Yes. I'm attaching my source and everything there, right? So these are all once created. KBO test is there in the build apps only. I created that.
I'm still not able to understand this environment thing. I'm sorry.
So basically, in this course, we all of us are using the same build app. Isn't that so? We are on the same platform, correct?
1 second. Let me show you clearly. See, this is your control tower, right? Who is that? That is not clear. Tell me. So what is the question here? See,
Environment.
tell me. So environment is nothing but first important straight answer where you are going to deploying. That means on the a kind of workspace in the environment where you are deploying. That means it will, the moment you deploy it, it will go and sit in that application. That means that application go and sit in that environment. That means in the Cloud Foundry, with this name under this subfolder, your application will go and sit. That is what it means. Clear?
Okay. So basically, see, from the project perspective, there could be multiple, but for this demo, it should be just a single, space or a workspace where we are deploying any kind of project,
Exactly.
right? Just we have segregated based on the names, correct?
Right. Exactly.
Now the question is,
by default, you always have 3 environments. One is public, one is shared. These are all by default by SAP, and another is your private environment. These 3 will be there by default, and rest all you create of your customized, whatever the ones. Now tell me another question.
Yeah. So basically, when you are showcasing that application, why it only shows a handful of environments and not the complete list?
Where? In the
when you were trying to deploy.
When you are deploying, it will show whatever are relevant for this particular thing.
So how does it determine what is relevant? That is the question.
That's what based on your application. That's what I'm saying. See, the moment. Let me redeploy one thing. Where is the one which I just used it? I can answer that question that time. Hold on. This one.
This was released earlier. Why it shows release again? They haven't made any change.
That was not properly deployed, I think so. Just let me check.
Okay.
It is what it is writing. Sorry, it is now even struck for me. Just wait. I'm refreshing here.
So once release, we won't be able to see that release button there, right? For any of the process.
No, 1 second. Yeah, there is a problem in this. 1 second. So this one, if I gone here, it is showing us versions. Okay, this is editable, released. This is deployed. Because it is a standard one, might be it is showing another release or something. So we do one thing. I'll just try to. This is already deployed. Okay, 1 second. This is deployed only. I'll copy the link first of all. Let me check it. I'll go to the deployed version here. Okay, now it is showing me directly in the deployed version. See, yeah, the form is getting. Yeah, this is a direct form, guys. You can directly use this form, and based on this, you can see this form is working or not. Okay, again, this is all read-only form they have given. This is what? This is a read-only form. If you want to make it a form that want to be in the more like input kind of form where you'll give company invoice number, and then based on that you want to do that kind of things also you can do. Okay, just I'm showing you a template. Now we are coming to the next question. Someone has asked me, right? Why that is showing only few environments? Because as I said, like that is the behavior generally we see in this build apps, because that usually the environment will be completely due to the specific compatibility and the entitlements that you are choosing while your build apps is going on. Because the main reason why you are seeing only few environments and rest are all not shown, each application is an environment type specific. As I just told, if I'm saying S4HANA, I attach it, only S4HANA relevant environments I'll see there. If I go for Ariba, I'll go for Ariba related environments in that list. Like that, it is application type specific. Each application will be deployed only to the environment is this built for. Okay, if I'm building only ABAP apps, the environments that are related to ABAP apps only will show to me. That is why you're seeing the only few environments there. Clear?
In that case, can you go into this app and show the setting where it says that this is applicable only for public or shared? There
In
should
the
be some
monitoring, you
setting.
can see that. See in this
No,
destinations, in the environments only, if you can see this. I'm coming to you. Just wait, hold on. So here, see, these many environments are there, right? Now we can see here, if you go to the options, can edit this. See, this is where this environment will show you what projects we can do it, what are the triggers we can make in these projects, everything about that. This is what you're asking, right? What this environment details you can see, you want to see that.
No, my question was, Kaibu, if you can go back to that, or if you can go to the environment where we deployed this invoice approval app, can we check, go there and see the binding over there if it shows there?
It is in keyboard test only, right? I have done it. One second, let me check. See, got it right? It was
No, that's because you have deployed this particular approval process into that environment. That's why it is showing it here. So his question is different. He is asking how only the handful of environments came up while you try to deploy this particular approval
That's what
process,
I'm
right?
saying. See, if my applications are relevant to S4HANA, that environments which are relevant
So
to S4HANA will
how
come.
does the system determine what are relevant? So that particular
That's what I showed you, right? While creating the environment, you are giving that, right? See, while creating a new environment, what you're doing, you're giving identifier, environment name, something. Let's say something you have given, and you are creating that.
It's nothing but the name, right?
No.
No, hold on.
Not the new environment. If you try to create a new app, there has to be a setting which
in the new
binds
destination, sorry, not environment. I'm sorry for this. There is a new destination while you're creating. That destination, you're mapping an environment. See, the moment when you're adding a destination here, let's say, this is the destination, right? So this level, this is the way, that is the classification point for your environment. So that environments will come there. For example, I'm selecting here, Build Apps Runtime. So all environments I'll remove, specific environments I'll keep. So which environment I want to keep? This one. So keyboard test, right? Now let me check for Mahesh environment to Mahesh environment also. See, these three I'll keep it. So I'll add destinations. So now this destination, whatever I have created, so that three environments it will do. You're getting, so that is what based on the build apps, one such kind of source. So whenever I'm referring that source, that relevant environment will show in your system in the pop-up block. That is your point where it will come. Getting that?
So for destination, we are selecting the environments, and while creating.
Let me tell you that. You guys do one thing. You guys create two destinations, one for S4 and one for other thing, and you start, doing this process and try deploying. You will see the relevant environments while you are doing that for deployment. That's it. Small practical. You can do.
How does the system know which destination is part of that app? So when we build that process, we never mention the destination for it, right?
We are adding the environment you're adding here, right? See,
No, I understood destination to environment thing, which is the mapping done over here. That I understood. And my question is, while deployment, we are only saying that particular process, right? So for that process, how did it know that this is the environment? Did we do that mapping anywhere?
No, we won't do. System will automatically do that by using this destination environment. You're doing that, right? System will automatically do. I have never done specifically on that, and system will also.
No, see, what you are saying is basically this environment is mapped to a destination. Now, when you are deploying the app, you either have to specify a destination, right, which specifically takes you to that particular environment. That's how it is showing up, right?
Right. That's what is my
That has to be there, right?
No. See here, That's what I'm saying. You're not getting that, like this is collecting the data from the main BTP destination where you are adding that environment to that. The moment when you are calling that and you are deploying to that environment, it will automatically get all that relevant environments for the destination. That is the key point where it is getting all that relevant data.
Yes, Kaibo, we understood this destination to environment. We were just thinking how does the system will determine while deploying the app, how does it know what is the destination? We never specified destination there, right?
This is why I don't know why you're still, what is the point of misunderstanding here? The moment you're already added this, you're saying A to B, this B holds A. Now when I'm going to deployment of this B, automatically A will come there. Simple point there. It will not do this which destination. There is a list and you will just put that all relevant particles there and put it at environment where you want to put it. That's it. Because you're holding that environment in a destination, you're mapping that in the BTP already.
Okay, that means when we deploy, it will be deployed to all the destinations you're telling, right? Whatever the destinations are there in the environment.
Specific, not deployed to all. That's what I'm saying. You are specifically selecting an environment, right?
Yeah, but that environment can have multiple destinations, right?
Right. That's what.
Okay, fine. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can proceed. We can take that off. No worries here.
Yeah. Okay, the next one. So where I am, okay, fine. The invoice approval process. So everyone is clear with this, how you can get your templates here. In the lobby, you will get these ones. If you want more, you can see these ones. And from there's a browse content will be there. From here, you can get all your relevant templates also. There is a template section for that. So if you go to the browse more section, from project type base also, from your industry base also, you'll get many templates for the processes. So for example, if you want to see healthcare itself only, so for healthcare, these are all been mapped under healthcare. Okay, you might be seeing different irrelevant also, but yes, whatever mapped under healthcare will come here. Okay, in the similar way, let me go into the one which was important for us, which is consumer products. I'll add public sector and retail also. Okay, so you'll get all these orders, automatic creations, free form payment of approval process, mass maintenance of business partners. There are like this, you'll see a lot of templates. So don't get confused. These are all your actions. Action you can build, you can use it to build a template, but you cannot, this is not a template directly. Okay, it's just a preloaded activity to build your process. That is an insight, or we call action. Okay, wherever you see this icon, that is your template. They will clearly write, this is your template. This is your ready to use action. You can add this to your process, but this one you can directly use, or you can tweak this process whatever the way you want it. Okay, there are many such processes are there here. You can see whenever you have time, or you can just try from these also. Even this orders from BAPI and different things are also there, where you can see that publishers who published this. Okay, this is from SAP or S4HANA, okay, and directly SAP Build Apps, okay. There are different publishers also there, where that data and process also been encapsulated and given as a template here. There are total 249 projects under this. If you select everything, you might see a very bulk data and bulk process also in this, okay. So this is one such thing. From template, you can directly get benefit, or you can get use of it, and you can directly try to create something on that, okay. And coming to one more process, as I said, let me create a sales order process for you. How you do this, sorry, the invoice processing and approval process. So if you go to this on the build lobby again, create automated process. Build this automation, just wait. Again, it's a process. I'll show one more example in the next class of automation. Now I'm showing another one for process now. Now write the process. write your name while you're practicing for this.
For deploying a transport movement will be different from the S4 or standard PW will be whatever the systems we use. No, it will be different from that, or it's same like dev quality and production.
For the sub accounts,
Yeah.
see, deployment in BTP, especially forward, they have the request and everything will be similar here only. But here the BTP supports a multiple, there is a CTM kind of model only that we call sub account modeling here across the lands.
Cloud transport management something.
Yes. That one will follow.
Because we use that Solman process for moving the transport, no, but now this in BTP it's different.
Yes. Similar, not exactly completely different, but a similar way of transport mechanism you will take it, because in BTP, all your logical separation will be with the environments and sub accounts. So the moment when you create different sub accounts, you are just handling your sub account from the main global account. Okay. So it's all, you use all your changes across the different landscapes. You take it from your, the same kind of IDs will come, and you'll transport that one sub account to another sub account here. That's it. All your changes will be picked up, while you're doing the same similar case, in S4 kind of things. It will here also, it will give you, while in the public cloud or in some other thing, it will go the same mechanisms only, but it does not have any automatic transport like in ABAP. It won't directly generate it for you. You have to separate you have to transfer, for example, development to quality. If you have 10 applications, application by application you have to send, like the similar way configurations or these artifacts, everything you have to do it. So for all this, you use this cloud transport mechanism, so wherein which all your transport, that CTMS itself will create your transport request. There only you have to approve it, and then you have to import that into quality, and then from quality to production. So there is a separate mechanisms also there in which BTP admin will generally do this. Okay.
There will be an admin like Solman team kind of a thing, that there will be another team who will move the transports.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Between sub accounts, can we establish a transport path?
Means? I'm not getting that.
So you said, right, with sub accounts basically has a concept of separate environments, right? In that case, let's say I have configured a sub account, right?
Right. There you want to establish transport path. Yes, you can establish transport path between this BTP sub accounts, but there is a specific way for that. Like sub accounts generally do not have any inherent transport path by default. They generally have that because that is made by that in the BTP. So these transport paths are established via again the CTMS only, as I just told to you. So from your dev sub account, you have to create a CTMS transport node. From there, the quality will pick it, and the same again with a CTMS transport node, prod will pick it. Okay, that's not like a physical, but more of logical path. It will be created inside the CTMS.
But then in those accounts, I still have to create separate destinations, right?
That's what, right? And then I'm saying CTMS nodes. Your node will represent your target sub account plus environment. That is your node with off.
Yeah. Okay.
Done. Can I continue, guys? Any other questions?
Continue.
Okay, so now I'm doing this invoice approval. So now this is a process that we are extracting information from invoice and we'll get the read approval. So I'll write it process to get invoice information and get approval. That's it. So review this, create this. Okay, so now create the process. The first process will be your invoice details. Now write this. Get invoice details. Okay, this is the process to approve the invoices. I'll simply create this. Same thing I'll do here. Here also we'll submit a form. Add a trigger. submit a form here again, create a blank form, write the form name here. And this is an invoice request form, right? So same thing will come here. This is form to start the process. Okay, guys, create this. Okay, now form will come. Same thing. You have to go to the form editor. So in the form, we'll be adding some multiple elements also. So now let me put the headline 1 here, first of all, which is important, headline 1. So here I'll write invoice request form. Okay, so after this, now put another text of it here. So a paragraph kind of thing here, I'll write. Because this is an invoice request form, we'll write like this. We can ask, please provide the details to start the process. Okay, so with this, what happens? You can add some of the fields and everything on that. Okay, you can add the input fields further. So let's say I'm adding input fields one by one here. Like very simple, I'll add here 1 text, 2 text, and 1 date. Simple date I'll add. Okay, now here, add the text field here, like employee name. Who is request that employee name I'm writing. And then you can write the file path. And then you can write the current date of it. Okay, and that's it. These are all mandatory. So I'm putting everything as mandatory here. Required, required, required. Okay, so these 3 paths, you have added that. Simple, you will save this part now. As simple as that. Save this path. Save this path. That's it. Now we have done this. Now we'll create an automation to extract this invoice details. Okay, so yeah, we saved it, right? Now go to the main form here. I'll quickly run it. This time is getting over. No, this is an automation I'm calling. This is a separate variation I'm showing you right now. Let this come. Yeah, good. So now here, expand this middle one. You will see here automation. Now we worked on form. We have seen approval. We have seen control events. We have now seen the automation. Now click on the automation. There is no automation available yet because we have not added anything. So we'll click on the blank automation and we'll proceed for it. Okay. So now you can select any of the agent version here. Okay. What platform you're going to do this? Which process? For Windows or Mac, whatever it might be, you can select the platforms. Okay. If you want both also, you can try with both. There is no harm in trying both. There will be versions like this. Okay. 3.44, 3.24, anything you can try to make it out. Okay. I'm going for little.
What is this version? I mean, how?
This is the agent versions. To execute the automations, there are some minimal agent versions will be there, which can be support for you on these platforms, Windows and Mac. That's it.
And how do we make that determination? Which one to select?
Yeah, all 3.1 onwards, anything you can select. There is no, because these are all created by different agents, right? On the sandbox, you will see it. On 3.2, 3.1, 3. That's what I select for 3.2. For 3.44 is also the new one someone selected. No, I can go with it. Anything that doesn't make any sense on that. I mean, that any variation for that, you can select 3.1 onwards, anything. Okay. So I'm confirmed that. And next one, you will appear with this name and description. So put this. Now I'm extracting the invoice data, right? So extract invoice data. Okay. And put the description. This is for invoice extraction. That's it. Now put create. That will be created here in the process. Now save this immediately. Okay. Now close this. Now go to the main overview. Now here you will create a data type for this. Okay. There are many things here. Okay. So whatever in the plus symbol you have seen, these are all those in the menu now you're seeing. This is not different from there. Okay. I can do from there also, but I'm showing another variation here. So these are appearing here also. Now from here, I'm saying create data type. So for this data type, we have to create, provide your name and everything for the data. So I'm creating for invoice. So invoice. Okay. And say create. In my data type, whatever I want, I have to choose it for my invoice. Invoice, what you'll have it, your document number, let's say your gross amount, and who is sending the invoice. These are the three important fields, right? So add those fields, whatever you want. So I'm writing here new fields, 3 new fields here. So you have to write in the right, okay? And then you have to write new one by one. Okay, new field, karke, you have to do it. Okay.
Whatever fields we had created for that request form will have to be here, right? Because we are trying to extract the same, right?
No, that is different. That is only for your input request data. This is the invoice which will show the document number, gross amount, and sender name. This is not form related. This is invoice related.
Okay.
Okay. So now here I'll go with the thing. What is the title? Yeah, document number, right? Document number. Okay, document number, which is a string. Okay, and then no need of any sample values here. Just put it as a string. Go for new field, and then we can write gross amount. So gross amount will be a number. So add the data type as number here. Okay. Another one, the date. Sorry, the sender name. Who is sending this invoice? It can be also a string. Okay. So when all three fields are done, just save this. Okay. Now we just close this. Now go to the overview again. Okay. For this extract invoice data, if you open that, one second, get here. Okay, there are no input output parameters. You have to add the input output sections here. Okay, let me add this here, because generally what I'm doing here is input output parameters. You have to configure this here for this. Why? Because these parameters will allow you to exchange the data in the workflow of your automation. So that what happens with the workflow of your automation, it can be between activities or your screens and scripts, right? This data exchange data will help you there. That is why you have to put the input output parameters there. Okay, now add the input output parameter here. Like input parameter will be what? your file path. You're doing from file path only, right? So this is a file path. I'll write like this. Like we can write something like, please provide the path to the PDF file containing the invoice. Something like this. Okay, ma'am. So this will be again a string here only. Okay. In a similar way, the output parameter. Save this. We have added one input parameter. Similarly, go for output parameters, add this one. One of the output parameter will be invoice details. Because by using the path, what you are getting invoice details. There is no space. Without space, you have to enter. This is your extracted invoice details. Okay, ma'am. So this will be your string output. Okay, again save this. Okay, so after this is saved, now go to the overview again. So here now we created the data type. Now you will create a document template for this. Now create a document template. So this template, you will add a new template here. Okay, because you want to, this new template will be for your, from scratch, you are doing that. It's not you're copying from somewhere. As per your customization, you're doing that. So for all such customization, you can create a new template. Okay. If you want to import template, just now I showed you, right? You can import from directly there. You can create as a name and you can do it. Or else you can do from here also. Anything can be same. I'm creating a new template from scratch, providing the name of it. I'll write keyboard template. So I'm just copy pasting here. Okay. And now you have to, for the template, there should be some PDF file will be there, which you have to upload it here. Okay. The invoice document, which you want to add into this particular process. Okay. Now I'll show you that. Just give me a moment. I'll show you a template of invoice PDF now. Just give me a moment. Just a second, guys. Let me download this invoice template. So this is the invoice template, guys, which I have downloaded. Okay. I'll share it with you for your practice also on the tutorials of shared by trainer. So this one, I'm going to upload this here. It's a standard template, which was, I'm just loading now. Now say next. So here, now I'm doing for invoice, right? Choose the document type that describes your template. This is for which category? Invoices category, right? So now I'm saying the invoice category here. I'm going for next.
And Kebo, these categories are defined somewhere, or these are the standard ones which automatically come?
These are standard ones, automatically comes to you.
So there are only 3-4 options, right? So only invoice, purchase order, and
see invoice, PO, payment advice, and custom. That's it. Yeah, nothing else.
Also, custom you can define on your own, right?
All custom. Yeah, if you have anything other than this, you can go for custom. Yeah, next one. There are already some invoice schemas which were given by system. So if you want to give your new schema, let's go for new schema. Don't use this one. So I'll write a new schema. I'll create a new schema here. So document type is I'm writing new schema, Kbo schema. Next. Okay. And then under header fields and line items, you have to on the header fields majorly, you have to call whatever you want to extract, whatever I created now, those ones you have to call. Like, here, you will add the document number, string and all these things here. So now put this here, like document number. Okay. And then add gross amount, which we created now, extract that one. Okay. Gross amount will be your number again. Okay. And then add sender name, which is string, add. Okay, just that's it. This is a schema which you are creating for the execution. Now summary will show you. You're creating new template, template details, template schema, which fields you are going in the template. Simple, add them. So it is adding SDK packages to the project. So the schema and template are successfully created. Now, once upload will be completed here, now you can see this open template editors as well. Okay, now we can see this here. You see this? In the documents, you will see that. Just refresh it if something is not coming. See, invoice PDF came, select that. It will take some time because it has to refresh and come here. So the template will show you here. That means whatever I loaded now, that will be displayed for you. Now you can edit the template also here. Whatever you want, you can add those header fields here. See here, you're seeing the preview of the template. This is what I'm loaded, right? Edit the template. So whatever you want, you can just write it here. Okay, so we will do what in this case? We will select the data in the invoice document that we would like to extract the information. Like here, we will read the document number, okay, the gross amount, okay, and the sender name basically. Okay, so this one you will do, we will add some values for that. That is the reason it's given you some values. Now, if we can see here, what is the invoice number? 174221, right? If you click here, it will show you that automatically. What is the field value that you have to map it? Like what is that? That is nothing but my document number. Document number, field value, apply. Okay, so it was mapped. So this invoice in the PDF is nothing but document number. See, the moment when you go for the mouse rollover, it will show you that also. What is that you have mapped for this PDF? Okay, the similar way, simply apply that. Now, if you go to this is ABC communication. In this, it was like that. Now you can write that as sender name. Okay, value is this communication. Apply. Okay, in the same way, you can see the gross amount. Where you're seeing the gross amount, we go down, see this 220. That field you can map to gross amount. Apply. So you have mapped whatever the template schema fields in the PDF. Okay, once all this mapping is done, you simply save this.
So how this works when we have multiple line items, right? So we just map one, or because that will be dynamic, right?
No, you can map n number of things like this because the PDF you load and you can map it to your schema fields with it. That is the beauty of this tool.
No, we can. My question is little different. We have multiple line items, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, right? In the
You have
sample,
multiple fields you are saying.
but it will be dynamic, right?
Go ahead. Yeah.
One invoice will be, let's say, 10 line items. Next invoice could have 20, right? So if this automation
is a dynamic
will be
schema, right? You can add that whatever fields you want to map it for the dynamic fields also. That you should have that field schema. You can map it to it.
So I just add one line item. It will automatically determine if there are 1 or 10, and it will automatically pull the data, right?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
If you're finding this course valuable and learning something new, please like this video, subscribe to the ZaranTech.com YouTube channel, and share the course with your friends and colleagues who are interested. Your support helps us bring you more valuable SAP and AI-related content. Now, let's continue with the course.
We extracted data, we uploaded the last week, as you guys remember that. So for the invoice extraction, what I have done for creating and extract invoice details and all these things, I'm doing a kind of automation also here now. So we created the extract invoice, right? And this is an automation I'm doing in the process itself only, not separately chosen the automation there. But yes, we created some data types. We created the input-output parameters. We created the document template, right? So that is where, right? We have taken the standard document template and we uploaded that. And then finally, we have captured there that. This is where we have gone till in the approval. This is the one, I think so, right? KBO invoice approval. I think so. This is the one only. Let me open that.
Before moving further, just one small information. So do we have any industry-specific, like real-time use cases repository with you, or where we can go on real-time?
All that you can see in the SAP space where I have showed you, right? The public space, we have all the templates, everything. That is all industry repository only. Yeah, at a sandbox level.
I have a small doubt. So when in the very first session you have mentioned that when we are creating the instances at that time, when we are creating that, after that in between the parameters will be coming automatically, whether we have to upload a JSON file or default parameters will come. But when
no. In which specific you're asking this question on BTP's main landing page?
Yes, on main landing page, there are instances, right, under instance and subscription.
Hold on, let me open that. Hold on, first of all. Here, you're asking, right?
Yeah, under SAPAI, yeah.
Tell me, it is loading still. Okay, fine. Tell me, what is the question now?
Yeah, the question is when you have mentioned that when you go for creating the instances, at that time we need to select the specific services, right? That whether the services are built or it will be standard kind of things. But what is happening when we are practicing? By default, based on our instance selection, it is by default it is taking. There is no any option is coming that whether it's a build base or it's a standard. We have to choose that. It's not coming like that. It's coming.
Pay plan you are telling.
Not pay plan. It's at the very initial stage you have mentioned, right? Under booster, at the time of explaining the booster AI, you have mentioned the instance and subscription, right?
Yeah.
To create an instance. At the time of creation of the instance, the parameters you have mentioned that it will become automatically the default parameters. And if you want to post our own, then we have to select update in the JSON file and we have to upload that JSON file there. So in that case, by default parameters, it's not coming. So my query is as a functional, then at that point of time, in order to write that parameters, we will have the dependency with the technical.
No, you generally don't do this. This is all instances I showed you as a knowledge for you. Generally, if you don't have parameters, it's generally won't pop up kind of situations happen. Because the moment when your org ID is enabled, when your group ID is being done, those will automatically populate there. And you might have many group IDs and many things on top of that. And with one org ID, you will have it. And your BTP admin will take care of all these things. So there is no
so
question
that
of
means
popping.
That means if the parameters is not coming, we need to check with the admin.
Exactly. Your BTP admin will be liable for this, and you don't have access also to see generally, as of I know, there will be a limited access and you can't see those parameters and everything as well. If those screens will be completely limelight for you.
Yeah, it's opening up, but it is showing blank. That parameter.
Yes.
Okay, then that's fine. Okay, fine. Thank you.
1 second, the system is slow, guys. 1 second, let me talk to him. This is slow.
The system will be, the performance will be like same in the live systems also, like how many users can be logged in at a time, because performance.
It's direct. We are not maintaining this in any kind of local infra. It is a cloud server given by SAP only. So it should be fast because not only us, across the globe, people will start using it. So it is not a problem for you. N number of people can load into it. But yes, in one SAP account, yes, if too many people and too many hits might happen, yeah, it might go slow in such cases.
Too many means like you have any
more than 100 or something, then 100 or something. We are not 100 also, so there is no problem on this. 1 second. I have good internet speed. I was just doubting this. Yeah, this is all good. I don't have any issues on my internet as well. Yeah, this is a BTP issue. Let me speak with him. Guys, 1 second. Please bear with me a minute. I'll be back. All right. So last week we have, this is now loaded. So last week we have created this get invoice details BPA process, right? So after that, we created the invoice form. We uploaded a form template there. We have mapped the properties, we have done all these things, right? So if you remember that. So, and after mapping the properties also, we have given the document numbers, kind of gross amounts and all these things, and we saved that. Now you have to build the automation for this. Okay, so till now, what we have done, we did the configuration. We created a form, we added some template for it. We have mapped the fields of it. And once mapping is done, we just saved it and closed it in the last session, right? Now what I'm building is building the automation. We are navigating back to the build process automation window, main window, and we will do the rest of process. See, this is the one, get invoice details one. This is the process we have done last week. We go to the overview also. You can directly go to the extract invoice data also. This is the main one. This is for extract data that we have used, invoice data, right? So in this, we'll do the automation property configuration, right? So here in the automation.
Kaibo, just, yeah, we can see your screen. Kaibo, there was one more action, right? I just wanted to ensure that we are going to cover it in session, right?
The generative AI thing, right?
The generative AI, yes.
I remember.
Yeah. All right. Please proceed.
So on this extract window, if you go to the main console like this one here, this is your automation window. So here you will be seeing three things: tools, variables, and general, right? So basically here we will, in this one, we will do the template, right? Whatever the template that we have done that. So we will extract the data with the document information extraction with whatever the template that we have done, and we will do the rest of mapping for that. Okay. Now, if you go to the tools, already variables I have given. So under tools, if you go for extract data, so you will see document information extraction. This is the one. In this, you will see extract data on template. This is already available in the activities. Now select that. Okay. And then simply the moment when you select it, it will activate your drag and drop feature. So under trigger, after start, you have to keep that. That is your extract data template. Means you are configuring the process of automation here, nothing but. Okay. The first one, you are extracting the data template. The template action, you have dragged and drop it. Now select this activity, whatever the extract data template activity will be there. There you will add the document template. Very simple. System will tell you what you have to do. There is a blue highlighter is there where you will click it, add document template. So then it will ask you to add a document template. So here you have to choose a template from your current project, what we have directly used it, or else if you have something, you can import a template from other project directly. You can create new one also. These things will be there. These are customization up to your project, which I have already used. I showed you the other day, right? So that one we can use it. Now choose a template from current project and say next. Okay. So this is a schema that we used. If you want to see, expand the drop down here, you will see the KBO schema. This is a schema I created the last week. So select that schema. So this document template will be automatically detected. So you can always select this detect automatically where system will select it. Just simply, this is the template which we have selected. Like this, it can be automatically, this will be selected. Okay. And then next. Okay, so here you will see choose an existing template or template detail. That means it's a review of it. So just simply add it here. So whatever has been done now, it will be added. You can see here the extraction schema, the document template dated automatically, everything is there. Okay, now here you have to select the activity. Okay, so we have to maintain these parameters. So you have to select this activity of maintaining parameters for this. Okay, so under this document path, you can see this is a file path is there. Okay, so this one you have to make it as file path. Whatever the file path is there, this is the main file path for us. So if you understand, the last week also I given a file path input parameter. In the file path, I have given from my system downloads, I gave a template to that so that it will pick it here. Okay, or else if you have a document path where your system document is existing, you can give that as well. But for now, I'm taking file path as my input parameter, so I have given it as a file path. Okay, now you have already created the data type invoice. If you remember last week, I created the data type invoice, right? Now you have to create a variable of the type invoice for this. Okay, so to do all such activities, you have to go to this particular activity now. Now, if you go to this, anywhere, just click on here, you will get the tools. Now, if you go to this and write invoice, this will show you the search of all your parameters here. Okay, so you can see under data types, there is invoice parameter is there. That one you can select. Okay, select and keep it under template. That means after template selection, you have to do this one. Just if you just drag and drop properly so that it will align automatically. Now for this, again, click on the create invoice variable. Okay, you will see here in the input, create custom data. Okay, this is a custom one, right? So create custom data. Click on the create custom data. It should show the parameters. I don't know why.
Should be list, that checkbox.
No, not list. You have to just go with custom data. So there it will show, it has to show my document number, whatever I have mapped in the document, right? Those things has to come here. Let me save this one.
Maybe save before this.
Yes. So now I got my document number, my gross amount, sender name, whatever I mapped in the template parameters, right? So those will appear here. So these are all you have to edit. Okay. Now just edit these ones and repeat the same for these individual amount parameters also the moment when you're doing for this. Okay. Just 1 second. This one we mapped it. Just do this one. Go for your variable or parameter here. So this is your thing where you have to map it. Just expand it properly. So you can see this under extracted header data, we have header fields are there. So there under header fields, you are seeing this. This is again one more under header fields. You are seeing the document number, gross amount, sender name. So these ones you have to pick it. So here, what is that you have to pick it? The value you have to pick it. So save expression. Same thing for this one also. Oh shit, I just did this. Okay, no problem. Just close this. Variables. Again, extracted data, header fields. For gross amount, for everything is a value, guys. So you have to go to the extracted data under that header fields, under that gross amount and value. This is a number. Okay. So what happened to this? Let me redo one more time. Right. Same thing you have to do for sender name as well. Save the expression. Okay. So input parameters are now completely mapped. Now go to the output parameter. Okay. Now here, just map. Instead of my variable, you can map, you can write your custom output parameter name as well also. I mean, the description, you can change it. This I'm changing as my invoice data. Okay. So the final input and output parameters of this create invoice variable will be done then. Once you are done with it, you can just save it. Okay. So now once you extract data, once you create the invoice variable, now you have to print it, print any log messages, or you have to see what happened to your logs also the moment when you run this particular thing, right? So to do that, you can always add a log also. Just simply type the log in the tool. So it will show you the log box here. Okay. So you can go for the down core SDK. There is a log messages there. So it will stamp the logs also. Just drag and drop here. Now go to the log message. Okay, now here under the activities, you can make this here, the log message. Okay, so here you can just put this my invoice data. For this, you are mapping this out. Okay, this is into input parameters only. You will do it. Whatever the data console you're trying to make for the log, you can put this. So here it is my invoice data. So I just kept that my invoice data only. Now I'm simply saving this. Okay, and outside, so trigger done, extract done, create invoice done, and then the last one end. So end also you can keep it. The invoice details, it will show you that. Now we can keep this as my invoice data. So I have to pass this variable my invoice data basically. That's it. We passed it my invoice data. What it is telling. 1 second. Let me save this. Okay, now save this and let's see if something is there. I'll come back to this. Now go to the get invoice details. So you can see this, the main form is still error. There is nothing mapped. So you can go to the extract data here. Okay. So on this, you can just go to the process content of main one here, whichever is there here. You can just click on the extract content one more time here. Now go to the input here. The input
Sorry,
will be
Kibu,
your...
it's not clear. We already done the mapping, right? Again, we are doing it.
No, that is for your automation. This one we have done. This is extract invoice data. So this one you have done, but for the main one, this is the under trigger you have done this. What to extract, what to create. But in the getting invoice for the main flow, we have not done any configuration of it. So that one only we are telling what are the main input parameters for it.
This is on the output side.
Yeah, I think Kibu, it will help if you show overview, from time to time.
So now if you do this extract, you will see this inputs. So I selected the file path, which is my main input parameter here. Let me again select for this. If you select this, it will show here the current date employee name file path. This is what I have written in the invoice request form, right? So that file path, I am mapping this to the input parameter here. That's it. Now simply save this. Okay, that's it. We are in the last step. We can extract and we can test the automation. Just go to the extract invoice button, main button here. Okay, present console. See, there are some errors are there. Let me refresh one more time. I have to clear if there is any errors before I run the automation. Last step, you have to simply run the automation and create a decision approval process for this. That's it. But before this, let me check what are these errors. The automation input parameter, no name. Might be I given another name for this. I don't know. This is the one it is showing. Let me change this. What is this parameter? Okay, has to save it. Let me go here. Here I'll give invoice details. That's it. Has to take this. I'll do one thing. You see, that's it. You have to just pass the parameter and then write something on the output parameter. It will take it. And just refresh this. This is still not doing. Second. Save this. Okay.
Is this my invoice data case sensitive? Because the
No,
DU
no,
cap
no, it has to take. There is nothing case sensitive. It's very simple. I have to pass this parameter. That's it. I try to pass it here. There is nothing to pass also generally here, but yes, let me. Just give me this 1 second. Yes. So this should not take this much time. Let me give INV 1, 2, 3. We gave everything correct. So this is nothing but to just map parameter only. Let me check 1 second, guys. Let me check from here. Just give me a moment. Let me do this as a whole from here, from the get extract invoice data. We have done everything in this. The only thing we have to run the process, but before that, the end has not been configured in this. So that is the main issue. It is not getting configured. The text. It's not taking any parameter here. And here.
Would it be a system issue in the backend?
Might be. I don't know, but I'm trying here. Just wait. Let me save this.
Which dev space is this linked to?
This is linked to. I'm in the SAP Build Apps. There is one DEV karke, one is there, and that I am actually in now. Dev and BTP dev space, DEV is there. me
So
refresh.
we have Zara and full stack, right?
No, that is for BAS. This is not in thou test case. I'm just directly building this here. Yeah, I think the issue was over. Let me check. Yeah, no, end parameter and object doesn't exist. No name. Let me do this one more time here. Just video, please.
So this expects this particular output parameter always expects a text, right? From the
Text
looks
will
of
be
it.
expected always. Yeah. Let me map it here. Usually our text can be done here. I don't know why this is not doing this.
So the invoice details is not a simple text, right? It's kind of a composite data type, right?
Has to take invoice details or at least invoice data it has to check. But none of this it is not taking, even though I'm giving as a test here. Enrichment ID. None it is taking here. Template ID enrichment. My invoice data also it was taken. The input is also mapped. This is a normal parameter. I don't know why this is taking a lot of time in this.
It is saying that it is expecting something of type string, right? Can you try out with one of the parameters which is of type string?
No, nothing is it's getting overwritten. It's very simple. We have to pass this parameter. There is nothing to do on this. To check it, why this is behaving like this.
In the drop down, you had few of the parameters which were of type string, like document ID and stuff. Maybe we can try with one of those parameters.
Here I'm saying
The invoice data is.
no, this is a simple invoice. No, this is see first thing. The end parameter is an output parameter. That's it. Nothing to pass on that. There is a parameter which you can write it and send it. This is a variable. See, variable you can check and select from it. That's what I did it. My invoice data. But whereas here, this is a different story again. It's a parameter. That's it. Output parameter. Let me do this. Or else one of this it is taking. We check. No, this is still going.
What is that plus in the bottom actually when you type invoice?
One second, Mark. One second. Not invoice data. Yeah, tell me what is that you're asking now?
So when you type that, there invoice data, you typed invoice data, right? Yeah. What is the plus symbol in the bottom?
To add it in, for example, anything that is getting added, it will add it here. See here, that was just checking out here. See, invoice. So you can just put it. So this will pass. That is how it is passing. But yeah, it is not. It's not taking anything. It should take something at least. At the moment I'm placing, it's getting disappeared.
Where did we define the invoice details?
This we have done. Let me check for the first once again. For the first part, I'll just recheck here once again. Just hold on. Okay. Let me check here. This one. So if we go here, we check. The inputs we added. Let me add from here. Might be this is the reason I'm thinking so here. Let me go into this. No. So this is where our input parameters and output parameters exist. So from there, I pick this. Invoice details is the output, right? So hence in the end, I'm giving the output parameter there.
No, but Kevu, you had two output parameters mentioned there, right? So one was an empty one, and the second one was invoice data. And
From my extract invoice data, if you see this is the trigger, right? Let me show you this. This is the extract data, right? So in this, we have the document path here. The input parameters is file path here. Output is invoice data. 1 second, it is extracted data. 1 second. Let me try to pass this there directly. Maybe this is causing the issue. Yes. That parameter also, it is not picking up. It doesn't place, it is telling it is already there. This variable we declared now after in this. When you're in the extract data parameter that we are here, the file path is there and output is, this is the one I picked it. Let me
so this one would be an input for the create invoice variable step, right? In the automation.
Yes. This is the starting point for it. This is where it picks your file path. You will upload the file and then it will create all this invoice data, whatever you want in the form, and then it will be submitted. That is why we are giving all this input and output exercise here.
Okay, but can you go back to the first tab?
One second. Let me save this first of all. 1 second. Let me save this. It has to take the string also. Even if my output parameter, whatever I gave extracted data, it has to take the same thing here. But this is not taking that as well. Now save it. Still it is showing. Okay, Kbo. 1 second. Kbo. I have renamed this. Kbo scheme. Okay, this is a schema, right? Okay, anyways. Let me try to write this here.
Oh, I'm trying only from the parameter tab. Yeah, any of them should select.
I think it is taking, and it is not required. A parameter that I pass is there. It has to pick it up automatically, and this is not doing that. That's what I was actually surprised. Usually, and this field also won't come here directly because I passed it, right? Here I passed my parameters already, input, output, and here at the end, it should not ask it. It should only ask me my output details, whatever I have given, and then I'm done. That's it. This is what we generally do. I'm seeing this extra screen also.
So, Kevo, isn't it the case that in the get invoice details screen, right? So whatever is coming after the extract invoice data automation is deriving this output parameter of the automation. Can you go back to that second tab, get invoice details?
1 second. Let me check it. Let me find it out. 1 second. Give me a moment.
So is there a way to, declare variable here at global level? Maybe that could be the reason.
No, don't go too much deep here. It's a very simple thing. Whatever I have given in this extract invoice data, that parameter has to be passed. That's it. I already passed this here. The output parameter, whatever you're seeing, right? So for this one, it's as simple as that. That's it. So this is the parameter which you passed here. Let me show you that. This is the extract invoice data, input, output. So here, whatever the invoice details, I already mapped it, right? So this is the same thing which will be passed here to your end parameter also. This is the one which will go here. You have to just select that. That's it. And it is not allowing me to do. That's what my concern is, why it's not allowing me to do. That's it. It should come the way I have done that. When I'm typing it also, it is not taking that. I have to check it. I don't want to waste time on this. I will check on this and then I'll show it you on what is the issue and what happened to it. Here also I given, see, file, input details, output parameters clearly given. Everything is done. Nothing is pending on this.
Could you just go to the second tab once?
Just hold on.
That name is mandatory, right?
Yeah, that is mandatory. Without which, yeah, now I have, yes, this is fine. It was actually being, see here, this is what the problem is about. When I have gone to the main details, there were two output parameters. That is why it is showing double time there. I told you, right? There is a configuration issue. See, this is the one. The moment when you go to input, output twice, not this one, sorry. In this one, when you go to the template here, see the output parameters, I added one more thing. I just deleted that. If you have seen that, the moment I deleted that, the end parameter is only one detail it will ask. Two details I told you, right? It's not coming. That is a config issue, which it was normally added by default there. So if you see two output parameters, delete one. That's it. Now you save this. There will not be any errors. Okay, done. We are done with this everything, the document template, this, that, all these things, whatever have to be done, everything is done. The only thing is you have to run it, and after that you will keep the decision of the invoice approval process. That's it. It won't take more than 10-15 minutes. But yes, first of all, you have to test the automation. So let us test the automation first. Okay. To test the automation always, once you go to your main invoice data, there you will see this symbol, which is your play symbol. Just select that. And you have to just get the invoice details. Sorry. It has to show your path.
I think the error tab we need to open, right, to see the error. Right after main.
Errors, just wait, hold on. It should show. No, there are no errors for this. Input, I have given file path. The file path should be shown to us. That's what I'm concerned about this here. Just hold on. This one also have saved it, right? Let me refresh it one more time. So here we have the file path, right? Output parameters only, extracted data. That's it. This is what we are on right path only here. Nothing is there. Yeah, everything is properly configured. No tested properties required here. This is a normal thing only. Even we given the template also to detect automatically. Or let's see, we can give it instead. Select from list and we select this. Might be it is not taking that from the detection of automatically thing. Save this entire part.
Yeah, do we need to capture the, configure the error also? Because in the other tab to main, right?
Which one is?
Yeah. I think if you see right after main, there is a tab called error, right?
This one.
No. After, just below that.
About triggers. About triggers.
About triggers. Yeah.
Acha, this one. Okay. There is no error. On error, it will stop means there's automatic flow given by system. If there is an error, it will stop. It will execute. It's just an automatic flow chart. You don't need to worry.
Configuration required.
Thing required in case of decision matrices, I'll show you that. If you're writing any conditions and if you want to make here and there to stop it, then you can stop it. This will go. If you can write a condition, if there is this, you can stop it. I just asked you in the morning example, right? To write some examples of decision matrix and conditions, if something is greater than this or something is less than this, a few things execute. If nothing is going for your criteria, you can show an error or stop the flow. So those kind of things you can write it here. This is the main flow. This is the error flow, which you will check for it. Okay, so let me come into it.
It's not expecting us to write something over there, right?
No, nothing right here. Yeah. This is the main flow. Okay. And it won't show you any errors also here. Let me execute this one. Okay, we relays this and see this. There is the status of artifact get invoice details of type BP is not valid. What is the status is not valid? There is some configuration issue happened inside of it. I don't know. This is a simple one. This still struggling to get executed. System.
Any help document that you can refer to based on the error?
Not required. I already did this for a couple of times. So there is no issues of this. So it should show there is no issues, no errors, nothing is there. It should go properly. I'm not sure what happened to it. Get invoice details of type. Okay, what is this one? Get invoice type details type. Let me check it. Let this come. So this is the form. We already kept it. Extract invoice. Inputs are there. Else, okay, this is all done properly. Nothing is there in this. Nothing to do in end also here. This is all properly done, aligned. Okay, let me check in the monitoring window. For this only, we can use the monitoring window. It's good to know sometimes this kind of things happen. So you can also understand the R&D of it. So when you go to the monitoring window, go for automation overview. So nothing is there in this. It is coming slow.
Since it's not released, would it going to come here?
No. The moment when we execute right, any test or something, it will show it here. So let me show you that.
I thought maybe this gave the error not compiled or anything. That's why it might not come.
No, 1 second, hold on. Yeah, onto the environment also I have not run it. On the automation jobs, nothing has been run. The job level it has to show. So this is a sub account. Can everyone log and check whether are you seeing here? You can see the sub account. The moment when you log into the global account, here you can see sub account. I'm seeing administrator only here, but I'm not seeing that dev trainer something whatever they told.
I see the same thing. Whatever you.
Yeah, same.
Sir, this was for the build apps which I was referring to.
No, we have to go to that environment, right? Even build apps also. I'll talk to that admin. Just 1 second. Hold on.
Okay, let me just share you the screenshot what they have shared me.
It is displaying one SAP BTP administrator sub account.
Let me check. I'll come back now. Bye. So this is what they're telling in the administrator. The moment when I'm going to the build apps, we can go to this one, that one that's account.ondemand.com. Go to the same ID and passwords which you want to privilege for use it.
You put the URL in the chat. I don't think.
Same one, nothing. This is the same old URL only, buddies. There is nothing different. ये देखो ZDemo trainer करके, this is something is there. You can go and use this ZDemo trainer.
I don't see this when I am in SAP Build. I don't see this.
You have gone through the same path only through administrator and then usme build apps and then finally got to launch into what?
Through administrator global account you are saying, okay, let me do that.
See this one, everything is showing marketplace, buy me, and then your primitives, okay, your home page for all your toast, everything, whatever you want, everything is there in this. So everyone have to use this one. There is a separate project created for that. That one you have to use it, ZDemo trainer in this subscription. So what you have to do, I'll show one more time. Go to, there is empty karke, one domain is there, admin is there. Go to administrator and then you will be seeing integration suite sub account. In that you have to go to build apps and build apps will open this open screen for you. In that you have to click on your ZDemo trainer sub project and that one will open you this one and here you can practice. So everyone go to this and it's a direct application created while you are saving, save with your name, whatever you are doing for this. Okay. Web and mobile application. Let me check on the can create or not, or is it being limited for this account? You can create multiple applications. They created one dev trainer.
So if I click on that, it's telling that the project you are trying to view does not have the necessary authorization. If you need the permission to access the project, please contact the project administrator.
No, I'm not sharing that. I'll help you on this. Someone.
Let me share my screen. If you see this one, if I click this one, I'm getting this info.
Where you are in? No, just create. No, close this. Create.
Okay, I can't view. I have to go to create only. But
now go to application. Go to application. Next.
Okay.
Front end. Next. Web and mobile application. Next. Give the project name. Anything, just type it. Letters. Review. Create.
Okay, no need to click. on your project, the demo trainer?
That's what everyone create your own project like what I'm showing you right now. Let me check whether you're getting the options or not. Stay on the same screen. Don't go anywhere.
Okay, okay.
That's fine. Yeah, it came. I'm able to see that. Everyone, so try to create your application. So this issue, whatever in this BP, I'll just sort it out and we can continue. By then, you can practice these things. Okay?
Is it okay if I quickly share my screen?
Please go ahead. Share it.
Here. Now, which one needs to be selected? Administrator, right?
Administrator. Select administrator. Continue. Anji. Build apps.
Now log in here, right?
Yeah. Login. OnDemand.com. Yes. Save your creds in the Google Chrome, so it will be automatically picked up. Now create. Guys, please see, this is the same second time I'm telling. Create application. Next. Front end. Next. Web mobile application. Next. Give the project name and description there. Review. Create. That's it. You're getting that. Fine. Yes. Please, everyone, please start looking into your applications and create that. All right, guys, let me share my screen. All right. So there is no issue. I just replicated that, I have recopied it to another account. Another name, and it started working. But yes, one more thing, as these are directly into the SAP environment, right now SAP is not allowing to test. So you cannot test. What you have to do is those processes while you are running or while you are creating, you have to release and then you have to deploy and have to test it. Okay, I'll just show you that. The one.
I had one question if you have a minute.
Yeah, please tell me. It beats the openings.
Yes. So on the new sub account that was provided to us in the build apps, when I went to integrations, I couldn't find any integration in the library. The process integration in the library. Could we have a check at the end of the call for that?
Sure. We'll do it. End of the call. Let's not do that now. Definitely end of the call. I'll help you on that. Right. So see, this is whatever we have done, the invoice, I have replicated and I have triggered that. So the moment yesterday, what was the thing is, if you go to the extract invoice data for this process, right, you have to run this. So the testing is currently not enabled. If you can see this, the test automation. See, the project cannot be tested because this is what, there is system issues, not with our account or something. This is a problem with the SAP itself only. Anything that you want to test in these environments, they will not allow you. So what you have to do is you have to release them and you have to deploy them and then you have to test it. So the same thing I did it. I have already released and tested it. So this is the second version of it. I'm just showing you in front of you. I'm releasing this. So show the project version and then deploy this. So I'm deploying this to the public cloud directly. Standard one. See, this is deployed in the cloud. Okay, so after deployment, what you have to do, just go to the main process. Just click on the trigger on the public form link, you'll get a link. So copy that link, just put this here. So you'll get your request form. So whatever the request form I given, right? This one, let's say I'm giving. So the access was not completed. Let me tell you that this is only the first part we have done. That results only I'm showing you right now. Okay. This is my path. And submit. So your invoice form will be submitted. So your form was submitted successfully. So this is the message. Generally, you will get it even in the testing also. Okay. So in case the testing is not working, there is no worries on top of that. You have to just release that like this and you have to test it. Okay. So as part of this exercise, now what are we learning on this total exercises for this automation thing? Because process I showed one. Now automation I'm showing another one now here. So if you can see this in the blank document. So here, this is the total exercise, what I'm showing you. First, we have to create oh my God, this is too. An invoice approval process. Okay. This is done. I created that, right? Initially, I showed you that how to create that invoice approval process. We created that. And then we have to create the automation to extract the invoice. So this is also, this is what I did. I created this one, right? If you have seen this, we have created this automation task and everything here. We taken the template, we extracted the invoice data and all these things, right? So to create that only we have done an automation template for it, right? So that one also we have done. So we created an automation to extract the invoice details, whatever it might be. Okay. So after the automation has been created, so still to complete the process, we have to make few more things. So what is that is, you have to create a decision for this. Okay, for this invoice approval process, because this invoice through automation, when it reaches to a customer or when it reaches to an approver, he has to either approve or reject it. Right, so that is a decision he has to take it. Again, that decision approval, it has to go on a form, right? So you have to create the forms for this invoice approval. Okay, so these are the 4 important steps you have to do. So the first one we have done, the second one automation also we have done. Now you will create the decision for this and create the forms for this invoice approval. So once all these things are done, you can just release the whole project and deploy that. Okay, this is the final step for this. Okay, so let me show you how you can how you can create this decision for the invoice approval. Now on this. Going back to a screen. So whenever you face any kind of issues, that means if the link is not opening or link is taking longer than usual time, or if it is not responding to you, always you have to just refresh the link, and then you have to make the necessary things for it. Or else sometimes what happens, right? As yesterday it happened to me, because it's a cloud server, sometimes it will happen. So you have to rename it and you have to redo it one time, because of to practice, this will happen. Okay. Oh, then going back to here, I'm closing this, going to our artifacts. Okay, Now going back to the main process here, get invoice details. So we did the trigger for invoice request form. We created this symbol, this robo symbol is there, right? Whenever this icon is showing to you, which means it is an automation. Okay, so the automation is also been configured. Now you have to add the decision matrix under this, right? So click on here. Let me come from there directly, as I'm viewing this one now. We refresh this. Expand from here. You will see the decision matrix here. Now add the decision. So decision will be here. Okay. Few people it might appear here or here. It based on your width of your screens that you are going further. So go for decision. So this is a blank decision, which is a new decision which you're taking. So go for blank decision, create the decision. Okay, I'm just a little adjusting the screen here. Blank decision. Now, so many have asked me, right, where I will give my approver details. How can I give? All those questions will be answered now. Okay, in this session, because it has that approver mails and everything. You will see that here. Who can approve the invoice, that you will determine in this particular matrix. There is AI generation is also there. I'll show it. Won't take 2-3 minutes. After the exercise, I'll show that, because I told that someone also has told me. I remember that. Right? You can see this is a determine approver screen. See how clearly they have given you the determine approve decision. This is now in the process, and it will be the moment when you're doing that will open automatically in your decision editor. This is your editor. What you are seeing, there is a flow is there. Input, decision, result, everything will be there. You have to add the input parameters. You have to determine this. You have to put an output parameter and all these things. Okay. So you have to edit this one. Okay. And you have to make this information. You have to input the information on this. Okay. Let me go into this. Okay, now going for this is your input parameters. This is your determine approval. This is the output parameter. Okay, now here you can see this is the input parameters. Now you can create or add the input parameters in this section. Okay, there are some rules and all these things will be there. Just go for edit. So add the input parameter. Invoice. My parameter is invoice only. So I'm writing as invoice parameter. Details will be invoice details. Okay. And type is what? It's an invoice type, which is already I have created. Okay, if you remember, we created the invoice data type also. That one I called it here. Okay, for my information, I just recreated as invoice K there. So I just added this one. Okay, I created this input parameter. Okay, in the similar manner, go for output parameter, create a thing for that. Okay, so now here, while creating this, let this screen is little struck there. So now we will see, we will have to create the data type for output that needs to be created, because for input I created invoice, for output that is nothing there. So I have to create a data type for output as well, and I have to log that output here. Okay, so let me do that. So whenever you want to create the output in the screen itself, you don't need to go to the overview. You can just go to here. There is a folder icon in the top left. Let me re-show you this one. This is the folder icon, which will show you a quick menu kind of thing, which you can use this one. Okay, so if you can see this, you will see data types. Expand the data types, or else you will see only these two are there. For this, I have to create. So there is a plus symbol, which you can create. What you want to create, you can create on the screen itself. So I said I want to create a data type for output parameter because nothing is there for that. So create data type. So it will ask you to define it. So now what is my output? Approver is my output. Okay, who will be going to approve my invoice? He will be the output. So here, approver, same thing, you can just copy paste in the description as well. And now create it. So as we are into this, because the moment when you create data type, it needs the fields and things of it, right? So that is the reason you have to add the fields of it. Okay, so here what is the field for output approver? He needs an email, right? Email is your nothing but your output there. You have to send that email, so that will be approved. So adding the field as email. Okay, there is a string only email. I'm keeping that as a string and just say okay. Save this. So the new data type that containing the email address of an approver is created. Now email address you will add it during dynamically in when you're doing an execution. So right now, let's now go from this screen. Now go back to your approver screen. So all tabs will open one by one here. Don't need to confuse also. If you have still confusion, you can go to the first part, which is the overview part. There, every single screen will be listed out. Okay, now go to the approver. Now add an output parameter or create an output parameter here. Okay, so now here you can give the name of it. Like approver is my output. Okay, this is for whom the invoice approver. He is approving the invoices. Okay, type will be this one, which I created now. Now save this particular work, which we have been mapped. Okay, so this is saved. Now the next part is you have to create a decision table of it. Now we mapped the major properties, whatever is there. Now you can see here the decision still looks red, nothing is there. So this will turn into green when you add the decision matrix there. Okay, now you have to create what? Decision table. There are usually many ways to express a business rule. Okay, in this case, whatever I'm just showing you here, that we have to create a decision table generally. For which purpose? To determine the approver of this invoice. Based on what? Based on the some rules, right? You might have some criteria for the decision. So that criteria, whatever you set for the decision matrices, those all you will input in the tab called rules. See here, there is a rules in the next after to your inputs and outputs. So here you have to keep it. Now go to the rules. There are no rules which were defined for this decision. So whatever the rules that you want to define for your decision, you have to create that rule. So simply create a rule. Okay, ma'am. So now in the rule window, you have to do this one. Now set the rule name. Okay, so this is a text rule or decision. This is not text rule. It's not based on these are based on a decision. You have to match something and you have to take a decision. So now I'm writing the rule name as DT, which is called decision tree, determine approver. Okay. So this is the what. I'm just giving you the same thing here in my rule description as well. Okay. So hit policy, it will be first match. Okay.
Is this a standard?
Standard.
Okay, but it's not showing like the F4 or something, like from where we can get it, this what the standard things are here for decision table.
Means I'm not getting what standard things.
DT determination approval, something else are also there in decision table, only DT is there.
Anything you can give. DT I just given as just for your understanding. You can give anything.
That is the reference, na free field, right?
Free field, anything. Okay. I just given as a naming convention, that's it.
Okay, got it.
Okay. Now this is your first match default. Hit policy will be there. This is an orchestrator. These are all standards only. You should not change it as of now. I'm going to the next step, which is important. So now here you will configure the conditions. Whatever your decision tree conditions are there in the rules, whatever the so-called things are there that you want to configure, you will configure. Okay. So you will see here, click a vocabulary or its fields to configure the condition. The vocabulary is nothing but where your input output parameters will be there. Okay, this is all a guided wizard, nothing to worry. System itself only help you. Okay, it's so easy also. If you expand the invoice parameters, you can see the ones which we have already used, the document number, the gross amount, the sender name. Even here also you can see the icons. The T stands for text or string. This hash symbol shows number. This gross amount is the data type number, rest all are strings. Okay, with that only you can easily get what are your number based fields, what are your text based fields. Okay, and then here the conditions will be there. So you can see this one first of all. 1 second, let it come. Okay, so output parameter here basically I told you who is sending that one, right? So select the sender name here first of all. Okay, input parameter sender name. Go for next step to configure the results of it. So this is a result vocabulary. So under the result vocabulary here, you have to go for output. Just wait, system is still progressing for me. Okay, yeah. So now let me refresh this. So sender name and result should be email. Just 1 second. I have to map the second one here. Cancel this. Put this here. I change this. 1 second. Let me refresh this. You just have to always be cautious what you're mapping. If you're not refresh, see here, the approver output not came. That is the reason I came back, because the sender name, I have to map an email, right? Who is actually sending that email, I have to make it out. So now the results vocabulary, you have to make it as approver output. Expand this. What is the output we have configured? Email, right? So now keep the email there. It will slowly map it. Go to the next step. So the condition is what? Sender name is email. Now create this rule. In case if you have done something wrong, if you want to revisit this, you always have the option to edit this. There is an edit button here. You can edit this complete thing and you can do whatever the additions you want on it. So you can always see the status is on draft only. I have not saved it or I have not exported it or something. Okay. So once you are done it, once you are fine with everything, then only go for save. Okay. So then if you once you have done that particular thing, you can see here my input parameter, the decision approver has become an extra branch, the approver decision with some sender name email has been created. Now in this, you have to create the attributes for sender name. Okay. Like what is the email, my ID @techmahindra.com or my first name dot last name @techmahindra.com or something, my existing sender, because you might have some existing IDs and everything, right? So you can configure that. So that one you have to configure. So for that, you have to use this define attributes and you have to add those information in this. Okay. So now let me do this. Now click on this edit button. This one here. So you can see this one's here. Now define this one. See, it is coming here. The moment when you use spacebar, right? Generally in SAP, how you use F4 help, right? The similar way, if you have anything that is already existing in your data that you want to reuse it or something, always in those rows or columns, you can actually click a spacebar there. If something is there, it will show you. Okay. Now I'm writing something here. The sender name, because 1 second, let me add this one. So these ones, they have to get it. So yeah, you can write. This is what we can actually hear. This one. See, this is the exist in database will be there. So what is the email that is there? You can just keep it. Okay. What is the value you have for this? You can keep that value. So this is yesterday, if you can see, this is what the invoice I have taken, right? If you remember, the invoice is this one, which I have taken. ABC Communications. This is the invoice we are uploading. Okay. So just put that template here. And add this value. This is the sender name. Okay. So exist in database, whatever is there that you can keep it. In the similar way for email also, you can keep it here. The email. I'll try to give my SAP user. Generally, this is BTP user ID only. We can take it from there. SAP BTP 11. I don't know. This is the one I think so. manbitech.com. So for this, right, you try to use your IDs, whatever are there. Let me check.
I'm sorry, Kebo, one quick question. You have given a hard-coded name, ABC Corporation. What if or ABC Communication? There might be several, right? So are we going to give all those details?
I given as a anything you can
reference.
Give.
Okay.
Reference. I'll give a second one also. See, there is ABC communication. I just given reference. Now I'll add one more ABC2 communication. So because your senders might be different, right? N number you can add here. All those mail IDs we can add here.
So we have to configure each of those values individually here.
Yes, for senders, and you have to do this. There is no other way that you can do it. There is no automation that you can do. Usually, when you see, because your database hit is happening, you might see through your, say what you want in S4, I have showed you, right? Similar way, the dropdown will get you this data. If it is something, I'm doing a non-SAP application kind of thing. So that's the reason I'm just adding that. In case if your tables or something you are mapping it, they will pick up your S4 HANA data directly. You don't need to worry on that case if you are dealing with S4 HANA database.
So can we also do this as per the roles, SAP roles, which are there in the system, like people who have this role? That
you can try. You can try. Okay. Okay. So like this, you can add any other thing as well. I'll add one thing because this won't get email ID. So I'll add one more for ZaranTech, so that I can add from that here. So I'll write ZaranTech. Okay, so now this is for ZaranTech I'm writing. So same ZaranTech email ID, I'll use it. Just hold on. Let me this. Okay, so this is what I have it. This is a fixed value. Just enter that.
For the sender name, you have selected existing, right? So this just means that we can configure the domain names for all the sender groups, and that will get captured.
Configure. Yeah, you can configure.
Okay. So it doesn't have to be specific email IDs. It can be the domain names itself, right?
Yes,
so like Tech Mahindra and ZaranTech, etc.
Your sender will be different, right? For example, for Tech Mahindra, PwC will be there, or sometimes have a KPMG, let's say any tax firms. Kind of we can keep it, and their email IDs you can keep it. Okay. Next. Now,
but they should have access, right? These IDs should be provisioned in the system, right, or not?
No, nothing required. You will see this now. Just hold on. Let me show you exercise. Then you can. This will be automatically answered. Now let me save this. Okay. Now we have given the email IDs and everything. Okay. So just save this and refresh this one more time. Might be in the rules. 1 second, hold on. Okay, I did a small mistake here. This one's also I have to give in single quotes. Hence it is not showing you in green. So these data should be in single quotes. I forgot to do it.
So all fixed values should always be in the quotes, right?
Quotes only. Save this again. See now, the decision has been turned to green. So then now what you have to do, see, though my decision is created now, sorry, not my, our decision is created now. So now here, even though the decision is configured and created properly, we have to connect it to the data flow. Now it just created. What is the decision matrix I created? That's it. But the decision is not completely configured because you have to connect this to the data flow of your this one. This is the main flow. So that flow, the process, and then you have to connect it, and then you have to define which data should be the input and which data should be the output. There you have to define that. Okay, and then only you'll get this one. If you go to the main decision matrix here, if you see this, where is my decision matrix here? I added that, right? Then only I got all these things. It's not showing. I saved this one, right? Yeah, I saved this one. I saved this one also. You let this come completely. I added here only, right? Yeah, this is a determine approver. It was not added properly. Anyways, no worries. I added the determine approver here. Now we are seeing this red symbol. This is what I told to you. In the process flow, you have to make it out. So just click on that, and then you will see this one, inputs and outputs. You have to bind the inputs and outputs here. Okay. Sometimes, as you might see, sometimes, as per the versions, it will automatically come here. If it is not automatically coming as it did, you have to go to the plus symbol, add again the decision matrix there. You will see the approver, which we have done right now. So if you click on that, this will automatically appear here. Okay. Now let's bind the inputs and outputs here. Okay. So on the determine approver, you will see bind object is there. Okay. Now click on this field, select item field. Now you will see here invoice details under your extract invoice data. Okay, select that. So we already did this. See, on the outputs, we have this one, which is our email. Is automatically done here. Okay. So on the output, you don't need to do nothing. So on the input, the bind object should be this one. So this is your invoice details only. I don't know why. Okay, no worries. These ones are single properties only. Now this is showing invoice details. Map all parameters. This is not taking this one. Okay, let me try to put it manually here.
Maybe you need to refresh the screen.
I did it, this is what I have to do. I don't know, somehow system is something irresponsive at times. Discarding all. Let me reopen this. Is anyone open and doing parallelly with me? This is simple. I have to map this one. This is not getting mapped. Okay, let me do one thing. I'll put it in the, I'll close this and I'll open this in the incognito window. We're almost done. So once we map this and save this, we are done. We then can create the forms for the invoice approval, and then we can run this application. We're almost at the end of the process. Here it is coming. Here it should show all these parameters. There it is not allowing me to do. Okay, let me do this.
Is it something to do with the data type of the output of our automation?
Nothing. Output is it's already there. Nothing to do in the output. Output is done.
No, not this one. The input will be the output of the previous step, right? The output of the extract invoice automation that we did.
Nothing. That is all done properly. Whatever I showed you in the morning, in the initial time, that is the one which will be your major input. That is doing correctly only. That's not, this is a system issue. It's not our or your fault. Let me 1 second. Give me a moment.
It's a grayed out.
Yeah, it's completely, it should not be grayed out. It should be in active mode to map it. Okay, no worries. This is not done. I'll do one thing. I'll just follow the other process and finally we'll see this one. That's not an issue. It might come in the between. Or else we can do one more time determine approval also. That will not hamper the process. No worries. So it should come like this way. In the binding, it should come, but this is not coming like that for binding the object. So I'm taking these as single properties. Let me do it right now. Let me save this. I'll come and edit it later on. Okay. So input output, once we map that, then you are good to go with it. You have to create the new approval form of this. Okay. So approval form here, you have to put it for the process. Just go for the form. Okay, so this is basically an approval. So let's not directly go for form, go for approval, because there's an approval matrix you're going to generate. So I'm going for the blank approval. Just scroll down, you will see blank approval. Then put the approval here. Invoice approval form. Okay. And then you have to go for this one. Just create this first of all. So let it come and sit it in the flow. Once it is in flow, then you do rest of things. So in the invoice approval form, on the 3 dots, go for open editor. The way that we have done for the last exercise. Go for open editor. So just keep it here, the heading 1, which is your invoice approval. Okay, ma? And then simply drag and drop a paragraph also for this. Okay, now put this as, well, not paragraph. Let's do a company because the text fields, right? Just do this, remove this one, not required. Okay, this is an invoice thing. Okay, let me keep it not an issue. I'll put it as invoice details. Okay, and then drag the remaining one. So now let's keep for here the 3 important fields which we have initially given, right? Document number, nothing but for your invoice number, some gross amount, and the employee name. Okay, so 3 text fields I'm adding here. Invoice number, gross amount, and employee name. Because this is a output form, nothing will be there in the required parameters. This will be under read only they will see this. So I have to just add that one. Gross amount, which is read only, and then your other field, employee name. All right, you're done with the layout and input fields and approve the approval. Just save this particular activity. Okay, so one more thing also we missed it here, because for which company are you doing that? That also we have to add. So let me add that one here, the company name. It should be read only. Now save this form. Automatically approve reject will come. You don't need to configure approve reject, right? So just go simply save this. Okay, now go to the overview here. Into the main process. You might see some errors and everything. So there are some errors will come because we have not given approval, reject, and all these things. We have not mapped it. That's the reason I'm saying that once we map it, all the errors will go. Okay. Now you have to go for this invoice approval form. Wherever this red is there, always ensure that you have to map the right parameters into it. Now here, onto this, just go for the subject. This is the one. Okay. Now here you have to select the basic things of this invoice approval form, which is this one. Just expand the invoice details. Okay. So now here you will see document number. Yeah. So yeah, this is the invoice details I'm mapping here. Okay. And priority is medium. You can see the users started by. Okay. And your groups are not required here. Okay. Okay, users, I have given started by here, but as we have mapped this approver now, we can go for the email, whoever the emails we configured now. So those emails we can map here. And go to the inputs tab, give the company name. Now expand this one. If you expand all these things, you will see this one. So company name will be your sender name. Okay, so that data has to come. This is what, this invoice details has been not given detail approval. That is the reason it is showing. But no worries, you can just map the same thing. It will take it automatically from there. Okay. This also you can take from this one directly. Okay. And then outputs. You can keep it. That's an employee name. It has keep it. So rest all you don't need to touch. So keep it like that only. Now create the approval form once you are approving it here. This is an approval form. Go for creation of the form here. A blank form, which can be your invoice approval notification form.
What is that based on a form option there, which you can check the?
It's already one form is existing and you have to copy that you can get it. Like we have created two forms now. If you want to copy another existing form, you can do that. Okay. Now this is a form to notify about the approved invoice. Now create this. So you can see the approval under, there is a tab again open. Now go to this and open the editor. So write this is an approval that you are sending. So according to approval, you have to provide the details of it. So this is approval. So invoice approval. So we will write it what I have showed in the first example, also the same thing. Your invoice has been approved. Okay. You can give the invoice number. So all, like whatever are going to map it, right? That is the important thing here. Rest all configuration you can do so easily. The only thing is the design initially you starting and the mapping that you're going to do. These two are the major ones which you have to take it because it's a low code, no code. Have I done any coding till now? Nothing. But I'm running a process completely. Imagine the same if you want to in UI5, what you have to do. So this is done. So then save this. Now in the process, add the details. Now go to the main process here. Okay, so invoice approval notification form is being generated. So this one, the properties you have to map to the subject. So you'll write approval invoice for what? For the document details, invoice details, whatever the document number or invoice that you're going to put it. The users again here, it will be not email here who are actually using it. So that will be your process metadata started by. That's it. And then in the inputs, same thing, you'll put the invoice number, which is your document number. So keep this here. Outputs is not required. Save the work. So no errors, nothing is there, everything is done. Once you save it, this is done, right? The next part is approval form is done. Similarly, you have to do for rejection also. So go for reject. There is a plus symbol, extend that. Okay, now go for this. Now this is the same form. To go for the easy work, you can just go to the overview and you can just try to duplicate that and you can do it. Okay, or else while creating also you can do it. This is a standard way. You can just go here. So this is an invoice approval form. I'm duplicating that as a rejection form. Invoice rejection form. Duplicate. So this one, you just edit that the way you want. This is not approval, it's a rejection. That's it. Rest all details will be same. Nothing to change it here. Okay, here you can write your invoice is rejected. Okay, same example you can apply for n number of things, guys. Same for leave, instead of invoice, you can keep leave. Instead of getting the invoice details, you will put the employee details. Same thing, let's say you can take for the other things as well. Okay, like your procurement also. Same thing for procurements also, all the POs, PO rejection, PO approval. Same matter, same everything, only the artifacts will change. That's it. So now you can understand if one such process is already built, now you can tweak and edit the way you want it, right? So I'm just adding here because
So notification, do we need approve and reject buttons on this notification then?
Sorry, what is that?
It's a notification, invoice rejection, invoice is rejected. That's kind of a notification, right? So why do we need buttons?
We don't, we can remove these ones. I can delete these. There is a delete is there.
Okay.
And delete that. I don't want them. Yeah.
One more point.
Because all these things are required. The company name, invoice number will be there. These all rest you can delete. That's the reason. I mean, there's a duplication. You will add whatever the things you wanted. It's just a read-only thing that I'm showing to them as a thing for them. Yeah, someone is asking something. Tell me.
Yeah, once it is approved or rejected, the creator can get that workflow email triggering saying that your invoice is got approved and.
That's what I'm configuring output email now already. Yeah. Those will get it.
Okay.
Let's say about this projection. Second, guys. Then this form also I had to do because there those things are there. 1 second. I forgot to remove those ones there. So it's coming to here also. Let me edit this form. Only this one you can keep a submit button. That's it. Just for acknowledgement. So there is no button, right? This won't go. Now this is done. Save this. Close this. Now here, just go to this one, invoice rejection form. And do the same there also. Add a button for submit. Then remove this one. So approve is not required there. Save this. Okay, done. Close this. This is saved. Now map that into the matrix. If the matrix is too big to you, you can just minimize that. This is reject form. Go for form. Okay, you can get it from here. Okay, this is not saved now. Now save this for once. And then refresh this so that reject form will come automatically here. From the available forms list. Now let me add it. So if you feel this is time taking, you can do it from there. This is not showing me that data. Okay, no worries. Simply create it immediately here. Okay, save this. Go to here. Okay, here it is there. So if there are any unnecessary matrix there, let me first of all map this and we'll remove the unnecessary locks in this because there is a one more lock open automatically, right? I want to remove that. So let me remove that. So first let me put this subject. Rejected invoice, we have to map the document number because that is not coming. I map the entire details here. So I'll map it here. The invoice details, the description is not required. You can go down. The user will be the metadata started by. That's it. Now go to the inputs. and put it here, the invoice details. Okay, so the process is ready to be released now, and you can execute that just without any errors are there. Just ensure that if there are any errors are there. Now these are coming because we have this one. Okay, this one is also not done. No? Okay, so let me put this here. Okay, let me remove this and recreate one more time. A blank form I'll create. Don't take a minute. Okay, simple. I'll just make this immediately. In case if forms are making you, like irritating, just delete it and recreate. Let's not spend time on the error fixing. Okay, instead you can quickly create the forms. The forms are simple. Okay, then save this.
If we don't need to bind these company name, invoice number fields.
Here you'll bind it. There's in a subject, I'm binding the document number with invoice number, right? Generally you have to bind that. That's what I'm binding all these details here. See here, the moment you are getting this here, the subject I'm doing that, right? This one I'm doing with the invoice details, because usually you have to do with your document number. As document number is not coming, I'm doing entire bin invoice details completely.
Okay.
Your invoice, so it will get all those details. Your invoice details. And then here for the approver, in these details here. Process metadata normally. Okay. And then just save this again. So what are the two errors? We recommend that you map a value for your company name for invoice approval form. And then invoice number for invoice approval form. Okay, fine. Those we can do it. Yeah, the inputs were not done. That's the reason here. Inputs needs to be done. Okay. So all errors are gone. Okay, so the main thing what you have to understand, the moment when you are calling anything, so first thing you will go to the editors. That means the main ones which you are going to do the process. Those ones you map, and you have to come. This is the main process. On the process also you have to map what is the main parameters like steps, subjects, the main inputs. Okay, these you have to map it properly, and then it has to take it automatically. Okay, if you're not mapping, system cannot identify that. Okay, so this is your complete process for your invoice approval form. So let me check, is this determine approver once again. If that is mapping that, this is okay. Or else I try map all parameters here. Still it's not coming. Okay, no worries. Save this and release this. So this is another release version. You can make n number of changes, guys. N number of changes you can do. Okay, if this is doing for one single thing, you are going to do that, it's still working or not, you can again go for another version. So which version you might feel the final version, that version you can deploy it, or you can, make it out. Okay, you can upgrade to that version as well. So just showing you, there is no limit for your released of versions on this, but your final version should be properly worked enough for your purpose, what you're going to do for that. Okay, So now I deployed this to the public environment. Let this deploy. So this one, you go to the main process. Once it is deployed and active, this is your main process. Take from the trigger only because trigger is your major one. So there you'll get the form link and then put it. That's it. The same thing will come because the major part we already done in the part one only. You'll fill these details from where you're expanding the path and everything. You have to just put that there. Where your PDF is generally existing for your invoice. My downloads path, I kept it here directly. So current date, not data, it's date actually. Let's say it's 1/1/2026. Okay, and then you submit this, it will be submitted. Okay, so once it is submitted, because my mails, the process is triggered, now you can work on the tasks and other things in the monitoring of the process. Okay, so your invoice approval will be done. It will go to the main channel box, where I have told to you. There you can see that. But very basically, in the main build environment, in the monitoring, you will see the details. You go to the main monitoring screen. Let me show you that. You go to the monitoring screen. Let this come. So if you go to the processes and workflow instances, so see here, you can see this get invoice details KK, which is mine, which I have run with the timestamp also. You can see when it was run. If you just expand that, you will see the complete details. See definition version 3, because 3 versions I have ran it. Okay, the first version I showed you, second version with that second thing I have told it, and the third version right now I have ran it, right? You can see the context of it also, what is the data I have passed to the JSON, right? And then you can see these logs, how many logs I have run extract invoice data. If you expand the logs also, you can see that if there are any errors, you can see someone has told that if some errors are coming, how can we know? Still some hidden errors are all errors, whether hidden or non-hidden. You can see once the process is deployed here. See, errors were no. So that means the process is perfectly executed. Okay, and this is your context where you can see what are the parameters that we have passed on top of it. And you can see all the main processes, whatever you want, the instances, from where, who started this, okay, and the project, the definitions of it. So based on whatever you're trying to make it out, you can do it. Okay, if you don't want someone, because once you have done this process and someone should not touch it, or you don't want to make this active for now, you can always have an option to put on hold so that this process will not run in the cloud directly. Okay, the moment when you keep it open, and if you already executed something, if someone will use it, then it will be a problem for you. You can always keep it on hold until or unless you might get a constant confirmations on that. Okay, and not only that, when you go to this one on the monitoring, because this is an automation, okay, Okay, let's go for invoice. Generally, all automations will be showed under this only. Okay. So if you see this automation, that means your automation jobs are running or not running with data and everything. You will see this in this view itself only. Okay. So in our perspective right now, this was not completely ran. So let me put that approvals now, first of all here. When you go back to the main build lobby, we'll see this, whether this triggering email or not. I don't know. I have given H in ManBTech. I don't remember. No, it has not came because the email ID is wrong. Let me refresh this. Okay, let me check there. We have added one more also. I'll try to see that email once. Yeah, that emails were not triggered. The process also, let me check on this. This is the one. So while giving the emails, the configuration level, we have to give the right emails. So while you are practicing this session, try to provide one more email ID also. And then you'll have to be careful the email ID addresses you are providing there. So let me recheck on this one more time. Okay, so these guys are not configured in our internal SAP. Okay, that is why this is not triggering the emails. I got it. Okay. So this should be internally configured, first of all. Even though they're external, they should be configured internally into our emails. And hence it is blocking.
What do you mean internally configured by that?
At BTP level, you have to configure these email IDs because I said ZaranTech, right? For example. So this is not triggering because it might, the authentication firewall, the IDP firewall, which is in the BTP, will not allow, as per the policy, the external email IDs in this. So that is why it is not allowing. Yeah, for this one, I'll try because this is the one which is not tech, I think. So it is TEC. Let me try this one. Gmail, okay, fine, I understand. But this one should go SAP BTP 11 at the rate 1bitech.com. Okay. It's the same thing, right? Right. This one as part of Gmail.
It is TECH or TEC?
TECH only. This is the same one I copied here. This should go into the environment of us. So let me check into this. Yeah, this is the same thing. SAP BTP 11. It should show.
Oh, here status is draft. No, let it be draft only, or it should change in the.
No, it is saved actually. I saved it already. That is okay. This won't hamper anything. The initial one, it will be in the saved mode already. We have done that. That will be in saved draft only. Don't worry. That will be draft. It will show like that only. It will not impact anything here. So the basic thing here, once you are done with this, it has to go. So that is what I'm also concerned. Let me refresh this. Maybe this is not happening because in the inputs, this was not taken document number to document number, right? Might be that is the reason it is not taking now. So we have to do this determine approval one more time and have to see this. So because it is not taking the entire bucket here, I just given for the process. So let me redo it one more time. This determine approval process.
Is there something like a debugger kind of a thing where you can track on which step it is going wrong or something like that?
In build, you have debugger, but that is a different one, not for this type of things. As you, this is a web-based, right? If there is any value passing things are there, that usually how you do in the web-based things, like control H or in this command H karke karte hai na, this one, this is what you generally do it here. So in the monitoring also, you have these ones only. Just if there is an error, then you can debug, because this is nothing but your fields were not mapped properly. That's not an error. That's a field wise error. So you cannot do anything, or we can't do anything on those things. So you have to, because if system is approving that, you can do it. So let me do it. That's not an
Or
issue.
just something like on which step the workflow is stuck.
We stuck on this step, right? In the determine approver, you have to give the complete details. So these parameters, everything should map there. The document number is the main one, which was not mapped. So for the process wise, I given the complete bucket there, this one. See this. So this one, this invoice detail should come in the main bind object, but that is not coming there. In the single properties only it came. So that is where it is not allowing me to do. That's what the error is also for. So this one I have to rebuild again. Let me rebuild this determine approver, and then we'll add this here. Okay. So I'll remove this. This is the this is already there. So let me add the approver here. I'll add a new one here. Let me not take that one now. Create this. Now open the edit details here. Quickly I'll do this. Create output parameter. So we already created the output parameter. So I'll map that. it will be approved. Save this. The rules, I'll create a rule again here, simply. The sender name. Then next, so I can create the approval output email here. Next step, and create this. Okay, let me keep does not exist in. If existence is not there, I'm just simply saving with one only.
You want to give the email address in single quote?
Yeah, I have to give.
And should be SAP BTP, I guess.
Yeah. He was thank you, Mr. Venkos. Okay, save this. So let me check with this now in the process. We refresh this. So this binding is very important, guys. So because of this binding parameters only, the form was submitted, but we are unable to see the approval. So this is the one. In the determine approver, input objects, clear this. Oh, I don't know. This is not allowing me to do.
I have a doubt here. So when you created the determine approval, you mentioned that the input parameter should be of invoice K type, right? And then in that case, the output of this should also be invoice K, right?
No, this
output
is the one.
Of the automation.
This trigger, whatever will be the output, right? That will be your here. What will be your? This will be your input here. Whatever the binding object is there, right? These three objects,
To be
whatever.
the text, right?
No, not text. That is the invoice details. See, for approving what is that you want, your invoice number, your amount, and your date on which you are doing that. Those three are your major. These are the parameters. These three are your objects that are there in this binding object of your invoice details. That's it. That holds that data actually. So that data I am binding completely here. So that is not getting binded. That's the issue here. It's
Any
a
roles issue? It's not allowing you?
I don't know. Usually it will allow. I don't know. This should be activated and I have to allow. This is what it's surprising for me also. Why it's not allowing me. Everything got faded here. Let me check. Even if I give this normally invoice details, it's not allowing me to do anything. Okay.
And nowhere F1 help or anything is available.
No, this is a binding object, right? System will see the whole thing is in BPA, system will identify what the parameters are. It identified it. But here it's not allowing me to do. This one you have to map it. There is nothing that, there is no kind of help. Automatically, the moment when you select the item, system will show you what parameters you have. It will highlight it.
So, Kevo, can you go to the single properties? Like I have a doubt there as well. Yeah, and you try to select for gross amount. So it deselects everything, which means that gross amount is supposed to be a numeric value and none of them are numeric, right? So it's a data type matching. Essentially, it's a data type, like to me, it looks like it's a data type matching.
It should not be because I am mapping the complete amount right here. The sender name, okay, whatever you have thought is okay, but usually the binding object, whatever this details, I already, that's the reason I configured that. I told system that the details is nothing but these three parameters in the initial part only. If you see this one, see here, in the extract, we told that clearly what is my details contains. One second, let me show you that. See here, I clearly told that my details have these ones. This header that's having your document number, gross amount, sender name. This invoice details contains that individual parameters. Okay, these I configured in the extraction data template as well. And then these are the same things I have done for my determine parameters also. There is no such, if there is a configuration issue, system will automatically raise here. It will not allow me also. In the template itself only, it will stop me to do that. So whatever the things that I want to do it. See in the variables also, it will show you. So there is nothing on the configuration side. This is where I am just also worrying. Why it's not allowing me. This is what the thing. Just allow me a minute. Let me check up and start here. What actually happened well. Again, this wasn't here. Okay. This is the one which we did it, the invoice details. Let me try if something is there. Nothing. Okay.
Just one sec. Let me try to map any other parameter here. See, the moment in this condition, it's not the right one.
Could you try string once?
One sec, hold on. My schema has these ones.
Data types are same, Kaipu, in the binding and the determination.
They are same. See, this is the invoice K which I did it. If you are seeing that right now, this is the one which I'm doing. See here, document number, gross amount, string. These three has to appear. That's it. There is no rocket science as simple as that.
Text and strings are same. That should, yeah, data type should be the same.
No, this is my complete schema. It's holding that, right? It's not only one single field, two strings, and here that is why it is a major strings. That is why it is showing you as a T there. That's not a problem here. There is no problem here. Basically, it has to comment. There is no problem in the configuration and design. I have done it. It is not showcasing that there. That's what I want to check it out. Why it's not showing it there.
Anyway, the rows you can check, or it's not.
Nothing. Everything I did perfectly. Every configuration I did perfect. Only thing is I have to map that invoice details there. It's not binding there. That's what my issue. Let me check here. This binding level. Invoice form. Okay, trick. Extract invoice data K. Okay, one second. Let me check. Extract invoice data K. I have given this one. In my editor.
The type is string, right? So.
No, one second. I mapped the schema. Now also it is not coming. Even I mapped a schema. It should show all my fields and everything here. It's giving all nonsense here anyways. That don't work. Something is there from this extract invoice from here to here. It is not giving it to me. That's the problem. That's it. Let me check what is that issue. So this is the one. So this should be generally. Just give me a moment.
And one more question, Karu. So we created invoice K as our data type, right? So why doesn't it show under the current project header?
Where? Current project header.
Meaning under the drop-down that you just opened, there's a header called current project where we have the schema and the approver as the two data types available, right? There it should show invoice K as well, right?
Yes, that's what I mapped earlier also. Invoice K only I mapped it.
It was string earlier.
That is string here. That where I'm telling. In the main one, I mapped the invoice K. Let me check. This is a string only generally. But let me recheck these parameters. This is a file path, which is the string, and an output parameter is also string I map. Let me check any other parameters that we have it here. Just hold on. So this will be your invoice will have all the document numbers, my invoice data, everything is came properly here. And also okay. This also I remapped one more time. This is also correct. Yeah, there is something that is blocking me internally here. I have to check that. What is that? Even the main parameters also, the inputs, outputs are properly saved. See this is the input, the file path, and output is this one. Okay, I will check on this. Might be which is really structuring on this and to check. You guys also execute from your systems also. I'll provide you by seeing this, or I have the same. I'll give you a step-by-step procedure also for you. Just proceed that and try to do that from your side. Okay, same document, you practice that. And then if you have any questions, I'll just let you know. Someone is getting executed, that will be okay. That means then there's a problem in the system itself only. In the meanwhile, I will see where is the issues coming for this. Is it because of the IDP or IAS that is not helping me? Okay, because binding will not be a serious issue, but still, yes, document number is the main one. Might be, see, one thing, I am able to submit the form. The only thing is I'm not able to approve it or reject it because the same thing is not getting into my inbox. Right, so that is where your triggering of mail is not happening. That means that communication is got failed. That is where your approver channel is not happening. So that is where the problem is coming. So this is, as of I know, the only reason is because the document number is the primary one which I have taken. So on which the forms are running also, because the document number is not mapped, it is not happening. So for that, I have to bind this complete invoice details object into it. Okay, so I have to check the only cause is why it is not getting mapped, this invoice details. I'll check it and I'll let you know the reason of it. Okay. Any other questions?
Couple of questions around decision tree itself.
Okay, tell me.
The one that you created. So, can we have more than one output of the tree, or like we just configured email as the output? So, can we have more than one outputs?
In decision tree?
Yes.
That means the sub-decision matrix can be built, but that will be a complex to you. You can build, but that will be complex. You have seen that, right? Under this also, invoice approval, you might add one more approval, let's say. You can add one more approval like this. You can put another approval form for that. As a second approval, you can do. You can have more than one in your decision tree. That is the answer, but you should be in a more specific way and controlled way you have to do it. As I said, in the leave approval or something, second approval is there. Now this is your first step. Now you can go for the second approval here. You have to add one more approval, approve, reject.
Sorry, no, not on this part. Under the determine approval decision that you created, right? Yes.
You want to add what? Wait, one more determine approval.
No. Can you go inside that?
Okay, let me go to the editor. Okay, I'm in determine approval. Okay.
Yes. So here you have configured output parameter as the approval, which is the email that we are sending, right?
You want to add a few more output parameters here?
I'm just asking, can we do that?
You can do. You can add.
Okay. And what is this same as input? So basically, if I click that, it essentially means that whatever I'm passing as input should go as output. It's like a pass-through thing, right?
In those cases where your input and output are same, those things you can directly make it. Instead of giving again, they have given this.
Then why do we like in what scenarios can we or do we usually use this? Because we have a rule in between. So between the input and output, if we are not changing anything and we are passing the input through as is, then what kind of rule do we apply? Like in which scenario can this be used?
Scenario specifically, I can say in HR cases and all these things we can use it. See, to answer that question, preferably I can say one thing here. When you use the same structure, like for example, if you can see, there is an approval object is there. Like, your request says employee ID, amount, cost center, approval level, something is there. Okay. Now your process continues the same input to the same output. Okay. So when you are going for the same input and same output, in those scenarios, you'll go for that. Like, let's say the example I can quote for you is the country and currency rules. Okay. For example, you are passing India as a country and currency as INR. Same output you want India as a currency, India as a country and currency as INR only. That is your input, that is your output, along with some other parameters. You're getting. So in such countries, normalization scenarios will be there, wherein which you have to use this type of thing. But when you should, as a kind of approval enrichment or validations, you can go for same inputs and same outputs. When there are classifications or when there are high report decisions or routing decisions are there, then this input cannot be used as output.
Okay. And could you also go to the decision here?
Which one? This one?
Yeah, the center component, yes.
Yeah, I'm there only. Tell me.
No, inside that where we configured the emails and everything, right?
Rules. Okay.
Rules, yeah, rules. Sorry, yes. So basically here, this is where we configured the emails, right? So we use what we can say domains. In our example, we use the domains as our identifier, whether if it comes from some email ID from ZaranTech or ABC Communication, we should be sending it to different approvers, right? So here we can use any component of the input parameter, right? So our input was what file name, right? So what I mean to ask is, let's say if I have an invoice amount and if I want to send to different approvers based on the actual invoice amount, like if it is up to 1,000, send it to this approver, or if it is more than 1,000, send it to another approver. So can that be also done here?
Conditions of greater than, lesser than you're asking, right? I'm not wrong.
Yeah, just an example that I picked, like it may not be the exact scenario in the functional sense, but Yeah, what I'm trying to ask is, can we use these sort of conditions here?
Those conditions we cannot use it here because we don't have that kind of things. You can just give you, if this is your ID, then what will be your name? That is what the condition. If, then kind of activities you will do it here. Okay, no other conditions that you can do or write here. If you see it also here, you can just write something here. That means the parameters you'll pick it here, the parameters you'll pick it here, whatever that you want here. Okay, the input or output, and then you review it and finally that's it. And that data, what is relevant for that, you will write it. Rest all conditions, when you want to write it, you have to go for your normal conditions, which I have showed you the other day. You have to take a condition. For example, you want to write a condition on this. If you go to the main one, under your approval, you have to write a separate condition pane. See here, if you have go for this, so you will open this one and then you will write a condition. Controls and events, there you will write a condition, you branch it here, there separately, and you write your conditions on top of it. But in the determine approver channel, there is no such provision to write conditions directly.
Okay, got it. Yeah, that's all. Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions, guys? Anyone else? So how many of you practiced the 2 to 4 exercises which I have given to you guys? How many have completed that? Yeah, how many completed this? No, none. None has completed that. Can you please complete that as soon as possible? Okay, by at least by this week. Because
I just want to understand one thing. See, today is the first day, but is my first day. So whatever I could capture from whatever you said, like this process is, it is reading, you defined a file in your desktop somewhere. So it is reading the files stored there in that folder or at that path. And then based on the content inside that invoice, like who is the sender or the vendor name, then the gross amount. Am I right? It is doing the same thing. Based on that, it is sending a communication to the approver. Am I right?
Yeah.
So can I see that file like in the path where you mentioned?
Okay. Continue.
That file I want to see which the system is reading to decide where to send it.
You want to see the file? Okay, let me show you the file.
Is it a PDF?
Yeah, this is a PDF file.
Okay, so this means in general anywhere, so for each user it will be a specific path. Like for my desktop it will be different. Your desktop
it will be some kind from your system only. See, the whole process is to improve the efficiency of invoice processing for posting to your transactional system. Throughout what you have seen, we create a process where we are combining some forms, where we are providing the input data, or sometimes we are reviewing the information and doing the automation to review that also. These all are allowing us to extract whatever the required invoice data that is from this form is there using my information extract service that I have built in my BPA, where I have created one automation service, right? This one. So from that, it is helping me to do that. So from there, I'm posting that to the system. So approval flow will be there, and then I'll define my rules and who to approve, what to approve, kind of things. I'm doing that there. So this is the whole idea.
This is a vendor invoice, right? Vendor invoice.
Vendor invoice. Yes.
But the same way, it can, if BTP is connected to HANA, then it can pick the invoices from there also, like in workflow.
But how come you automate it? This is all automation, right? Whatever I'm showing, this is an automated thing. You cannot automate in BTP directly. You have to use this tool only for automation.
Right, sir. What I'm saying, if it is like HANA we are using, there we have all our transactions, purchase invoice, sale invoice. So that HANA system will be connected with BTP, and then BTP, this process, whatever we define, it can pick all those invoices from HANA.
Okay, it can pick the invoice now, but I'm not getting a question. If it is picking from invoice from HANA, what is that?
If I have PDF documents here on a desktop, this program can read those PDF files and send it to corresponding approvers. Am I right? Now, I am not storing these PDF files here. I have my Miro documents in HANA. And I want this program to pick those documents and send it to the approver. Once the approver approves it, then the document is posted. Till then, it is parked only.
No. 1 second. How you are approved? See, this is what the thing. Let me tell you that clearly. See, HANA tells you what the data is. Whereas BPA provides you, decides you. The decision is not there in HANA. Decision matrices or decision formats are not available in HANA directly. So that is where BPA you're using. So you are saying that you send some email. How come you acknowledge that? How you will get this decision matrix where it is running? How back to coming this acknowledgement back to it? You can't get it. BPA decides what should happen to the data. HANA tells you what the data is. That is a core difference. You have to observe that. SAP HANA is, of course, it stores the invoices, it executes the fast SQL queries, it aggregates your reports data and everything, but it cannot decide the business actions. That is important for BPA. BPA will orchestrate your business process end-to-end, and it will handle your end-to-end approvals and all these things, whatever you want for your applied business rules as well. This is what your important thing. And HANA don't have approval workflows. It can't do human tasks. It can't do SLAs, escalations. It don't use for audit trails. No business rules. No exception handlings. These are all your flaws in HANA. That is why BPA came for you. That is why.
But in HANA, in HANA also we have the workflows.
Who
so
said where you
the workflow and from there
you can go for with a without like a BPA? I see that. I know HANA end-to-end there. I already do HANA trainings also. I know where HANA will go really with it. HANA have it, but HANA don't have the way BPA is handling. If I come to your point only, if HANA can really do that, SAP won't invent BPA. There is no need of BPA for us to learn also. HANA sits in the table. That means your invoice will always sits in the table. Someone will manually check it. That manual intervention I am omitting in the BPA. BPA picks the invoice, applies the rules, whatever I just showed you, sends your approvals, escalates if delayed, updates the status back in HANA as well. These are all you cannot do through HANA. That's what I'm saying you. There is a difference in the tool. There is a difference in the actions as well. And without coding, in HANA, you have to write your SQL queries. Can you do without coding all these things in HANA directly? Let me ask you that question to you fairly. Without any single line code, can you do?
Coding or no coding is different thing. The bottom line,
you are coming from that. This where you are coming from it. This is a no code, low code platform. So people who want to execute no code load actions, they will come for BPA tool specifically without writing any coding.
I think the question is about source of the invoice, not about BPA. The question is
the source invoice only. I'm telling. He's telling that the same actions can be done in HANA. And then what is this BPA is helping out? That's what the question is. If I'm not wrong.
No, workflow still the process and automation we still depend on BPA. Only the invoice data instead of coming from PDF file in a local hard disk, can it come from the HANA database? That is the question, I think, if I understood right.
Right.
The approval process still remain within the BPA. The process won't change.
Yeah, it can come. See, for all the S4 HANA, this is outer invoice I have just taken for the example purpose. If you have something in the system you want to collect, yes, you can still connect. As I just showed you in the build apps, you can connect, integrate the S4 HANA, you get all the invoices from there directly. From which folder? Because usually in SAP ABAP, we store in A11. Similarly, you can store in some other folders and get those invoices here to get it worked on. This is an integration, right? Only integration difference will be there. That's it.
Yeah, that answers. Thank you.
Okay, yeah.
Hey there, want to build smart apps and use AI in your SAP work? Our SAP Joule and Build Suite training is here to help. You can learn at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn about SAP Joule and SAP Build Suite. It's like a smart toolbox to create apps, automate tasks, and use AI to work faster and better. Our course covers everything you need, from the basics to advanced use cases. It is designed by experts who have real project experience. Your trainers are skilled professionals who have worked on SAP projects for many years. They guide you step by step and answer all your questions. And don't just take our word for it. Our learners really enjoy this course. Many professionals like you have improved their skills and careers with this training. Best part? It is budget-friendly. You get high-quality learning at a very affordable price. Ready to become a SAP Joule and Build Suite expert? Enroll in our course page today. For more details, visit ZaranTech's website.